Chapter 1. The Descent of the Red Alert System. If I manage to survive this calamity, I shall become a wasteland tyrant, one whose mere voice and shadow instill terror in the hearts of others. A young man clad in black, his features chiseled like a blade, leaned against the door of a storage room, clenching his fists and silently raging within. His name was Wang Wei, a fortunate survivor who had evaded the first wave of chaos that swept through the apocalypse. Those who had not survived were transformed into bloodthirsty zombies by the insidious pathogens lurking beneath the earth. In a mere span of 3 months, the number of surviving humans had dwindled to a mere tenth of the original population, leading to the establishment of numerous survivor bases, both large and small. In this desolate world, danger did not stem solely from the instinctively bloodthirsty undead, but also from the survivors, both within and outside the camps. At this moment, Wang Wei found himself being pursued by fellow survivors from the same camp, driven to a derelict factory on the outskirts of the city. To evade detection by his vengeful pursuers, he exhaled cautiously, though his heart raced violently, and beads of sweat formed on his brow. Suddenly, a series of thud-thud sounds resonated from within the closet of the storage room. Wang Wei took a deep breath and abruptly raised his head. He beheld a ghastly, bloodthirsty zombie breaking free from the confines of the closet, its gaping maw lunging towards him, as if it regarded Wang Wei as a delectable morsel. Roar! A low growl erupted from the zombie. Upon hearing this, Wang Wei's heart quivered. He understood that his enemies outside would undoubtedly be alerted by the zombie's roar, which meant that this place was no longer sanctuary. Desperate to escape, he realized that he must eliminate the zombie before him, which approached with the speed of a fully grown man sprinting at full throttle. With gritted teeth, Wang Wei drew a small knife from his possession, its blade glinting menacingly in the sunlight. He stepped forward and rammed his shoulder into the zombie's chest. Thud! The zombie collapsed to the ground. Seizing the opportunity, Wang Wei gripped the knife firmly and stabbed it into the zombie's forehead, ending its wretched existence. Fortunately, prior to the apocalypse, he had served as an instructor for a security company, and after 3 months of combat experience against zombies, dispatching a typical undead was no challenge for him. Bang, bang, bang. At that moment, a flurry of hurried footsteps echoed from outside. Damn it, they've caught up so quickly. Wang Wei's expression darkened as he swiftly withdrew the knife from the zombie's head, hastily moving wooden crates in front of the door to block his pursuers. Listening to the approaching footsteps, Wang Wei estimated that no fewer than 5 individuals were outside, causing his heart to race with anxiety, as though a sharp blade were poised above his head. A brash young voice rang out from outside. Wang Wei, I know you're in there. If you know what's good for you, open the door quickly, and perhaps it'll grant you a swift death. The speaker laughed coldly, as if he had Wang Wei entirely at his mercy. Come on in if you dare, you big-head fool. I've set up plenty of explosives here. It's either we all die together or not at all. Wang Wei shouted back, feigning a ruthless demeanor. In truth, he possessed no explosives. He merely sought to intimidate his adversaries to buy himself some time, hoping to find an opportunity to escape. Haha, even now you choose to put on a show. You could deceive others, but not me. Wang Wei, my older brother has taken a liking to your sister. It's a stroke of fortune for her, yet you foolishly rejected him. By the way, when you attempted to flee the camp, your sister agreed to become my brother's concubine in 3 days to ensure your survival. If you don't make it out alive, my brother will be quite displeased. The big-head youth seemed intent on provoking Wang Wei, deliberately toying with his emotions in hopes of luring him out. In response, Wang Wei clenched his fists, a surge of murderous intent flashing in his eyes. In his previous camp, there had been 20,000 survivors, divided into 8 formidable factions, of which the big-head youth's brother, Xiao Sheng, was the leader of one. Were Xiao Sheng genuinely enamored with his sister, Wang Wei would have had no qualms about acquiescing. Yet the truth was, Xiao Sheng was a deranged psychopath. Any girl who became his concubine would undoubtedly not see the dawn of the following day. As an elder brother, how could Wang Wei stand idly by while his sister fell into the clutches of such a fiend? He had attempted to take her away from the camp, but they were intercepted by Xiao Sheng's men before they could leave, resulting in their separation, leaving him to escape alone. Hatred for his own weakness. unable to protect his loved ones. Wang Wei gritted his teeth, his fists clenched, an inferno of rage igniting in his gaze. At that moment, a mechanical voice echoed in his mind. Red alert system loading complete, esteemed commander. Wang Wei pondered the source of this voice, but in the next instant, a virtual interface materialized before him, displaying options for main buildings, defensive structures, troops, and machinery. Within the troop section lay a plethora of units. Red alert soldiers, attack dogs, magnetic infantry, and anti-air troops, among others. The machinery section showcased various tanks and aircraft, Tiger tanks, Rhino tanks, apocalyptic tanks, and Black Hawk fighters. As he beheld this scene, for words surged in Wang Wei's mind. Red alert? The units within this Red Alert system were eerily reminiscent of the combat units from the game Red Alert. The only difference was that the units before him were marked as not yet developed. At that moment, the big-head youth commanded his followers to kick down the door. Bang, bang, bang. The sound of relentless kicks echoed. Despite the 3 heavy wooden crates barricading the door, the combined assault of 5 burly men soon cracked it, and within mere seconds, the door was forced open. The big-head youth, with his dyed yellow hair and a demeanor of arrogance, raised a 92-style pistol, its dark muzzle aimed directly at Wang Wei. Sneering, "Wang Wei, it's time to send you on your way." For henchmen brandished machetes, their intentions darkly fixated on Wang Wei. A wave of trepidation washed over him, tightening in his throat. "Commander, the novice gift pack contains 5 Red Alert soldiers. Would you like to claim them?" The mechanical voice resounded once more. Chapter 2. Red Alert Warriors. Reporting to the young master, Wang Wei cast a fleeting glance at the large-headed fellow and realized that the individual before him had not heard the voice of the Red Alert system. This sudden epiphany filled him with hope. It dawned on him that the voice of the Red Alert system was audible only to him. 5 Red Alert Warriors. This thought ignited a flicker of optimism within Wang Wei. And with a slight lift of his lips, he addressed the large-headed man. "Surely, you wouldn't wish to attract the surrounding zombies with gunfire, would you? How about you put down your gun, and we settle this with a one-on-one duel?" In response, the large-headed man licked his parched lips, seemingly convinced by Wang Wei's reasoning. He holstered his Type 92 pistol and seized a machete from one of his subordinates. Confidently smirking as he declared, "Fine, I'll grant you your wish. Claim the novice gift package," Wang Wei exclaimed loudly. This declaration left the large-headed man and his companions utterly bewildered, unsure of what trick Wang Wei was attempting. The next moment, a flash of golden light illuminated the surroundings, and 5 warriors clad in camouflage, adorned with helmets and wielding Type 95 assault rifles, materialized before Wang Wei. Although Wang Wei had mentally prepared himself for the appearance of his Red Alert warriors, he could not suppress the astonishment that flickered across his face. As for the large-headed man and his crew, their eyes widened in disbelief, as if petrified by the surreal spectacle before them. What on earth was happening? How could 5 armed soldiers appear out of thin air? The large-headed man and his group remained in a state of shock, unable to comprehend the situation. "Eliminate them. Leave none alive." Wang Wei's eyes glinted with murderous intent as he gritted his teeth and commanded, "Wang Wei, you're cheating. We agreed on a fair duel, and this is downright underhanded." The large-headed man's face turned pale with panic as he pointed an accusatory finger at Wang Wei. Cursing him vehemently, the 5 Red Alert warriors raised their Type 95 assault rifles, aiming them squarely at the large-headed man's group. Rat-tat-tat. The sound of gunfire erupted, and spent cartridges littered the ground. One by one, the large-headed man and his companions fell, succumbing to the hail of bullets and collapsing into a pool of blood. As the gunfire ceased, Wang Wei stepped forward to examine the 5 lifeless bodies strewn across the ground. Inhaling the pungent scent of blood that lingered in the air, he looked down at the corpse of the large-headed man, his expression devoid of any sympathy. In this post-apocalyptic world, as long as one adhered to their principles while fulfilling their mission, it was all worth it. The large-headed man had foolishly believed that a fair duel was truly in the cards. A duel? Why use firearms if one can avoid it? At that moment, the 5 Red Alert warriors stood in a row, raising their hands in salute to Wang Wei, their movements precise and synchronized as they declared in unison, "Red Alert warriors, reporting to the commander." Wang Wei scrutinized the equipment of the 5 Red Alert warriors. Their primary weapon was the Type 95 assault rifle, accompanied by 2 magazines, each containing 35.8mm rifle rounds. Including the magazine already in the rifle, This meant a total ammunition count of 90 rounds. Their secondary weapon was a tactical knife, a formidable tool that could prove life-saving in critical moments. "Who among you is the team leader?" Wang Wei inquired, casting a discerning glance at the 5 warriors. "Commander, I am the deputy squad leader," one towering red alert warrior, standing at 6 feet tall, stepped forward and spoke firmly. Wang Wei approached the deputy squad leader, adopting a serious demeanor as he asked, "Is this the entirety of the red alert warriors' equipment?" "Report. Our current equipment is classified as non-star level. Upon advancing to 1-star and 3-star levels, both the equipment and ammunition capacity will see significant enhancements. Furthermore, all red alert warriors automatically replenish their ammunition every 3 hours," the deputy squad leader reported with vigor. This revelation brought clarity to Wang Wei. It seemed the red alert system bore striking similarities to the game Red Alert. He meticulously perused the notifications, gaining a comprehensive understanding of the red alert system. To procure units within the red alert system, one must first research a specific unit, followed by expending a certain amount of funds to purchase it. The cost of a red alert warrior stood at 100 gold, a relatively modest sum. Additionally, red alert warriors, as fundamental troop units, possessed inherent research capabilities, allowing for immediate purchases. To expand the troop count, the current level of the commander imposed limitations. The higher the rank, the greater the cap on troop numbers at present. Wang Wei was merely at the squad leader level, permitting an expansion cap of 10 personnel. To further increase this limit, he would need to expend system resources to unlock the platoon leader level. "How can I acquire system resources within the red alert system?" Wang Wei inquired with curiosity. The red alert system elucidated without reservation. It requires real-world gold. 1 gram of gold can be converted to 1 gold unit within the system, usable for research and purchasing red alert troops. The development of the red alert system necessitates a substantial reserve of gold to sustain it. This revelation illuminated Wang Wei's understanding. In this post-apocalyptic world, while many resources were scarce, gold was in abundance. Gold shops thrived in the cities, and banks housed their vaults. Furthermore, Wang Wei was aware that some survivors had amassed considerable quantities of gold. Before Wang Wei could respond, the voice of the red alert system resonated in his mind once more. "Esteemed Commander, would you like to claim the squad leader equipment? The commander has equipment to claim." Wang Wei was taken aback. "Claim it," Wang Wei declared without hesitation. In an instant, a radiant glow enveloped Wang Wei. And as the blinding light faded, he discovered that his attire had transformed entirely. His former black clothing had morphed into a commander's uniform, and through the red alert system's prompt, he learned that this squad leader uniform was not merely a garment. It also possessed bulletproof capabilities against handgun fire. This significantly enhanced Wang Wei's chances of survival in this harsh world. Additionally, he now carried 2 new pieces of equipment, a Browning handgun, with each magazine containing 10 rounds of 9mm ammunition, totaling 2 magazines, and a tactical knife strapped to his waist, identical to the one worn by the red alert warriors. Although he now had the advantage of the red alert system and 5 red alert warriors at his disposal, he was acutely aware that within the camp, Shaoxing commanded over 300 thugs. Returning to the camp could very well lead to his demise, with only 3 days remaining until his sister's wedding. If he were to gather a sufficient amount of gold to convert into system resources during this time, he could summon not just a company, but even a battalion of red alert warriors. At that point, he would be poised to rescue his sister from the depths of despair. Wang Wei clenched his fists, deep in thought, setting a personal mission to search relentlessly for gold, expand his red alert forces, and bolstered his own strength within these 3 days. After 3 days, he would return to exact his vengeance. Chapter 3. Seizing gold from the dead. Wang Wei recalled that there was a gold shop located 5 kilometers away in the town center, where he might procure a significant amount of gold jewelry. The city boasted an even greater number of gold shops. However, this also meant that the density of zombies in the city would be considerably higher. With just 5 red alert warriors, along with himself, venturing into the city would likely result in them becoming fodder for the zombies. After all, over the past 3 months, a small fraction of the zombies had undergone certain mutations and evolutions, with some exhibiting resilience against handgun bullets. Yet, the zombies in the town were not as densely populated as those in the city. Resolute in his decision, Wang Wei lifted his head and instructed the deputy squad leader. "Everyone, our objective is the gold shop in Nanquan town." Before departing the abandoned factory, Wang Wei collected the Type 92 pistol and ammunition from the large-headed man's corpse. After all, it was still a firearm, which could prove invaluable in a critical moment. Nanquan Town. In less than 10 minutes, Wang Wei and his 5 companions arrived at Nanquan Town, driving the pickup truck that belonged to the large-headed man. This town, with a population of around 10,000, had a relatively low density of zombies. The deputy squad leader took the wheel, and whenever they encountered stray zombies blocking their path, he simply plowed through them. Leaving the tires smeared with the blood of the undead, the atmosphere within Nanquan Town was bleak and eerie, the incessant cries of zombies echoing from all directions. In a brief moment, under Wang Wei's guidance, the group finally arrived at the only gold shop in Nanquan Town. However, the glass door of the shop had been shattered, shards of glass strewn across the ground, which sent a wave of unease coursing through Wang Wei. Deputy squad leader, you come with me inside the shop. The rest of you hold the fort outside, Wang Wei ordered hastily. Understood. The 5 Red Alert warriors, including the deputy squad leader, responded in unison. According to the Red Alert System's guidance, Wang Wei knew that the Red Alert warriors were unwaveringly loyal to their commander. His commands were akin to military orders, and they would adhere to them without question, even unto death. Suddenly, over 30 zombies surged out from the street, prompting the 4 Red Alert warriors to swiftly ready their Type 95 assault rifles. Rat-tat-tat. The air was filled with the deafening sound of gunfire. The non-star level Red Alert warriors had an accuracy rate of only 30%, meaning that, on average, 3 bullets were required to dispatch a single zombie. Yet, the zombies here seemed never-ending, making it nearly impossible to clear them out, thus leaving Wang Wei with limited opportunities. They had to exit the gold shop within a minute. Otherwise, they would all perish in this place. Wang Wei raised his guard, gripping the Browning handgun provided by the system with both hands, and cautiously entered the jewelry store alongside the deputy squad leader. At that very moment, 2 zombies lunged from an adjacent room, their grotesque faces contorted as they opened their gaping maws and pounced towards Wang Wei and his companion. Fire! Wang Wei shouted. Bang! 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 The muzzle of the Browning erupted in sparks, and with 3 shots, he felled the foremost zombie. However, at that instant, the other zombie was less than 2 steps away from Wang Wei, sending his heart racing to his throat. Just in the nick of time, the deputy squad leader fired his weapon, dispatching the zombie before them. Time was of the essence, leaving no room for Wang Wei to compose himself as he hastily retrieved a plastic bag from his person. But when he glanced into the glass display case, a chill swept through him. In a way, there were hardly any gold ornaments left inside. It appeared that survivors had already ransacked the place, leaving behind only a meager collection of gold jewelry. Damn it! Wang Wei exclaimed in frustration. Nevertheless, even the smallest mosquito is still meat. He and the deputy squad leader quickly gathered the scant gold ornaments remaining in the case. Half a minute later, the 2 emerged from the jewelry store, only to be greeted by a sea of zombies outside, numbering over 200. A shiver ran down Wang Wei's spine, and he hurriedly returned to the pickup truck, urging his team to evacuate the scene. The roars of the zombies echoed behind them incessantly as the hordes surged forward. Luckily, with the aid of their vehicle, Wang Wei and his crew managed to escape the town unscathed. They returned to an abandoned factory, where the sparse density of zombies provided a temporary refuge. Red Alert System, convert these gold ornaments, Wang Wei declared, tossing a small bag of jewelry onto the table. Instantly, a flash of golden light enveloped the room, and the bag vanished, leaving only a black plastic bag in its wake. At that moment, the funds displayed on the Red Alert interface transformed from 0 to 521 gold. Purchase 5 Red Alert soldiers to fill the squad, Wang Wei instructed, eyeing the soldier units on the interface with seriousness. The soldier unit interface only featured Red Alert soldiers with inherent research capabilities, leaving Wang Wei with no choice but to select 5. With another flash of golden light, 5 Red Alert soldiers clad in camouflage and wielding Type 95 assault rifles materialized in front of him. After spending 500 gold, only 21 gold remained in his account. Wang Wei surveyed the 5 newly arrived Red Alert soldiers with a sense of satisfaction. A squad's maximum capacity was 10. And to augment his ranks further, he would need to unlock the platoon level, which came at a steep price of 3,000 gold, equivalent to 6 pounds of gold. Wang Wei mused, it seems that acquiring a substantial amount of gold will require taking risks. I should visit the jewelry store in the outskirts of Shurching tomorrow morning. As dusk fell, evening approached, making nighttime operations inconvenient. He would have to wait until dawn to act. The deputy squad leader discovered a box of instant noodles in a nearby house, allowing Wang Wei and the 10 Red Alert soldiers to have a simple meal to satiate their hunger. That night, concerned about potential zombie ambushes, Wang Wei divided the 10 Red Alert soldiers into 2 teams for alternating watch. He certainly did not wish to wake up to find himself surrounded by zombies. At this moment, Wang Wei stood on the rooftop of the abandoned factory, gazing at the red alert interface. The sounds and visuals of the red alert system were perceptible only to him. Others remained oblivious. Having spent time observing the main interface, his curiosity was piqued regarding the secondary interface, eager to discover its contents. Red alert system. Open the secondary interface. Chapter 4. The arrival of the heavy soldier before him. The interface shifted like a computer screen, seamlessly transitioning from the main to the secondary interface. Wang Wei focused. Noticing 3 sections within the secondary interface: sign-in, research technology, and purchase store. The research technology section offered light weapons, heavy weapons, tanks, evolution serums, and healing serums. Unlike the main interface, these weapons were intended for use by real humans rather than red alert units. Researching these technologies also required substantial funds, with prices that were anything but modest. However, Wang Wei's attention was captured by the fact that evolution serums and healing serums could be developed here. These 2 items were invaluable. According to the red alert system's prompt, evolution serums could assist humans in becoming initial-level new humans, significantly enhancing strength, speed, and reaction time. Meanwhile, healing serums could prevent infection from zombie bites. Wang Wei swallowed hard, astonished, and resolved that once he accumulated sufficient funds, he would prioritize developing these 2 categories. Intrigued by the sign-in interface, he decided to explore it.at that moment. The mechanical voice of the red alert system echoed in his mind. Esteemed Commander, would you like to use your first sign-in opportunity? Yes, I shall use it. Wang Wei nodded without hesitation. Instantly, a card appeared on the interface, and upon flipping it over, he recognized a familiar figure, No Wei. It's him, Wang Wei exclaimed, excitement coursing through him. In a flash of golden light, a robust man, akin to a towering fortress, materialized before him. Fully armed, he bore an M60 machine gun and saluted. Heavy soldier. Reporting to the commander, reporting my equipment. Wang Wei could hardly contain his joy and eagerly inquired, what do you have? The heavy soldier lowered his weapon and replied with a resonant voice, Commander, my primary weapon is an M60 machine gun, with each magazine containing 100 rounds of 7.62 mm ammunition, totaling 2 magazines. My secondary weapon is a fragmentation grenade. Report complete. Mesmerized by the machine gun in the heavy soldier's hands, Wang Wei stepped forward, gently caressing the formidable weapon that resembled a steel beast. This was a true killing machine. Had the heavy soldier been present during the day in the town, they would have effortlessly taken down hundreds of zombies, sparing them the necessity of a hasty retreat. The firepower of the machine gun far surpassed that of the Type 95 assault rifle, boasting exceptional penetration capabilities. A single bullet could pierce through a zombie's skull, potentially eliminating 2 zombies simultaneously. The arrival of the heavy soldier was timely, perfectly filling the gap in their team's firepower. Red alert system. I have filled the squad's unit capacity. Why is there still an additional unit available? Also, how can I purchase red alert soldiers without a barracks? Wang Wei questioned, perplexed. In response, the red alert system's voice resonated in his mind like a knowledgeable teacher. Red alert soldiers acquired through sign-in can be forcibly included in the squad's composition without restrictions. Until a red alert barracks is established, the system's temporary barracks may serve as a makeshift facility, accommodating a maximum of 300 personnel. What exactly is the sign-in interface? Wang Wei inquired, curiosity piqued. The red alert system explained, in the sign-in interface, the commander can sign in once daily to receive rewards. Any items available within the red alert system may be obtained with a certain probability. You may also choose to forego your daily sign-in opportunity and combine it with subsequent days to significantly increase the chance of acquiring high-level items. Are you saying that by using my sign-in opportunity, I could potentially obtain an apocalypse tank or a super weapon? Wang Wei couldn't help but ask. Indeed, but to obtain an apocalypse tank or a super weapon, you must combine multiple day sign-in opportunities for a chance to acquire them. The red alert system clarified. With only 3 days remaining until his sister's wedding, Wang Wei realized he had 3 sign-in opportunities within that time frame. If he could secure high-level red alert units, it would be nothing short of miraculous. Ideally, he hoped for an apocalypse tank, with its high armor and damage output. Even with over 300 subordinates, he would no longer fear Xiaosheng. Wang Wei fixed his gaze upon the heavy soldier, firmly patting his shoulder and stating with conviction, tomorrow we shall venture into the city. Whether we can return alive will depend on your heavy fire support. Mission assuredly completed. The heavy soldier responded, resolute and fearless. The night swiftly passed, and dawn broke. The night had been quiet, with no zombie ambushes. With half a pack of instant noodles remaining from last night, Wang Wei simply filled his stomach in the morning. Contemplating the need to search for food supplies later that day. Gather up? After having their fill, Wang Wei bellowed .10 red alert soldiers, and a heavy infantryman hastily set aside their tasks, picked up their gear, and formed 2 rows before Wang Wei. Today's mission is to the gold shop located on the outskirts of Shiqing. Everyone is to follow me. Without my command, no one is permitted to act recklessly, nor to stray from the ranks, Wang Wei sternly admonished. Understood. The crowd responded in unison. Just as Wang Wei prepared to shout, "Let's go," an abrupt mechanical voice resonated in his mind from the red alert system. Esteemed Commander, the system radar has detected a red alert treasure chest located 3 kilometers in the 16 o'clock direction. The treasure chest will remain effective for 3 hours. After that, it will disappear automatically and may yield high-level red alert items. Chapter 5. All personnel level up a red alert treasure chest. Upon hearing the system's notification, Wang Wei became instantly exhilarated if he could unlock the treasure chest and obtain an apocalypse tank. It would be nothing short of marvelous. Can the red alert soldiers open the treasure chest on my behalf? Wang Wei inquired, astonished. No, it must be opened by you, the commander, in order for it to take effect. The red alert system clarified. This left Wang Wei feeling somewhat helpless, prompting him to adjust his plans and prioritize reaching the treasure chest 3 kilometers away. Wang Wei turned around and surveyed his 11 subordinates, commanding in a deep voice, "Everyone, our target is the red alert treasure chest located 3 kilometers to the 16 o'clock direction. Move out." With the team now doubled in size, the single pickup truck outside would hardly suffice for transport. Fortunately, there were several abandoned vehicles nearby. Wang Wei found a drivable one and instructed the deputy squad leader to refuel and prepare it. After making ready, Wang Wei's group set off in grand fashion towards the treasure chest location. Along the way, they encountered numerous zombies. Without the vehicles, they would surely have been obstructed. The 2 vehicles sped along at 60 miles per hour, leaving the zombies far behind. Wang Wei sat in the passenger seat of the pickup, where a virtual red alert interface materialized before him, indicating the precise location of the treasure chest, which was now drawing closer. Outside Dongshan community, Wang Wei and his team disembarked and stood by the wall. Initially expecting the treasure chest to be situated in an open area, Wang Wei soon discovered that it had landed on the rooftop of Building 1 in Dongshan community. He inwardly cursed the red alert system. Couldn't this damn system make things a little easier for me? The deputy squad leader cautiously approached and reported in a hushed tone. "Commander, I observed the surroundings. There are over 500 zombies within the community. If we open fire, they will rush towards us immediately. Over 500 zombies." This was tantamount to a death sentence for Wang Wei. At that moment, he began to suspect whether the red alert system had set a trap, luring him to his doom. However, if he missed this treasure chest, he couldn't fathom when he might encounter another opportunity. With only 2 days remaining until his sister's wedding, he needed to rapidly enhance his strength during this time. Any chance to elevate his prowess must not be squandered. With this thought in mind, Wang Wei gritted his teeth, his expression resolute. Life and death are secondary. I must seize this red alert treasure chest. Everyone, prepare to engage. With that, Wang Wei drew his Browning pistol and charged into Dongshan community. Bang, bang, bang. Wang Wei fired at the zombies 20 meters ahead. Sparks flew from the muzzle. Yet, embarrassingly, all 3 shots missed their mark. Wang Wei felt utterly bewildered, silently vowing to practice his shooting skills once he made it out alive. The red alert soldiers wielding Type 95 assault rifles squeezed their triggers, unleashing a torrent of fire. Shell casings clattered to the ground as the first dozen zombies in front fell to the ground, lifeless. The heavy infantryman swung the M60 machine gun with both hands, unleashing a barrage upon the densest cluster of zombies. Rat-a-tat-tat. Bullets flew from the M60 like fiery serpents, and within 3 seconds, more than 10 zombies collapsed in a pool of blood, showcasing its formidable lethality. Do not linger. All personnel, to Building 1. Wang Wei gritted his teeth and shouted. They were in an open area, clearly unsuitable for a direct confrontation with the zombies, so Wang Wei intended to relocate the battlefield to the building's stairwell. At that point, with the heavy infantryman guarding with the machine gun, any zombies that dared to approach would meet their end. Suddenly, a zombie lurking behind a trash can rose, unnoticed by Wang Wei. The creature lunged at him, baring its teeth in a savage snarl. Thud. Wang Wei felt a jolt to his back and lost his balance, tumbling to the ground. The zombie emitted a feral roar that rang in Wang Wei's ears. Just as it was about to sink its teeth into his arm, the deputy squad leader fired at it. Gunfire erupted, splattering the foul-smelling zombie blood across Wang Wei's face as the creature fell atop him. "What are you standing there for? Quickly move this corpse." Sweat dripped from Wang Wei's forehead as his heart raced. He had narrowly escaped the heavily armed soldier, swung his enhanced machine gun. Resembling an iron behemoth, with ferocity, as sparks erupted from the muzzle. 11 Red Alert soldiers stood guard in the corridor, ensuring that the zombies charging from below were gunned down the moment they dared to peek above. Wang Wei could not afford the slightest negligence. He swiftly cleared the debris before him, and, after half a minute, had removed all the wooden obstacles, leaving only the iron gate to the rooftop unaddressed. Without hesitation, Wang Wei drew his Browning handgun and aimed it at the lock of the gate. Bang! The sound of gunfire resonated as the lock shattered into two pieces. Wang Wei hurriedly opened the door and stepped onto the rooftop. Scanning his surroundings. At last, he spotted a 2-meter-high wooden crate 20 meters away in the 3 o'clock direction. He had finally located the coveted Red Alert treasure chest. Excitement surged within him. "Everyone, to the rooftop. Defend the entrance," Wang Wei commanded his comrades in the corridor. "Yes," they responded in unison. As the Red Alert soldiers retreated to the rooftop, an upgraded machine gun and 10 automatic rifles were trained on the entrance. Unleashing a torrent of firepower, the horde of zombies in the corridor was unable to breach the dense barrage. Seizing the opportunity, Wang Wei sprinted towards the Red Alert treasure chest, placing his right hand in the palm groove of the crate's wall. A flash of golden light erupted before him, blindingly bright, prompting Wang Wei to instinctively shield his eyes. His heart raced with anticipation as he wondered what wondrous items the treasure chest would yield. The Red Alert system had previously indicated a high probability of acquiring superior Red Alert items. Could it be that an apocalypse tank might emerge? Or perhaps a superweapon, if an apocalypse tank were to materialize? How would he manage to drive it off the rooftop of a 7-story building? Such thoughts filled Wang Wei's mind with hope. As the blinding light began to fade, he cautiously opened his eyes through the gaps between his fingers. No way, it had produced him. Wang Wei swallowed hard, overwhelmed with joy. The item from the Red Alert treasure chest was neither a tank nor a nuclear-grade superweapon. It was a humanoid Red Alert soldier. Red Alert Yuri, reporting to the commander, a middle-aged man with an exotic visage stood before Wang Wei, saluting with respect. Red Alert Yuri, the mind control specialist from Red Alert, possessed the ability to control enemy soldiers and tanks. Particularly formidable was Yuri's psychic shockwave, capable of instantaneously obliterating all living beings within a radius of several meters. Before Wang Wei could utter a word, a peculiar zombie roar echoed from below the building. He rushed to the edge of the rooftop and peered down, only to behold a 3-meter-tall, hulking zombie, resembling a towering iron structure, standing below. "Goodness, an evolved zombie has appeared here," Wang Wei sighed in exasperation. In the 3 months since the apocalypse began, the zombie horde had undergone transformations through pathogens, resulting in the emergence of increasingly powerful and brutal variants. The speed and strength of mutated zombies far surpassed that of ordinary ones. Among the mutated zombies, the evolved ones possessed even greater prowess. Mutated zombies were impervious to handgun fire, while evolved zombies could shrug off the majority of rifle bullets. Logically, such evolved zombies should only manifest in densely populated urban areas. Yet one had appeared in the suburban outskirts, leaving Wang Wei deeply troubled. "Everyone, retreat. Exit from the rooftop of Building 2. Wang Wei swiftly ordered. He could not afford to provoke an evolved zombie. Whether they could defeat it was a significant concern. Building 2 was merely a meter away from Building 1, and Wang Wei leaped onto its rooftop, with 12 Red Alert soldiers following closely behind. Most of the zombies in the area had congregated around Building 1. Leaving Building 2 relatively unscathed, Wang Wei and his group successfully reached the base of Building 2. At that moment, he silently prayed that the formidable evolved zombie had already entered Building 1. Just then, a sight before him rendered Wang Wei momentarily speechless. An evolved zombie, towering like an iron tower, emerged from Building 1, as if sensing something, and charged towards Wang Wei and his companions with astonishing speed. Akin to a car racing at full throttle, closing the distance of over 10 meters in the blink of an eye. Roar. The evolved zombie let out a deafening roar. "Fire!" Wang Wei gritted his teeth and shouted. Drawing his Browning handgun to shoot at the evolved zombie. Rat-tat-tat. A volley of gunfire erupted. However, neither the Browning pistol nor the Red Alert soldiers' Type 95 automatic rifles could inflict any tangible harm on the evolved zombie. Perhaps the heavy soldier's upgraded machine gun would prove effective, but it was still on the stairs of the second floor. As the evolved zombie bore down on them, Yuri stepped forward, raising his hands, and unleashed a shockwave towards the evolved zombie. Submit to my will, Yuri commanded coldly. In the next moment, the evolved zombie abruptly halted, its gaze becoming vacant. Chapter 7. The food tycoon Wang Wei stared at the evolved zombie, astonished to see the towering creature, over 3 meters tall, suddenly freeze in place, rendered motionless. He understood that Red Alert Yuri could control both humans and tanks. Yet he had never anticipated that Yuri's mind control would extend to zombies. And this was not just any zombie, it was an evolved one, a rare entity birthed from the ranks of 100,000 ordinary zombies. In that moment, Wang Wei felt a surge of elation. Realizing he had struck gold, Yuri lowered his hands and turned to Wang Wei, reporting, "Commander, the evolved zombie is now under my control. Shall we eliminate it or keep it?" Wang Wei instinctively glanced at the evolved zombie, which had shed its previous menacing demeanor, now appearing more like a tamed pet. It would be a shame to kill it. We may find it useful in the future, Wang Wei replied thoughtfully, patting Yuri's arm. "Let us keep it for now." "Understood." Yuri nodded in acknowledgement. Just then, 2 zombies burst forth from Building 1, moving as swiftly as ordinary humans, sprinting at full speed towards Wang Wei and his group. However, the next scene left Wang Wei astounded. Instead of attacking Wang Wei first, these 2 zombies lunged at the already controlled evolved zombie. Roar. The evolved zombie let out a furious roar, with fists the size of cooking pots. It struck the oncoming zombies. With a resounding crash, the 2 zombies had their skulls crushed by the evolved zombies' punches, blood mist swirling in the air as they collapsed lifelessly to the ground. Wang Wei was left dumbfounded. "Wow, my brother, that's impressive." He swallowed hard, unable to conceal his excitement. This evolved zombie was undoubtedly a devastating weapon. It dispatched zombies as if they were mere playthings. Fortunately, it had been controlled by Yuri. Otherwise, Wang Wei would have been at a loss for how to deal with it. He also realized that once the evolved zombie was under Yuri's control, the other zombies would perceive it as an enemy. "Get in the vehicle, return to the camp," Wang Wei commanded as a multitude of zombies flooded out of Building 1. Without hesitation, the group followed Wang Wei towards the 2 vehicles parked outside, with the controlled evolved zombie trailing behind them. However, each step it took caused the ground to tremble as if an earthquake had struck due to its immense size. "Yuri, how many powerful entities like this evolved zombie can you control at once?" Wang Wei inquired curiously from the front passenger seat. Yuri explained, "Currently, I can only control 1 unit at a time. To control another, I must sever the connection with the current unit. Additionally, the subjects I can control are limited by my mental strength. With no stars or 1 star, I can only control entities akin to the evolved zombie," Yuri elaborated. Wang Wei felt as if he had struck gold, his heart swelling with joy. With Yuri by his side, encountering a solitary evolved zombie would no longer be a threat, but rather a source of experience. In the abandoned factory of the suburbs, Wang Wei and his group returned to their base, accompanied by the imposing evolved zombie. This mission had proven immensely fruitful. Not only did they acquire the Red Alert mind control specialist Yuri, but they also obtained a weapon of mass destruction in the form of the evolved zombie. Suddenly, Wang Wei recalled that he had not utilized the sign-in opportunity for the day and calmly announced, "Red Alert system, open the sign-in interface." With a sudden buzz, a virtual interface materialized before him. "Claim today's sign-in," Wang Wei stated calmly. A flash of golden light illuminated the scene, and when the blinding brilliance faded, a robust Red Alert wolf dog appeared before Wang Wei. This Red Alert wolf dog was far mightier and more formidable than an ordinary adult wolf dog, measuring an impressive 1.5 meters in length and nearly reaching 1 meter in height. Woof! Upon seeing Wang Wei, the wolf dog dashed towards him as if overjoyed to reunite with its master. Leaping onto Wang Wei and nuzzling its forehead against his arm, this delighted Wang Wei. He recalled that in Red Alert, wolf dogs were the arch nemesis of infantry units. Effortlessly dispatching them, he gently stroked the wolf dog's fluffy head and joyfully declared, "From this moment forth, you shall be named Rifle." Woof! The wolf dog half-squatted, panting with its tongue out, seemingly comprehending Wang Wei's words and reveling in its new name. Gurgle. At that moment, Wang Wei's stomach growled. Having consumed only a packet of instant noodles for breakfast, he was far from satiated, and now, with midday upon him, hunger gnawed at him. Unfortunately, he had forgotten to venture outside in search of food supplies, and it appeared that he would have to endure hunger for the afternoon. The wolf dog Rifle seemed to grasp Wang Wei's predicament, promptly raising its front paw to tap him, barking as it dashed toward the abandoned factory. Confused yet concerned for the wolf dog's safety, Wang Wei hurriedly followed, accompanied by the deputy squad leader. "Rifle, what's the matter? Why are you running so fast?" Wang Wei panted after 3 minutes of frantic running, gasping for breath. In contrast, the deputy squad leader and the wolf dog seemed invigorated, moving with ease. Eventually, Rifle led Wang Wei and the deputy squad leader to the underground warehouse of the abandoned factory, barking loudly at the entrance. Intrigued, Wang Wei observed that the warehouse door was secured with a heavy lock. He retrieved his Browning pistol, positioned himself 3 meters away, and fired at the lock. Bang! The sound of gunfire echoed, and the lock fell to the ground. Rifle pushed open the warehouse door and entered first. Holding it open for the others. At that moment, Wang Wei's eyes widened in disbelief at the sight before him. Inside the 200-square-meter underground warehouse lay mountains of rice, each mound meticulously packed in burlap sacks. The deputy squad leader approached a cold storage room within the warehouse, revealing rows of refrigerated pork hanging from hooks. Wang Wei swallowed hard, his excitement palpable. My goodness, so much food. I might just become a food tycoon. Chapter 8. The Target. The gold store. To think that a food warehouse was hidden right beneath his nose. Had it not been for Rifle's keen sense of smell, this treasure trove of sustenance might have gone unnoticed. Rifle, you've made a grand contribution upon your arrival. You were truly my lucky charm. Wang Wei smiled at the wolf dog, raising his hand to affectionately stroke its furry head. The discovery of a food warehouse in the underground factory was something Wang Wei would never have believed had he not witnessed it firsthand. However, upon reflection, it was plausible that some survivors had intentionally hidden their supplies here, hoping to evade the attention of other survivors. Yet, fortuitously, it had been uncovered by Wang Wei and his team. The rice sacks weighed 50 pounds each. And given the scale of the rice stored here, there were at least 10,000 bags, which meant a staggering total of 500,000 pounds of food. Just how long would it take to consume all of this? A single person could eat 2 pounds of rice a day and feel full. If he were to command a battalion in the future, this stockpile would suffice for several years. Moreover, if he could transport this food back to the camp in 2 days. Who knew how many survivors he could rally to his cause? That afternoon, Wang Wei allowed the Red Alert soldiers to indulge heartily. He savored the rice alongside a freshly cooked pork knuckle. Relishing the meal. By 1 o'clock in the afternoon, after ensuring that his Red Alert soldiers had restocked their ammunition, Wang Wei blew his whistle and called out, "Assemble." The Red Alert team moved with precision, forming 2 neat rows in under 10 seconds. Wang Wei surveyed his team: 10 Red Alert soldiers, 1 heavily armored soldier, 1 Red Alert Yuri, and 1 Wolfdog rifle, altogether comprising 13 individuals and 1 Wolfdog. The mutated zombies under Yuri's control were stationed as sentinels. With 5 hours remaining until sunset, they had to conquer the Qingda shopping mall and seize all the gold jewelry within. All present. Let us depart, Wang Wei commanded with a decisive wave of his hand. Yes, woof. The 12 Red Alert soldiers and 1 Wolfdog responded in unison. The Qingda shopping mall was a large establishment located at the border between the suburbs and the city. Before the apocalypse, Wang Wei had accompanied his sister there for shopping, and he knew the mall housed 2 gold stores with at least 10 pounds of gold jewelry in reserve. If they could secure it all, the resources for the Red Alert would be immense. It would undoubtedly elevate their squad to the level of a company. Surrounding the Qingda shopping mall were numerous residential buildings, resulting in a significant number of zombies. Though far less dense than those in the city center, this was one of Wang Wei's reasons for targeting the mall. Arriving in 3 pickup trucks, Wang Wei and his team, along with the mutated zombies, approached a narrow alley near the mall. Moments later, the deputy squad leader returned to report. "Commander, I observed the surroundings, and there are no fewer than 1,000 zombies outside the mall, while a considerable number of mutated beasts occupy the interior." Mutated beasts? Wang Wei's heart sank. Suddenly, he recalled that there was a zoo nearby, which had housed 2 black tigers brought in from abroad before the apocalypse. If those tigers had made their way into the mall, it would spell disaster. After the world fell into chaos, not only humans were infected by the virus, some animals had also undergone mutations, transforming into bloodthirsty beasts. These mutated beasts were formidable, far stronger than they had been before infection. It was no exaggeration to say that each mutated beast possessed strength comparable to that of a mutated zombie. The powerful mutated beasts could rival even the evolved zombies. Wang Wei contemplated the situation. The presence of over 1,000 zombies and a horde of mutated beasts presented a significant challenge. Suddenly, he turned his gaze to the evolved zombies before him, an idea sparking in his mind. "You all gather some plastic bottles." "Commander, what do we need the bottles for?" the deputy squad leader inquired curiously. In response, Wang Wei picked up a plastic bottle from the ground, sliced open his left palm with a knife, and allowed his crimson blood to flow into the bottle. Regardless of whether they are zombies or mutated beasts, they lack high intelligence. Their primal instinct is to crave blood. Therefore, I plan to lure the horde of zombies and beasts away from the mall using the blood in the bottles. "I see. You want to draw them away so we can enter the mall." The deputy squad leader's eyes lit up with understanding. "Exactly. Now, hurry. Wang Wei replied with a serene smile. Before long, the Red Alert soldiers had prepared 5 plastic bottles, each contributing a small amount of blood to fill them. Once completed, Wang Wei placed the 5 blood-filled bottles on the evolved zombies and instructed Yuri to control them, breaking 1 bottle every minute. This meant that once the horde was drawn away, Wang Wei and his team would have a maximum of 5 minutes to act. Let us begin, Wang Wei signaled to Yuri with a glance. Whispering his command "at that, Yuri took control of the evolved zombies and charged outward. Once they were 500 meters away from the team, the evolved zombies smashed one of the blood-filled bottles. The effect was immediate. The horde of zombies and mutated beasts, sensing the scent of blood, became frenzied, surging toward the location of the evolved zombies. Seizing the opportunity, Wang Wei led his team through the back entrance of the mall. The interior was in disarray, stripped of its former splendor. Instead, it reeked of blood, both human and zombie. Scattered throughout the mall were a few lingering zombies, prompting Wang Wei to signal to the deputy squad leader and quietly instruct. Use knives for close kills? Understood. The deputy squad leader nodded resolutely. In a flash, the deputy squad leader and 2 Red Alert soldiers stowed their Type 95 rifles and rushed towards the unsuspecting zombies, swiftly driving their knives into the back of the zombies' necks. Thud! The Red Alert warriors moved with deft precision, striking with swift blades. One thrust in, another thrust out. 3 zombies fell lifeless to the ground. Chapter 9. Humanity, worthless in the apocalypse. Since the 10 Red Alert warriors were promoted to 1-star soldiers, not only had their weaponry improved, but their hand-to-hand combat skills had also seen a significant enhancement. In a 0-star state, Red Alert soldiers were mere recruits. At 1 star, they became veterans. At 3 stars, they were elites. This prospect filled Wang Wei with anticipation, wondering if the Red Alert warriors, upon reaching 3 stars, could rival the new humans. Time was of the essence for Wang Wei and his companions. They needed to reach the 2 gold shops within the mall as soon as possible. Leading the charge, Wang Wei sprinted ahead, closely followed by the Red Alert soldiers. As they passed the supermarket, 2 zombies lunged from the shelves, charging at Wang Wei, momentarily startling him into immobility as he hastily raised his weapon to defend himself. However, in that instant, the Wolfhound rifle surged forward like a shadow, swiftly knocking one zombie to the ground and sinking its teeth ferociously into its neck. With a sickening crunch, the zombie's head was severed from its body. After dispatching one zombie, the Wolfhound rifle wasted no time in executing the second with the same ruthless efficiency, sinking its teeth into the creature's neck once more. Wang Wei, witnessing this, the 62mm machine gun bullets managed to tear a gash into the Black Tiger's flesh, erupting in sprays of blood. In pain, the Black Tiger hesitated to confront Wang Wei and his companions head-on, resorting instead to guerrilla tactics, leaping and dodging as it darted across the second-floor floorboards. Wang Wei yearned to swiftly extricate himself from this perilous location, yet the Black Tiger had no intention of letting them escape, persistently obstructing Wang Wei's path. This realization dawned on Wang Wei. To vacate this place, he must eliminate the troublesome Black Tiger before him. Just then, the Black Tiger inexplicably vanished from sight. Wang Wei and his party were momentarily at a loss regarding the tiger's whereabouts. Suddenly, the young man sprawled on the ground, grit his teeth, and warned Wang Wei. Be cautious, the Black Tiger is behind you. With the heavily armored soldiers and Red Alert fighters engaged in combat ahead, it indicated a vulnerability in their rear defenses. Upon hearing the young man's warning, Wang Wei swiftly turned to look, only to see the Black Tiger charging straight at him. Fortunately, he had heeded the young man's alert, allowing him to brace himself. In a critical moment, Wang Wei hastily evaded, causing the Black Tiger's claw strike to miss. Red Alert Yuri quickly unleashed a psychic shockwave, inflicting excruciating pain upon the Black Tiger, which let out a wail and retreated into the shadows once more. Wang Wei exhaled a sigh of relief, feeling a surge of gratitude for having escaped with his life. If not for the young man's timely warning, Wang Wei knew he would have surely perished at the hands of the Black Tiger's lethal claws. Torn asunder. Thank you, brother. I owe you a debt of gratitude, and I shall repay it now. Squad leader, carry this brother on your back, Wang Wei said, clasping his hands in appreciation towards the young man. Previously, Wang Wei had been reluctant to assist the young man in retreating, believing he had no obligation to save him. However, the young man's warning had undoubtedly saved Wang Wei's life, prompting a change of heart. Yes, the squad leader eagerly nodded, stowing away his assault rifle and hoisting the young man onto his back. The Black Tiger lurked in the shadows, its predatory gaze fixed upon Wang Wei and his party. Wang Wei felt trapped, unable to advance or retreat. Use grenades to flush that beast out. Wang Wei commanded. Coldly. 9 Red Alert soldiers retrieved the fragmentation grenades hanging from their right shoulders, pulled the safety pins, and hurled them into the dark recesses of the mall. Boom! The resounding explosions echoed through the air. The Black Tiger let out another anguished cry, clearly having sustained injury from at least one of the grenades. It emerged from the shadows, and Wang Wei looked up to see the once mighty Black Tiger now drenched in blood, its body continuously oozing tiger's blood. Yuri, distract the Black Tiger, Wang Wei shouted urgently. Red Alert Yuri raised his hands, and a shockwave surged forth, crashing down upon the Black Tiger's head, causing it unbearable agony, akin to the tightening spell cast upon Tang Xing in Journey to the West. In a matter of seconds, the Black Tiger froze in place. The heavily armored soldiers and 9 Red Alert warriors opened fire decisively, their concentrated firepower raining down upon the Black Tiger like a torrential downpour. The Black Tiger emitted another wretched cry as its injuries worsened, leaving it on the brink of collapse. The Black Tiger prepared to flee, but at that moment, the wolf dog rifle lunged forward, its iron-like jaws sinking deeply into the Black Tiger's neck. Regardless of how the Black Tiger struggled, the wolf dog rifle maintained its grip. In less than 3 seconds, the Black Tiger crashed to the ground, its eyes wide open yet devoid of life. Suddenly, the wolf dog rifle shimmered with golden light. As the blinding radiance faded, Wang Wei looked up to behold a wolf dog rifle standing 2 meters long and 1.5 meters tall before him. Now, the rifle's size surpassed that of most Tibetan mastiffs, its powerful muscles bulging like those of a steel behemoth. The rifle had evidently advanced to a 1-star Red Alert wolf dog, and this was merely a 1-star wolf dog. A smile crept across Wang Wei's face as he contemplated whether the rifle, upon reaching 3 stars, could overpower the Black Tiger. Chapter 11. The Mutant Tiger King. The formidable nature of the Black Tiger was indisputable. Its fur and skin could withstand the majority of bullets from rifles and handguns, complemented by its indestructible, sharp claws. Even when facing Yuri's controlled evolved zombies, it could hold its own. Contemplating Yuri, a question lingered in Wang Wei's mind. Could Red Alert Yuri control the Black Tiger? However, given the urgency of the situation and the approaching horde of mutated beasts drawn by the gunfire and explosions, he resolved to escape first and inquire later. We must retreat from here. Back the way we came, Wang Wei urged urgently. Outside, the howls of the mutated beasts echoed ominously. The returning horde drew ever closer. Yes, the others replied in unison. Wang Wei and his party hastened their pace toward the rear of the mall. As for the matter of the mall's gold jewelry, it would have to be temporarily set aside. A life lost is of far greater consequence than any amount of gold or Red Alert resources. Upon reaching the first floor, the 1-star wolf dog rifle led the charge, swiftly dispatching the zombies blocking their path. In its unupgraded state, the wolf dog rifle handled ordinary zombies with ease, effortlessly eliminating them. Now upgraded to 1 star, its power had increased significantly, almost doubling its speed. The wolf claws, akin to divine weapons, dispatched the zombies with little effort. Just then, a massive Black Tiger appeared at the main entrance of the mall. Its dark fur resembling armor, its muscular limbs bulging like those of a colossal iron beast. Compared to the Black Tiger that the wolf dog rifle had slain, this one was a formidable titan. Wang Wei felt as though he were facing a true Tiger King. The Tiger King measured over 4 meters in length and stood at least 2.5 meters tall. The moment Wang Wei laid eyes on this Tiger King, he was momentarily stunned. Was this truly a tiger? In the midst of the apocalyptic infection, a tiger had transformed into something utterly terrifying. Wang Wei would have preferred to confront 5 evolved zombies simultaneously rather than face this 4-meter-long Tiger King. Heavily armored soldiers used grenades to collapse the main entrance. Wang Wei commanded urgently. The heavily armored soldiers, taking no chances, swiftly retrieved 2 fragmentation grenades from their gear, pulled the safety pins with their teeth, and hurled them toward the Tiger King's location at the main entrance. Boom! 2 deafening explosions reverberated through the air. The force of the blasts collapsed the main entrance, momentarily blocking the Tiger King outside. However, Wang Wei understood that this would scarcely deter the Tiger King. It would only buy them a few precious seconds. Wang Wei and his party scrambled to the rear of the mall. Once everyone had exited, a Red Alert soldier hastily shut the rear door behind them, and they descended into the mall's underground parking garage. A roar of anguish echoed throughout the Qingdao Mall as the Tiger King caught sight of the Black Tiger's corpse sprawled on the second-floor walkway. It emitted a mournful, furious howl, as if the fallen Black Tiger were its progeny. Enraged, the Tiger King's eyes glinted with murderous intent, and it leaped toward the mall's rear entrance, relentlessly pursuing Wang Wei and his companions, closing the distance between them. Wang Wei vaguely sensed the thunderous footfalls of the Tiger King approaching. As they neared the entrance to the underground parking garage, a hulking zombie, towering 3 meters tall and as solid as an iron tower, appeared before Wang Wei. This was the evolved zombie Yuri had mentioned controlling. "Yuri, do you think we can contend with the pursuing Tiger King?" Wang Wei asked while running alongside Yuri. Without hesitation, Yuri shook his head. "I doubt it. Even with my evolved zombies, we likely stand no chance against that Tiger King." Suddenly, Wang Wei noticed 2 blood-filled vials strapped to the evolved zombie, and an idea sparked in his mind. "Yuri, you control the evolved zombie. Smash the vials to draw the surrounding zombies over and hold the Tiger King off, giving us a chance to escape." "Okay," Yuri replied. Under Yuri's control, the evolved zombie acted according to his will, crushing one of the blood vials in its hand. In that instant, zombies within a radius of several hundred meters detected the scent of blood and began rushing toward the evolved zombie's location. The horde was dense, comprising at least 300 zombies. As Wang Wei and his party exited the underground parking garage, the Black Tiger had already materialized at the entrance. But the throng of over 300 zombies obstructed the Tiger King's path. Roar! A roar of a tiger erupted forth. The Tiger King charged like an iron tank into the throng of zombies before him, sending any undead that dared to obstruct his path flying. Akin to kites severed from their strings, Wang Wei turned his head to glance back, realizing that ordinary zombies could hardly impede the Tiger King for long. Sooner or later, the Tiger King would come for them. This thought caused Wang Wei to grit his teeth and, with a stern expression, declare, "Yuri, you must control the evolved zombies and entangle the Tiger King as much as possible to cover our retreat." Understood. Yuri promptly contacted the evolved zombies. Standing at an imposing height of 3 meters, the evolved zombie resembled a giant. Yet, before the Tiger King, it was far from an impressive presence. A clash of roars erupted as the 2 titans collided. With a tremendous force, the evolved zombie's fist, the size of a wok, struck the Tiger King's head, yet it failed to inflict any lethal damage. In contrast, the Tiger King's claw swiftly severed one of the evolved zombie's arms. Following this, the Tiger King toppled the evolved zombie to the ground, his massive head, comparable to that of a small vehicle, clamping down on the evolved zombie's skull, with a resounding crash. The colossal body of the evolved zombie crumbled beneath the Tiger King's feet. Meanwhile, Wang Wei and his group had already boarded a pickup truck, racing towards their stronghold at high speed. Yuri, seated in the back, felt his pupils constrict, cold sweat beading on his forehead as he furrowed his brow. Hastily reporting to Wang Wei, who was in the passenger seat, "Commander, the Tiger King's power is overwhelming. The evolved zombies under my control couldn't hold him back at all. In less than 5 seconds, I lost contact with them." Chapter 12. How troublesome you are. The evolved zombies, which even rifles struggled to take down, could not withstand the onslaught of the Tiger King for even 5 seconds. This left Wang Wei, driving the truck, deeply contemplative. Just how formidable must this Tiger King be to annihilate the evolved zombies with such ease? For a long time, Wang Wei believed that the evolved zombies were the strongest entities in this apocalyptic world. However, he now realized that certain mutated beasts were far more terrifying. Perhaps, when he eventually acquired a red alert tank, only then would he be able to vanquish this suffocatingly powerful Tiger King. Although the evolved zombie he controlled had perished at the hands of the Tiger King, he was fortunate that he and his companions had retreated to safety. The fact that the main force could escape alive was the best outcome. As for the gold jewelry in the mall's jewelry store, Wang Wei dared not entertain thoughts of raiding it for now. With a terrifying presence like the Tiger King lurking, venturing back would surely lead to disaster. He could only seek out other gold shops, even risking a trip to those in the city. Wang Wei pondered quietly. The abandoned factory stronghold. Wang Wei and his group had returned to their camp, albeit one evolved zombie short, and one survivor added to their ranks. Squad leader, regarding the food warehouse, this matter must not be mentioned to outsiders. Understood. Wang Wei instructed the deputy squad leader in a hushed tone. Understood. The deputy squad leader nodded vigorously. Although the delicate young man had previously saved Wang Wei's life, he too had returned the favor, thus their debts of gratitude were considered settled. Moreover, Wang Wei was unaware of the young man's true background. Who could tell what kind of person he was? One must always be wary, especially in an apocalypse. Prudence is paramount. As the old saying goes, a cautious sailor sails 1,000 years. The fewer people who knew about the food warehouse, the better. Wang Wei had no intention of inviting calamity due to the vast quantities of food stored within. Deputy squad leader, fetch me some alcohol, tweezers, and clean gauze, Wang Wei said calmly. Yes. The deputy squad leader nodded earnestly and quickly returned with a bottle of alcohol, tweezers, and a roll of clean gauze, all sourced from the food warehouse. It seemed the original owner had prepared these medical supplies in case of emergencies, which now fortuitously served Wang Wei's needs. Wang Wei approached the delicate young man's room and found him seated on a chair, tending to a gunshot wound on his thigh, using his torn outer garment as makeshift bandaging. This sight caused Wang Wei to chuckle. "Aren't you worried about infection if you don't remove the bullet fragments from your thigh?" Wang Wei entered the room, shaking the medical supplies in his hands. "None of your business," the delicate young man, seemingly grasping Wang Wei's intent, coldly retorted without gratitude. This response irked Wang Wei, who sniffed and replied, "How can you be so ungrateful? After all, I saved your life, and this is how you treat your savior." The young man before him was indeed handsome. Wang Wei took a moment to scrutinize his exquisite features, fair complexion, and the cap perched atop his head. His appearance was reminiscent of a male star from a Korean drama. "Humph, I'm your savior too. If I hadn't warned you in the mall, that Tiger King would have split you in half with a single swipe." The delicate young man's words triggered memories in Wang Wei's mind. Recalling the harrowing moments in the mall, how close he had come to meeting his demise at the hands of the Tiger King, a chill ran down his spine, and beads of sweat formed on his forehead. "Thank you," Wang Wei said, lowering his head in gratitude once more, acknowledging the young man's life-saving actions. This gesture made the young man feel embarrassed, and he smiled, shaking his head. "Actually, I should thank you for leading me out of the mall." After exchanging thanks, the two drew closer. Wang Wei looked at the medical supplies in his hands and said warmly, "Before the apocalypse, I was a security company instructor and learned some first aid for gunshot wounds. If you don't mind, I can help remove the bullet fragments from your legs." As soon as he finished speaking, the delicate young man lowered his head, seemingly lost in thought, leaving Wang Wei bewildered, uncertain of what was going through the young man's mind. "Rest assured, I have some experience with treating gunshot wounds and can definitely extract the bullet fragments," Wang Wei asserted confidently. "No need," the young man replied hesitantly. This response surprised Wang Wei. If it were anyone else, they would have eagerly agreed. After all, the longer the bullet fragments remained, the greater the risk of infection that a slight mishap could lead to death. Seeing the young man before him in silence, his eyes filled with trepidation, Wang Wei began to suspect the reason behind his reluctance and asked, "Are you afraid of pain? It might hurt a bit when I take out the fragments, but you just have to grit your teeth and endure it. It will be over in no time." The young man squirmed again, as if hiding something. "Really, it's not necessary." This statement. Wang Wei felt certain that the young man was simply afraid of the pain. Otherwise, he wouldn't have rejected the offer repeatedly. If this delicate young man weren't his savior, Wang Wei certainly wouldn't have meddled in his affairs. "You're quite troublesome. It's just removing some bullet fragments. Why are you being so fussy? Are you still a man?" Wang Wei said, exasperated. With that, he stepped forward, placing the medical supplies on a chair, intending to loosen the young man's light denim pants to facilitate the extraction of the bullet fragments. However, the young man clutched his pants tightly, refusing to budge. This infuriated Wang Wei, who resolved that he would treat the young man's gunshot wound no matter what. With this thought, Wang Wei applied a bit more force with his hands. Just then, the young man sitting in the chair suddenly swung his hand, delivering a sharp slap to Wang Wei's left cheek. A crisp female voice escaping his lips. "Perverted creep. Do you believe I won't kill you?" Wang Wei was instantly taken aback, trembling in shock as he quickly looked up at the young man, questioning, "Wait, you're a girl?" Chapter 13. Deputy Squad Leader, you don't know anything. Wang Wei distinctly heard the female voice just now. It was undeniably a woman's voice, yet the young man before him had a distinctly masculine face. What on earth was going on? The young man removed the cap from his head, and long hair cascaded down his back. At that moment, Wang Wei was dumbfounded to realize that the delicate young man was indeed a woman. "Listen well, you little brat. My name is Feng Qinya." The young woman, now revealed as Feng Qinya, narrowed her brows and glared at Wang Wei, clearly agitated. This left Wang Wei feeling utterly helpless. "You're a girl. Why didn't you say so earlier?" Wang Wei covered his reddened cheek, a look of grievance on his face. "You didn't ask me, did you? How could I say anything?" Feng Qinya shot back, her retort sharp. For a moment, Wang Wei found himself at a loss for words. Had he realized earlier that Feng Qinya was a girl, he certainly wouldn't have acted so rudely, attempting to forcibly remove her pants. He had suffered an unnecessary slap. The more he thought about it, the more frustrated he became. Nevertheless, he had to admit, Feng Qianya's disguise was truly remarkable. She had managed to pass as a man without revealing any flaws that I fear that not only did I previously believe that Feng Qinya was male, but even the vice squad leader outside holds the same belief. I apologize for my earlier rashness. Regarding the gunshot wound on your leg, would you prefer to handle it yourself, or shall I assist you in extracting the bullet fragments from your thigh? Wang Wei lowered his head, his voice lacking the confidence it previously held. In truth, I should also apologize to you. I must have caused you pain earlier, and for that, I am sincerely sorry, aware of her own shortcomings. Feng Qinya bowed her head in apology to Wang Wei. Following the earlier misunderstanding, both felt a twinge of guilt for a moment. Wang Wei slightly lifted his gaze to inspect the gunshot wound on Feng Qinya's leg, noticing a faint streak of blood seeping from the injury, and he offered, Miss Feng, if you don't mind, I could use scissors to cut away the fabric around your wound and remove the bullet fragments from your leg. That would be much appreciated. Feng Qinya replied with a slight nod. Extracting bullet fragments was a task Wang Wei had performed during his time at the camp. Now, he was returning to his former profession. In less than a moment, all the bullet fragments from Feng Qinya's leg had been removed. In pain, she bit down hard on the towel in her mouth, as if doing so would alleviate some of her discomfort. After dressing Feng Qinya's wound with clean gauze, Wang Wei stood up and wiped the sweat from his forehead, looking at Feng Qinya before saying, the procedure went smoothly. Remember to keep the wound dry during this period. Yes, thank you. By the way, I still don't know your name, Feng Qinya said, removing the towel from her mouth and gazing at Wang Wei in surprise. Wang Wei, he replied without hesitation. Wang Wei, is that a euphemism for impotence? Feng Qinya questioned incredulously. This response made Wang Wei roll his eyes in irritation as he slowly explained, Sister, did your gym teacher teach you how to listen? My name is Wang Wei, so please refrain from calling me that. All right, impotence it is, Feng Qinya nodded seriously. This left Wang Wei feeling utterly exasperated as he said, My name is Wang Wei, so please do not miscall it. If you continue to call me that, I might genuinely become angry. At that moment, Feng Qinya broke into a radiant smile and said, All right, don't be upset. Impotence is actually quite a charming name. In that instant, a smile graced Feng Qinya's face, and one could not help but notice how lovely she appeared with her dimples showing and her eyelashes curling when she smiled. Wang Wei was momentarily entranced, yet he remained sensitive to Feng Qinya's choice of address, which left him feeling helpless and forced a wry smile. He stood up, wishing to distance himself from Feng Qinya, and turned to leave. However, before he could reach the door, Feng Qinya waved her hand and smiled. Wang Wei, I shall remember your name. From now on, I will be your sister, supporting you. I need to use the restroom. Could you assist me there? Upon hearing her call his full name, a smile immediately spread across Wang Wei's face. Given that Feng Qianya's leg injury had not yet healed and she lacked crutches, he reluctantly nodded, grumbling, This is quite the hassle, and now you're taking advantage of me. Feng Qinya linked her arm with Wang Wei's, and thus, he assisted her towards the restroom of the abandoned factory. The restroom had been cleaned and was ready for use since the previous night by the Red Alert soldiers on their way. The surrounding Red Alert soldiers, upon witnessing Commander Wang Wei helping a young lady, all stared at Feng Qinya with wide eyes, suddenly realizing that the previously perceived delicate youth was, in fact, a girl. In less than 2 minutes, they arrived at the restroom entrance. Wang Wei helped Feng Qinya to the door of the women's restroom, instructing her to lean against the wall and enter by herself, as it would not be appropriate for him to enter. Yet, as Feng Qinya stepped inside, a sharp scream echoed from within. Wang Wei instantly sensed something was amiss, thinking that Feng Qinya might be in trouble. And without a moment's hesitation, he rushed inside. As he entered, their foreheads accidentally collided, causing both to tumble to the ground, with Wang Wei on top and Feng Qinya beneath him, their bodies nearly pressed against each other. In such close proximity, Wang Wei could even catch a whiff of the sweet scent emanating from Feng Qinya. At that moment, the vice squad leader outside heard the commotion and hurriedly approached, only to see Commander Wang Wei and Feng Qinya closely entangled, which led him to chuckle knowingly as he scratched the back of his head and said, My apologies. Please continue as if I were never here. Vice squad leader, it's not what you think, Wang Wei said with a wry smile. Commander, you don't need to explain. I understand. Just carry on, and I'll stand guard outside for you. The vice squad leader replied with a cheeky wave of his hand and a grin. Chapter 14. Taking risks. Wang Wei hurriedly stood up, his demeanor turning serious as he addressed the vice squad leader. You know nothing of what just transpired. It was merely an accident, so don't let your mind wander. Understood? It had indeed been an accident, and Wang Wei did not wish to be misinterpreted by his subordinates. Feng Qinya was undeniably attractive, but he was not one to lose his composure merely at the sight of a beautiful woman. Furthermore, they had only just met and knew little about each other. The vice squad leader, recognizing Wang Wei's earnestness, understood it was a misunderstanding and lowered his head, saying, "Understood. It seems I misjudged the situation. By the way, Commander, dinner is ready." "Good. You stay here and help her back when she has done," Wang Wei replied calmly, nodding as he made his way towards the main camp's cafeteria. Ever since the discovery of the food supplies by the wolf dog rifle, the rations for Wang Wei and his group had significantly improved. While it may not be considered a feast, they could at least fill their bellies at the dining table. Wang Wei gazed at a large pot of fragrant braised pork ribs and rice, swallowing involuntarily before quickly taking his seat at the commander's position. The red alert soldiers, including the wolf dog rifle, stood rigidly at attention upon Wang Wei's arrival, demonstrating strict discipline, as if they could not touch their chopsticks until he commanded them to eat. "What are you waiting for? Dig in," Wang Wei said, scooping a generous bowl of braised pork ribs for himself. Upon hearing these words, the red alert soldiers promptly sat down in unison, picking up their chopsticks to eat. As Wang Wei savored the braised pork ribs, he couldn't help but reflect on the current state of the world. 3 years had passed since the apocalypse, and most survivors were in a state of barely scraping by. It was rare for anyone to enjoy a meal, let alone indulge in braised pork ribs. Such was the reality of the apocalypse, with food scarcity being a pressing issue. Yet here he was, able to feast on delicious braised pork ribs, and in that moment, Wang Wei felt like the happiest person on the planet. A mouthful of rice followed by a mouthful of braised pork ribs. Truly a heavenly experience. In less than 2 minutes, the vice squad leader returned, supporting Feng Qianya. When he saw that the pot was empty, save for the broth, he wore a pained expression and lamented, "Commander, couldn't you have left me at least one rib?" The soldiers present erupted in laughter. Feng Qianya was, after all, his savior, and the vice squad leader was one of his subordinates. Therefore, while Wang Wei could afford to slight anyone else, he would never do so to them. He immediately instructed the heavy infantry to bring out 2 servings of already prepared braised pork ribs and place them on the table, causing the vice squad leader to beam with delight. The following morning, in Shurqing Street, the atmosphere was bleak and eerie, with thousands of zombies wandering about. This location lay on the boundary between the urban area and the outskirts. On this street stood a gold shop, which was Wang Wei's target for the day. Wang Wei and his team stood on a rooftop not far from the gold shop, comprising 10 red alert soldiers, red alert Yuri, heavy infantry, and the wolf dog rifle AS for Feng Qianya. She remained behind at the camp. From his elevated position, Wang Wei surveyed the street below, where bloodthirsty zombies were everywhere, easily numbering over 2,000. "Commander, I volunteer to lead the charge and divert the horde below," the vice squad leader declared, thumping his chest. "Are you out of your mind? Do you not comprehend the gravity of the situation? The moment you fire a shot, it won't just be the thousands of zombies in front of you. It will be tens of thousands." Wang Wei quietly refused to extract the gold from the shop. The previous strategy of luring the zombies away would not suffice. A different approach was necessary. "Then what do you suggest we do?" the vice squad leader inquired, seeming to grasp Wang Wei's concerns. Suddenly, a light flickered in Wang Wei's mind as he appeared to have an epiphany. He gestured for everyone to lean in closer and whispered, "Vice squad leader, Yuri, rifle, the 3 of you will accompany me as we infiltrate the gold shop. The rest of you must be ready to provide cover and retreat as soon as you hear gunfire." "Understood." The crowd nodded in unison, akin to a group of people pounding garlic. Upon finishing his words, Wang Wei led the 2 companions and a dog down the stairs. They cautiously advanced towards the location of the gold shop, using abandoned carts and walls on the street as cover. A zombie, seemingly alerted by their footsteps, turned to look at them. Just as it was about to let out an angry roar, Yuri from Red Alert unleashed a mental shockwave that left the zombie dazed. The wolf dog, rifle, leaped forward and swiftly severed the zombie's neck with a single bite. The synergy between Yuri and rifle was nothing short of a match made in heaven, leaving Commander Wang Wei in awe. Armed with tactical knives, Wang Wei and the sergeant took down the blocking zombies, one delivering a kick to topple the creature while the other delivered a finishing blow, the knife's tip piercing the zombie's skull with fierce precision. In the course of their 100-meter journey to the gold shop, Wang Wei and his team quietly eliminated no fewer than 10 zombies without disturbing the horde. Before long, they successfully entered the gold shop. Upon seeing the glimmering jewelry displayed in the shop's glass window, Wang Wei's face blossomed into a radiant smile. Suppressing his excitement, he whispered instructions. "Quickly, Gather these gold ornaments into your bags. Understood. Both Yuri and the sergeant nodded vigorously. A minute later, they had managed to collect all the gold jewelry into their bags. However, just then, a mutated zombie outside spotted the humans within the shop. Roar! The mutated zombie emitted a feral howl. Fall back! Wang Wei gritted his teeth and waved his hands urgently. The surrounding horde of zombies began to stir, and soon thousands of them were rushing towards the gold shop. The mutated zombie charged first towards Wang Wei and his team. But before it could close in, Rifle lunged forward, knocking it down and swiftly biting through its neck. More zombies surged forward. Wang Wei and his companions had no choice but to fire back. The sound of gunfire echoed through Linlang Street. At that moment, two pickup trucks driven by Red Alert soldiers rushed to provide cover. Wang Wei and his team hastily ran towards the vehicles. Protected by heavily armed soldiers whose upgraded M60 machine guns spewed flames, the first row of charging zombies fell like wheat before the scythe, their heads bursting with blood. Chapter 15. Promotion to squad level. The upgraded M60 machine gun wielded by the heavy infantry was nothing short of a devastating weapon. Each bullet could pierce through a zombie's body, often hitting another behind it. During this barrage, the heavy infantry emptied a 100-round drum, resulting in at least 60 zombies collapsing into pools of blood. Lifeless, the Red Alert soldiers did not lag behind, displaying their prowess as they aimed their Type 95 assault rifles at the advancing horde. Spent shells ejected from their chambers, littering the ground. The 5.8mm rifle rounds harvested the lives of zombies with deadly precision, exploding their heads. Wang Wei noted that since the Red Alert soldiers and heavy infantry had advanced to 1-star rank, not only had their equipment and combat skills significantly improved, but their shooting accuracy had also doubled in their previous unranked state. The Red Alert soldiers had only a 30% accuracy rate. Now, their accuracy soared to 60%. Almost every 3 bullets could take down 2 zombies. Everyone, get in the vehicle and withdraw, Wang Wei shouted urgently. Despite the concentrated fire from the Red Alert soldiers, the sheer number of zombies surrounding them was overwhelming. For every zombie they shot down, 2 more quickly took its place. It was a relentless onslaught. He understood that lingering here for even a few seconds would spell doom for them all. The Red Alert soldiers swiftly returned to the vehicles, and those in the back of the truck turned their guns towards the zombies blocking their path. Wang Wei, sitting in the passenger seat, rolled down the window and drew his Browning pistol, firing at the zombies outside. Bang, bang, bang. The gunfire rang out repeatedly, perhaps due to the sheer density of the zombies surrounding them. Wang Wei was taken by surprise when he emptied 2 magazines, managing to take down 6 zombies. With bullets replenishing automatically every 3 hours, he felt no remorse for the ammunition expended. After the team successfully retreated from Linlang Street, the horde of zombies behind them remained thick and seemingly endless, sending a shiver down Wang Wei's spine as he sat in the passenger seat. Fortunately, they had managed to escape. From the beginning of the battle until now, Wang Wei and his team had eliminated no fewer than 300 zombies. But compared to the vast horde, it was but a drop in the ocean. Wang Wei dared not linger. He quickly instructed the driver to return to the base. This mission, though fraught with peril, promised proportionate rewards. Wang Wei fantasized about the total amount of gold they had amassed during this venture. Upon reaching the base, he could once again expand the Red Alert team at the headquarters. Wang Wei and his team returned safely. Yuri, Sergeant, please pour out the gold ornaments from your bags onto the table, Wang Wei commanded. He was the first to dump the gold jewelry from his bag onto the square table before him. Yuri and the sergeant followed suit, laying out their collected treasures as per Wang Wei's instructions. Seeing the pile of gold ornaments on the table, Wang Wei couldn't help but smile broadly. Red Alert system. Convert this gold. Wang Wei suppressed his excitement as he beckoned. Suddenly, a dazzling light flashed before him, and when the blinding radiance faded, the gold ornaments had vanished from the table. Esteemed Commander, the conversion was successful. A total of 6,688 grams of gold has been converted into 6,688 currency, bringing the total funds to 6,709 currency. The mechanical voice of the Red Alert system echoed in Wang Wei's mind. This made him swallow hard, unable to hide his ecstatic delight that I've struck it rich. Just like that, I've transformed into a wealthy landowner. Wang Wei had never imagined that this outing would yield him 6,688 currency. With the team now reaching the upper limit of squad-level organization, further expansion required unlocking the platoon-level structure. Wang Wei had initially thought that the 3,000 currency needed to unlock the platoon-level structure was an astronomical sum. However, it now seemed trivial. Red Alert System. I wish to unlock the platoon-level structure and expand the Red Alert team, Wang Wei exclaimed. Instantly, the virtual interface of the Red Alert System before him transformed. His commander rank elevated from squad level to platoon level. Consequently, Wang Wei could now expand his team limit to 30 personnel. Furthermore, the total funds were reduced by 3,000 currency, now displaying a total of 3,709 currency. Wang Wei surveyed the Red Alert soldiers, heavy infantry, rifle, and Yuri before him, contemplating. While the Red Alert soldiers could handle ordinary zombies, they were less effective against evolved ones. The M60 machine gun wielded by the heavy infantry was a formidable weapon, capable of inflicting damage on evolved zombies. Though its mobility was sluggish, the Red Alert rifle, with its agility, could hunt numerous zombies without alarming the horde, which was promising. As for Yuri, he was exceptional, possessing mind control abilities along with the capacity to unleash mental shockwaves and induce dizziness. If possible, increasing Yuri's presence would be an optimal choice. Wang Wei pondered these considerations. Just then, the virtual interface before him shifted to the troop development screen, revealing that since his promotion to platoon commander, he could now research not only the Red Alert soldiers, but also the Wolf Dog and heavy infantry units. However, all required funding for development. Only after research could he purchase them. The costs were as follows. The research fee for the Red Alert Wolf Dog was 2,000 currency. While purchasing one would cost 200 currency, the research fee for the heavy infantry was 4,000 currency, with a purchase price of 400 currency. At this moment, it felt as though a bucket of cold water had been poured over Wang Wei. He had thought himself a small landowner, only to realize he was still the same impoverished individual. Thus, he immediately abandoned any plans to develop other Red Alert units. There was simply no way. Does the Red Alert system require commanders to reach a certain level to unlock the opportunity for development and purchase? Wang Wei inquired curiously. Indeed, the higher the commander level, the more Red Alert units can be developed. The Red Alert system explained. This revelation brought clarity to Wang Wei. With 12 Red Alert soldiers and 1 Wolf Dog in his current team, it meant there were still 17 vacant positions. Wang Wei opened the interface for the Red Alert soldiers, his expression turning serious as he earnestly declared, Red Alert System, I wish to purchase 17 Red Alert soldiers. Expand our forces. Chapter 16. The new Red Alert treasure chest. Wang Wei had initially intended to develop some formidable Red Alert units. However, alas, he was still impoverished, having no choice but to purchase the Red Alert soldiers. He reserved a portion of his funds for unforeseen circumstances in the future. No sooner had he spoken than a brilliant flash of gold illuminated the clearing before him. 17 Red Alert soldiers, clad in camouflage uniforms and helmets, wielding 95-style assault rifles, formed 2 neat rows. Standing before Wang Wei. 2 imposing Red Alert soldiers positioned themselves at the forefront of the new recruits, raising their hands in salute to Wang Wei. Second squad leader, reporting to the commander. Third squad leader, reporting to the commander. Both soldiers announced in unison, their voices resonating with authority. Second squad leader, third squad leader. Wang Wei was momentarily taken aback. He had not appointed any of the Red Alert soldiers as squad leaders, yet the system had taken the initiative to assign them. Who is the first squad leader? Wang Wei inquired, looking incredulously at the 2 leaders before him. At that moment, the assistant squad leader, standing behind Wang Wei, stepped forward confidently, raising his hand in salute and reporting in a clear, resonant voice. Report, Commander, with your promotion to platoon leader, I have been elevated from assistant squad leader to first squad leader. This revelation enlightened Wang Wei. It appeared that as he advanced, these 3 squad leaders would, barring any unforeseen circumstances, also ascend in rank. They could be considered his trusted subordinates. All right, assistant squad leader. No, first squad leader. Gather the newly arrived Red Alert soldiers and prepare a hearty meal to ensure everyone is well fed. Wang Wei instructed, patting the first squad leader on the shoulder, still adjusting to the new title. Yes, first squad leader, he replied, standing at attention before Wang Wei. Elated by the occasion, Wang Wei felt a buoyancy in his step as he walked. Suddenly, a thought struck him, prompting him to halt and address the Red Alert system. Red Alert system. When I became a squad leader, I received a squad leader's gift pack. Now that I am a platoon leader, there should be a platoon leader's gift pack as well, correct? Indeed, Your Excellency, Commander. Would you like to claim your platoon leader's gift pack? The Red Alert system responded. Wang Wei's face broke into a smile as he eagerly nodded. Claim it. Instantly, a golden glow enveloped him. While the appearance of his commander's coat remained unchanged, its bulletproof capabilities had been exponentially enhanced. The new commander's coat could now nearly disregard most handgun bullets. Moreover, his equipment had transformed. The Browning pistol he once carried had now become an MP5 submachine gun, complete with 2 magazines, each containing 30 rounds of 9mm ammunition. Additionally, a fragmentation grenade now hung from his right shoulder. Observing his new gear, Wang Wei could not help but marvel at the timely arrival of the MP5 submachine gun, perfectly compensating for his marksmanship deficiencies. The platoon leader's gift pack had bestowed upon him an MP5. He eagerly anticipated what the company leader's gift pack might offer. With the current equipment and a platoon of red alert soldiers, his confidence surged. Tomorrow marked the day of his sister's wedding. It also signified his return to the base to eliminate Xiaoshang and ensure his loved ones escaped from peril. However, he could not ignore the reality that, with the current strength of his red alert forces, eliminating Xiaoshang, who commanded over 300 subordinates, would pose a significant challenge. With over 100 gunners at Xiaoshang's disposal, engaging in combat would not guarantee his advantage. With half a day remaining before returning to the base, he needed to further enhance his strength. His immediate task was to elevate the 17 newly arrived Red Alert soldiers to 1-star status. 1-star Red Alert soldiers possessed overall strength that surpassed that of 2 unranked soldiers combined. Lacking numerical advantage, he had no choice but to bolster the team's overall power. After a period of rest, Feng Qinya felt it inappropriate to indulge in the comforts of Wang Wei's domain without contributing. So she took it upon herself to prepare lunch that day. Wang Wei initially resisted, but could not withstand Feng Qianya's insistence, ultimately acquiescing. However, Wang Wei did not fully trust Feng Qianya and instructed the first squad leader to closely monitor her. Wary of any potential mischief in the meal preparation. In this apocalyptic world, vigilance was paramount. He did not wish to fall victim at the dinner table. Understanding his concerns, Feng Qianya refrained from mentioning it further. Preparing a delectable spread before the watchful first squad leader. The ingredients for the meal had been procured from the food warehouse by the first squad leader's subordinates, leaving Feng Qianya unaware of the warehouse's existence. Meals prepared by a girl inevitably surpassed those cooked by men. Wang Wei devoured 3 bowls of rice. After satiating his hunger, he personally led the main force, instructing the 2nd and 3rd squad leaders to take the new recruits to the nearby villages to hunt zombies. The primary objective was to allow the 17 new Red Alert soldiers to gain experience and swiftly achieve 1-star veteran status. 3 hours later, after the 17 recruits had successfully hunted nearly 600 ordinary zombies, the 2nd and 3rd squads met Wang Wei's expectations and finally advanced to 1-star status. Glancing at his wristwatch, Wang Wei noted it was now 3:30 in the afternoon, with 2.5 hours remaining until sunset. He contemplated whether to venture into the city for another round of looting for gold jewelry. Just then, the mechanical voice of the Red Alert system echoed in his mind. Esteemed Commander, the system radar has detected a Red Alert treasure chest located 15 kilometers to the northwest. The treasure chest is valid for 3 hours and will automatically disappear thereafter. A Red Alert treasure chest. Wang Wei was momentarily stunned. Then a smile crept across his face. He had previously discovered that the Red Alert system's treasure chests differed from those in the classic Red Alert. The former could yield any combat unit from the system, including even super weapons, significantly enhancing their utility. The first time he opened a Red Alert treasure chest, he had received a mind control specialist. Yuri, what a lucrative find. He never anticipated that another Red Alert treasure chest would now be within reach. Suddenly, a thought struck him, and he turned towards the northwest with a wry smile. 15 kilometers to the northwest is the city of Shirshir, where the number of zombies exceeds 1 million. Why, of all places, did the treasure chest have to drop in the city? System, I can no longer tell whether you or the rifle is the real dog here. Chapter 17. The Sea of 200,000 Corpses. If the Red Alert system were a person, Wang Wei would undoubtedly unleash a furious beating upon it to vent his frustrations. Why did the treasure chest have to land in the perilous, zombie-infested urban district of Shirshir? This infuriated Wang Wei beyond measure. Esteemed Commander, the landing location of the Red Alert treasure chest is determined randomly, the mechanical voice of the Red Alert system reiterated. Wang Wei gazed solemnly towards the city, his expression darkening. Tomorrow marked the day of his return to the base. Given the current strength of his Red Alert forces, it was uncertain whether he could rescue his sister, and there was a significant risk that everyone could perish within the base. People die and birds fly upwards. Those who live can endure for millennia. Wang Wei clenched his fists, gritting his teeth. First squad, second squad, third squad. All hands on deck. Our objective is the Red Alert treasure chest located 15 kilometers to the northwest. Wang Wei shouted, his voice filled with determination. He was well aware that this mission was fraught with peril. The likelihood of being trapped in a horde of zombies was high. Yet, for Wang Wei, this Red Alert treasure chest represented a tremendous opportunity. Whether the Red Alert team could transform a bicycle into a motorcycle hinged on what valuable items this treasure chest might yield. Yes, barked the 29 Red Alert soldiers and a wolf dog rifle in unison, their response thunderous. The danger level of this operation exceeded even that of the previous excursion to the Qingda shopping mall. A united front was essential to enhance their chances of successfully acquiring the Red Alert treasure chest. The Red Alert soldiers piled into 5 pickup trucks, with the lead truck carrying heavily armed soldiers. An enhanced M60 machine gun trained on the road ahead, ready to fire if a horde of zombies appeared. Wang Wei sat in the bed of the second pickup truck, the wolf dog rifle resting beside him. He instinctively stroked the wolf dog rifle's furry coat, reflecting on its prowess as a weapon against zombies that it could effortlessly take down even mutated zombies. Moreover, the Red Alert wolf dog exhibited remarkable resilience against the pathogens carried by zombies. Even if it suffered a scratch from a zombie's claws, its antitoxin serum would render it immune to the zombie virus. However, the other ordinary Red Alert soldiers were not so fortunate. Only those who achieved 3-star status could develop their own antitoxin serum to withstand the zombie virus. Rifle, stay close to me and protect my safety, Wang Wei said softly, continuing to stroke the wolf dog rifle's fur. Woof! The wolf dog rifle let out a bark, as if it comprehended Wang Wei's intent. The wolf's head nodded slightly before it nuzzled against Wang Wei in the city center of Shiqing. Within less than half an hour, Wang Wei and his group arrived at the heart of the urban area. A glance at the system radar allowed Wang Wei to promptly pinpoint the exact location of the Red Alert treasure chest's descent, within a bus station. However, an unsettling chill ran down Wang Wei's spine as he beheld the densely packed throng of zombies occupying the street 300 meters ahead. A seemingly endless sea of the undead, the bus station was now entirely engulfed by this horde. Concerned that the sound of honking might attract the attention of the zombies, Wang Wei gestured for silence and quietly commanded, all personnel disembark, ascend to the rooftop. At this moment, Wang Wei's point of refuge was a clothing store, with the second floor and above consisting of residential units. The commotion on the ground floor caught the attention of the zombies within the stairwell and rooms, prompting them to open their gaping maws and rush toward Wang Wei's group. The squad leader leveled his suppressed Type 95 assault rifle at the advancing zombies, methodically eliminating them, causing several corpses to tumble down the staircase. Once a Red Alert soldier advances to the rank of 1 star, they are equipped with a suppressor. Though the gunfire produces a faint sound, a single shot is virtually inaudible to the horde 300 meters away. This was precisely why the squad leader dared to fire in this location. The second and third squad leaders, not to be outdone, also brandished their suppressed assault rifles, systematically dispatching the zombies in the stairwell. In a matter of moments, Wang Wei and his group reached the rooftop of the building. Wang Wei produced a pair of binoculars and gazed toward the sea of zombies at that moment. Astonishment washed over his face, as though he had turned to stone, finding it hard to believe. "Commander, what do you see? Let me take a look," the squad leader inquired curiously, standing beside Wang Wei. Wang Wei swallowed hard, suppressing his shock, and handed the binoculars to the squad leader. As the squad leader looked through the binoculars, a shiver ran down his spine as he exclaimed, "No way, there are so many zombies 300 meters ahead. Surely there must be at least 100,000. More than 100,000, including those within the building and in the blind spots. The number of zombies ahead is at least 200,000. Wang Wei replied darkly, his vision clouding. The scale before him was not merely a horde. It resembled an ocean of the undead. Previously, he had encountered the largest horde of about 10,000. Yet he never anticipated a veritable sea of over 200,000 zombies in the city center. At this moment, the squad leader, peering through the binoculars, spotted something and exclaimed in surprise, "Commander, there are survivors near the zombie sea. Survivors, hand me the binoculars. I must see." Wang Wei's expression shifted to one of disbelief as he took the binoculars from the squad leader. Indeed, a mere 100 meters away, 6 ragged survivors armed with melee weapons were taking cover beside an abandoned truck. Among them were 2 women and 4 men, each displaying a look of panic. Seemingly as shocked as Wang Wei by the presence of such a vast horde of zombies, their faces pale with fear. Just then, one survivor trembled in fright, causing the long knife in his hand to clatter to the ground. The metallic thud resonated ominously. Roar! A chilling roar echoed from the zombie sea, inciting chaos among the horde, which surged toward the group of survivors, the ground trembling beneath their feet, though this commotion did not directly affect Wang Wei. He was infuriated to see the 6 survivors, upon noticing the red alert soldiers on the rooftop, sprinting toward their position. Wang Wei was left dumbfounded. Who are these people, bringing the zombie sea toward me? Chapter 18. Yuri's deadly move. Over 200,000 zombies trampled the streets, creating a cacophony reminiscent of thunder. Countless zombies poured from the building, merging with those on the street, resembling a tide of black ants. A mass of heads and limbs. From his vantage point on the rooftop, Wang Wei felt a chill creep over him as he observed the 6 survivors below, instead of seeking refuge on the rooftop. They had spotted 5 pickup trucks parked at the base of the building, attempting to flee this perilous place. Wang Wei cursed under his breath, "These bastards. Not only did they draw the zombies over here, but now they want to steal my vehicles." Fuming, Wang Wei reached for his MP5 submachine gun, intent on eliminating these fools. Just then, 2 massive, hulking zombies, towering over 3 meters, came into view. Evolutionary zombies, 2 of them at once. Wang Wei inhaled sharply, recalling the formidable nature of these evolved undead, leaving him apprehensive. Evolutionary zombies are powerful entities that can withstand rifle bullets, with 2 of them appearing simultaneously. The 6 survivors below were doomed. One of the evolutionary zombies blocked the survivor's path, swatting one aside with a powerful blow, breaking several of the survivor's ribs before sending him crashing against the street wall, resulting in instant death. The remaining 5 survivors were horrified. Point 1. Armed with a shotgun, aimed at the head of the evolutionary zombie before him. Boom! The survivor pulled the trigger, unleashing a storm of pellets. Almost half of the shot rained down upon the evolutionary zombie's face, producing sparks as they struck, akin to impacting solid metal, yet inflicting no damage whatsoever. Instead, the evolutionary zombie became enraged, charging forward with the ground shaking beneath its feet. In a single bound, it reached the survivor with the shotgun, grasping him with a monstrous hand and sinking its teeth into his skull. The unfortunate survivor didn't even have time to scream before his body collapsed into a pool of blood. As for the other 4 survivors, Wang Wei grimly assessed their fate. Unlikely to escape death. At that moment, Wang Wei felt a jolt of realization as he observed numerous zombies seemingly sensing something, surging toward the building he occupied. The pressure mounted. Retreating was not an option. To survive, they had to forge a new path. Suddenly, Wang Wei spotted a 3-meter-long, 2-meter-wide plank on the rooftop, and his eyes lit up. He hastily instructed, "Connect that plank to the rooftop across." The squad leader and 2nd squad leader stowed their rifles and rushed to heft the indicated plank, carefully placing it across the gap to the opposite rooftop. 1st, 2nd, and 3rd squads, retreat in order, Wang Wei commanded as he was the first to dash across the plank to the adjacent rooftop. "Yes, sir," the soldiers responded in unison. The red alert soldiers moved seamlessly across the plank, one after the other, until they all reached the safety of the opposing rooftop, swiftly stowing the plank and replicating the process to bridge yet another gap. Roar! The zombies on the rooftop bellowed in frustration, helpless to follow. In no time, Wang Wei and his group, utilizing this method, drew closer to the location of the red alert treasure chest, aided by the system radar indicating they were less than 100 meters away. Wang Wei urged his team to quicken their pace and hurried toward the bus station below. "Do not linger. Shoot and retreat. Conserve ammunition," Wang Wei shouted. With that, he raised his MP5 submachine gun, aiming at the zombies charging up the stairwell. Rat-tat-tat! A burst of fire felled the foremost zombie, leaving a gory mark upon its head. With 2 hours remaining before ammunition replenishment, conserving rounds was paramount. Zombies continued to flood into the building, yet the firepower of Wang Wei's group was formidable, sending the undead crashing down into pools of blood. Finally, the team reached the entrance of the bus station. Wang Wei couldn't help but reflect on the irony, if not for the earlier survivors drawing the bulk of the zombie horde away. Entering the bus station would have been a formidable challenge. At this moment, Wang Wei and his group stood at the entrance of the bus station. 2nd squad leader, 3rd squad leader, you will hold the entrance with your respective teams. Heavy soldiers, you 2 shall remain for fire support, no matter what. We cannot allow the zombies outside to breach your position, Wang Wei declared with resolute authority. Mission assured. The 2nd and 3rd squad leaders raised their hands in salute, exclaiming in unison. Before them, the valiant red alert soldiers had effectively barricaded the entrance of the bus station, unleashing a torrent of bullets from their firearms. The cacophony of gunfire resonated throughout the station. Interspersed with the ferocious growls of the undead .18 Red Alert soldiers steadfastly defended this narrow space, significantly enhancing their chances of holding their ground. However, the horde of zombies outside numbered a staggering 200,000. And it would take time for them to breach this dense wall of firepower. Meanwhile, Wang Wei led his squad towards the location of the Red Alert treasure chest. The bus station was also swarming with zombies, which were systematically dispatched by his soldiers. Yet, in that very moment, hundreds of zombies emerged from the station's exit, charging towards Wang Wei and his team. First squad leader, Yuri, hold the exit, Wang Wei commanded urgently. Ensure the mission is accomplished. Both the squad leader and Yuri echoed resolutely. Yuri's eyes glimmered with a chilling intensity, and suddenly, he levitated half a meter off the ground. A formidable psychic shockwave emanated from his hands, extending outward. With a thunderous boom, a violent wave of energy surged forth, lifting clouds of dust into the air. The psychic shockwave obliterated the brains of the frontmost zombies, causing over 30 of them to collapse lifelessly to the ground, clearing a significant area. Chapter 19. The armed mining vehicle. Wang Wei stood in awe at the scene before him. With that single maneuver, Yuri had dispatched over 30 zombies. Wang Wei knew the lethal potential of Yuri's psychic shockwave, but he never anticipated such a terrifying display of power. And this was merely Yuri at a non-star level. If he were to advance to a 3-star unit in the future, just how powerful would he become? The Red Alert Yuri he had summoned from the treasure chest had indeed exceeded his expectations. He pondered what formidable Red Alert unit would emerge from this treasure chest. He sprinted towards the treasure's location. Clutching the MP5 submachine gun with a mere half magazine remaining, he hoped. This time, the Red Alert treasure chest must yield a formidable unit. Both the entrance and exit of the bus station were blocked by zombies. Although the sea of undead outside had yet to pour into the station, Wang Wei understood that should the Red Alert soldiers run out of ammunition, their firearms would be as effective as mere sticks. At that point, the zombies would inevitably invade the bus station, leaving Wang Wei with little chance of survival. This was a gamble of life and death. Wang Wei had staked his very existence on it. The stakes were the Red Alert unit to be summoned from the treasure chest. If an armored vehicle were to be summoned, it could mean salvation. Just then, Wang Wei spotted a massive wooden crate ahead. Without pausing to revel in his find, he hurried towards the Red Alert treasure chest, eager to unlock its secrets. However, 2 towering mutated zombies, each standing 2 meters tall, suddenly appeared in his path, blocking his way. In terms of speed and strength, these mutated zombies were several times more formidable than their ordinary counterparts. Wang Wei had roughly calculated that, for every 500 ordinary zombies, 1 mutated zombie would emerge. Furthermore, evolved zombies were a further advancement from mutated zombies, boasting significantly greater power. With little time to spare, Wang Wei raised his submachine gun and squeezed the trigger. Rat-a-tat-tat. The MP5's muzzle flared as it spat fire. Nearly half of the remaining bullets struck the foremost mutated zombie, and in the final shot, the submachine gun found its mark on the creature's head, erupting in a mist of blood. The leading mutated zombie crumpled to the ground, dispatched by Wang Wei. Yet, as he drew his tactical knife, the second mutated zombie seized the opportunity to launch a surprise attack, causing Wang Wei's heart to race with alarm. A howl echoed from behind him. The wolf dog lunged at the mutated zombie, its powerful claws raking across its form, yet the creature displayed no sign of pain. This was the terrifying nature of zombies. They felt no agony. The mutated zombie attempted to shove the wolf dog aside, but in the next moment, the wolf dog opened its jaws wide, sinking its teeth into the zombie's neck, viciously tearing its head from its body. Good job, wolf dog. Wang Wei exhaled in relief, grateful for his earlier command to have the wolf dog protect him closely. Otherwise, he might have met his end right there. The wolf dog panted heavily, as if understanding Wang Wei's words, and grinned in satisfaction. Wang Wei rushed to the Red Alert treasure chest, noticing a palm-shaped indentation upon its surface. Without hesitation, he placed his hand within the recess. Suddenly, a brilliant flash of golden light dazzled his vision, momentarily blinding him. He instinctively raised his hand to shield his eyes from the blinding radiance. Once the light dissipated, Wang Wei slowly opened his eyes, and the sight before him widened his gaze in astonishment, a smile of contentment spreading across his face. Before him lay an armored vehicle, clad in heavy armor, towering at over 4 meters and stretching 8 meters in length. It resembled a heavy-duty truck, exuding an imposing presence. At the front, a steel maw glinted menacingly, as if designed to shred anything in its path. What thrilled Wang Wei even more was the presence of a heavily armored 20mm cannon mounted above the vehicle's cockpit. Its enormous barrel resembling a metallic beast, capable of tearing apart anything in its vicinity. Wang Wei recognized it immediately. This was the armed mining vehicle from Red Alert. He recalled that the armored mining vehicle's defensive capabilities were even twice as strong as that of a Rhino tank, a truly invulnerable mobile fortress. At that moment, two Red Alert soldiers clad in camouflage uniforms and combat helmets, each armed with a Type 92 pistol, emerged from the vehicle's cockpit. Wang Wei marveled at the fortune of receiving not only the armored mining vehicle, but also two Red Alert soldiers. However, these soldiers were not combat types, but rather operators for the vehicle. Standing before Wang Wei, the two soldiers saluted. Armed mining vehicle commander, reporting to the commander. Armed mining vehicle gunner, reporting to the commander. They both introduced in unison. Wang Wei, captivated by the imposing vehicle, suddenly brightened and hurriedly inquired of the commander, "Can the armed mining vehicle carry personnel?" Report. The rear compartment is designated for storing ore, so it cannot transport personnel. However, Red Alert soldiers may stand on the vehicle itself, the commander explained earnestly. Upon hearing this, a smile of satisfaction spread across Wang Wei's face. The arrival of the armed mining vehicle was fortuitous. Although the rear compartment could not accommodate passengers, the vehicle's body could. This meant that his entire team could safely evacuate via the armed mining vehicle. Moreover, that 20mm cannon was an exceptional weapon, undoubtedly the strongest in his arsenal at that moment. Wang Wei gazed at the cannon mounted above the vehicle's cockpit, musing, "I wonder if the evolved zombies and the Black Tiger King from Qingdao Mall can withstand the onslaught of this 20mm cannon." Chapter 20. Cannon opening the path. With the addition of the armed mining vehicle, Wang Wei's confidence soared. Even if he were to return to the East City base tomorrow, he felt emboldened to confront that scoundrel Xiaoshang. This venture into the city to claim the Red Alert treasure chest had been fraught with peril, but most importantly, it yielded a remarkable Red Alert unit. The risks and rewards were indeed balanced. A smile of contentment brightened Wang Wei's face. The thunderous roar of a zombie echoed in the distance. Wang Wei turned to see an evolved zombie approaching swiftly. To his surprise, the evolved zombie had arrived so quickly. Raising an eyebrow, Wang Wei's expression turned serious as he commanded the two armed mining vehicle crew members, "You two, get in the vehicle immediately, follow my orders, and provide cover for the main force to retreat from the city." "Yes." The commander of the armed mining vehicle and the gunner exchanged resolute nods, responding in unison. As the two crew members boarded the armed mining vehicle, Wang Wei climbed atop the vehicle's railing, gaining a vantage point from which he could survey the surroundings of the bus station, only to be met with an overwhelming sea of zombies. The horde was so densely packed that it seemed to stretch into infinity. Countless zombies jostled against one another, occasionally trampling their own kind, crushing skulls beneath the weight of those advancing from behind. The cacophony of their moans reverberated through the air, reminiscent of a hellish nightmare. This sight sent a shiver down Wang Wei's spine, yet he quickly steeled himself, raising his hand with authority, commanding, "Armed mining vehicle, advance towards the entrance of the bus station." With a thunderous roar, the massive armed mining vehicle, akin to a steel behemoth, rumbled toward the bus station's entrance. Perhaps due to its immense weight, the cement ground crumbled under the pressure of its steel wheels. Within half a minute, Wang Wei and the armed mining vehicle arrived at the entrance. At that moment, the second and third squads were still valiantly holding their ground against the approaching zombies. The ground beneath the heavy soldiers was littered with spent bullet casings, nearly covering their feet. After several minutes of sustained fire, a multitude of zombie bodies lay sprawled at the entrance, forming three small piles, each containing no fewer than 100 corpses. Wang Wei estimated that there were at least 1,000 zombie carcasses before him, indicating that the leaders of the second and third squads had successfully eliminated over 1,000 zombies, achieving a commendable victory. Just then, a hulking, giant-like evolved zombie emerged before Wang Wei, rampaging through the horde, sending any zombie in its path flying as if they were mere toys. The leaders of the second and third squads reacted swiftly, raising their Type 95 rifles and aiming at the creature's head. The sound of gunfire erupted as bullets struck the evolved zombie, producing a metallic clatter, yet failing to inflict any damage. At this moment, the evolved zombie was less than 20 meters away from their position. Danger! The red alert rang out. For the evolved zombie, that distance was merely a matter of 2 or 3 seconds. At this critical juncture, Wang Wei's voice rang out behind the leaders of the second and third squads. "Armed mining vehicle, Fire upon these zombies and reduce them to ashes. With his command, an ear-splitting barrage erupted, causing Wang Wei to instinctively cover his ears. The gunner of the armed mining vehicle, having received the command, swiftly took control of the 20mm cannon, directing it toward the head of the leading evolved zombie. Each press of the trigger unleashed a hail of cannon fired. In the next instant, dozens of cannon shells rained down upon the evolved zombie and its nearby brethren. Akin to a carpet bombing, zombies within a 5-meter radius were obliterated, their corpses torn asunder. The evolved zombie fared little better. It sustained a gaping wound the size of a basketball in its chest. Foul-smelling ichor oozing from the injury and pooling on the concrete floor. Its left arm was shattered by 2 cannon shells, blood gushing forth. The most devastating blow came when 3 shells struck its left cheek, obliterating its head into a gruesome mess, with putrid blood splattering the ground. With a thunderous crash, the towering 3-meter evolved zombie collapsed, lifeless, amidst the pile of corpses. Wang Wei, standing atop the vehicle, was left in stunned disbelief. Incredible! This 20mm cannon truly lives up to its reputation. The sweeping fire of dozens of cannon shells had annihilated the formidable evolved zombie. Before the barrage, Wang Wei had anticipated that it would take at least 100 shells to bring down such a resilient foe. Never expecting to underestimate the cannon's power, the once dreaded evolved zombie was rendered as fragile as paper beneath the might of the armed mining vehicle's artillery. Second squad leader, Wang Wei called from his elevated position. Yes, the second squad leader responded, standing at attention before the armed mining vehicle. There should be several buses available at the bus station. I don't care how you do it. You must bring one here as swiftly as possible. Wang Wei's expression was grave as he issued the order. Understood. I will ensure the task is completed. The second squad leader saluted Wang Wei, standing tall. The vehicle's roof could accommodate a number of personnel, but it could only fit a single squad, leaving the remainder of the troops stranded. To ensure a safe departure for the majority, an alternative mode of transport was essential. Within a minute, the second squad leader returned, driving a bus. Wang Wei immediately gestured for all red alert soldiers present, his voice commanding, "Everyone, board the bus. Armed mining vehicle, carve us a path through the blood." The red alert soldiers were bred to unconditionally obey the commands of their commander. Wang Wei's orders were as immutable as military law. Yes, the members of the second and third squads responded in unison. As they stowed their Type 95 rifles and made their way to the bus, the 20mm cannon of the armed mining vehicle fired again. From the passenger seat, the gunner manipulated the controls, unleashing a volley of cannon fire into the mass of zombies ahead. With each press of the trigger, numerous shells soared forth, decimating the horde and creating a wide path of carnage. The gunfire echoed as the cannon shells rained down upon the sea of zombies, sending up clouds of blood and viscera. Almost every round capable of claiming the lives of 2, 3, or even 4 zombies. The gunner, with a single pull of the trigger, felled no fewer than 30 zombies, clearing a substantial area. Yet, the relentless tide of zombies quickly rushed to fill the void. Once the members of the second and third squads had boarded the bus, Wang Wei raised his hand decisively and shouted, "Let us depart towards the bus station exit." The first squad and Yuri remained at the exit. They were all his soldiers, and he would not abandon a single one. With his command, the armored behemoth that was the armed mining vehicle roared back to life, the sound of its engines resonating as it surged forward. At the front of the vehicle were steel teeth, capable of shredding anything in their path. Any zombies obstructing the vehicle were instantly cleaved in two, their bodies ruthlessly crushed beneath the wheels. The armed mining vehicle forged ahead, carving a bloody path, leaving a gruesome trail of dismembered corpses in its wake. The gunner took aim with the 20mm cannon, sweeping fire across the densest concentrations of zombies. Each press of the trigger would often claim at least 30 zombies, facilitating the vehicle's advance through the horde. Second and third squads, open the windows and eliminate the zombies closing in, Wang Wei ordered as he noticed the throng of zombies encroaching upon the bus. Intent on trapping it as soon as he finished speaking, the bus windows opened one by one, and the barrels of Type 95 rifles extended outward, unleashing a barrage of gunfire. The sound of shooting erupted from the bus. The heavily armored soldiers were undeterred. Despite having exhausted their 400 rounds of 7.62mm ammunition, they still had 2 fragmentation grenades. With determination, a soldier retrieved the grenades, pulled the pins with his teeth, and hurled them into the zombie horde on the left. The explosions that followed were deafening. Each grenade detonated amidst the mass of zombies, resembling a cauldron boiling over. Each blast released no fewer than 2,000 shrapnel fragments. 2 grenades meant an onslaught of no less than 4,000 deadly shards, raining down upon the hapless zombies as if a dozen heavy machine guns were firing indiscriminately into the fray. At the center of the grenade explosion, all the zombies within a 5-meter radius collapsed into pools of blood, with some even severed at the neck. The vast and dense horde of zombies, at that moment, found themselves utterly powerless against Wang Wei and his companions. However, a sudden obstacle appeared ahead, dozens of abandoned vehicles blocking the path. This caused Wang Wei to feel a pang of anxiety, uncertain if the armored mining vehicle could forge a way through. Yet, the scene that unfolded before him quickly alleviated his concerns. The armored mining vehicle surged forward like a battering ram, propelled by immense power, smashing through the obstructive vehicles with ease. Within less than a minute, the armored mining vehicle and the bus reached the exit of the bus station. The number of zombies crushed along the way was no less than 500. Perhaps even 800. Wang Wei had initially intended to pick up a team and Yuri from inside the bus station. Unfortunately, the entrance was too narrow to allow the massive armored mining vehicle to turn around, forcing Wang Wei to carve a bloody path from the entrance. Looking ahead, he saw Yuri and his team valiantly holding their ground, their achievements rivaling those of the second and third squads. The corpses of zombies littered the ground, numbering no less than 1,000, forming several small mounds of bodies. Almost every warrior from the first squad was splattered with blood. Fortunately, it was all zombie blood. Even Yuri's battle suit bore the foul stains of the undead. Yuri, first squad, board the bus. Armored mining vehicle, cover the retreat of the soldiers. Wang Wei commanded urgently. No sooner had he spoken than the vehicle's machine gun pivoted, unleashing a barrage upon the encroaching zombies. The relentless gunfire resounded, filling Wang Wei with frustration, nearly shattering his eardrums. Had he known it would be this unbearable, he would never have stood atop the armored mining vehicle again. A volley of shells struck the zombies ahead, cleaving dozens in half, their limbs and torsos scattering across the ground, enveloped in a mist of blood, resembling a hellish scene. None within the blast radius of the machine gun escaped unscathed. Seizing the opportunity, the squad leader led the red alert soldiers swiftly toward the bus. Just then, thousands of zombies had already surged up from behind the bus. The foremost zombie was even less than 5 meters away from the vehicle. The red alert soldiers leaning against the bus's rear window could only dispatch a small fraction of the oncoming horde with their bullets, rendering their efforts insignificant against the overwhelming thousands. As the bus appeared on the verge of being overrun, Yuri gritted his teeth, his eyes glowing crimson, a formidable aura emanating from him, lifting him half a meter off the ground as he pointed his hands at the advancing zombies. A powerful psychic shockwave surged forward, sending debris and dust swirling into the air that a resounding crack echoed. Wang Wei, observing Yuri at that moment, realized he was about to unleash another devastating attack, the psychic shockwave. More than 40 zombies were instantly obliterated, crashing to the ground. As the blinding golden light enveloped Yuri, Wang Wei felt a surge of excitement. Yuri had finally ascended in rank. Chapter 22. New breed of zombies. The previous night, Wang Wei had gleaned everything about Yuri from their conversation. Yuri's signature psychic attack was not without limits. In a non-star state, he could only use it 3 times a day. Upon becoming a 1-star unit, he could utilize it 5 times. At 3 stars, the usage increased to 10 times. As his rank ascended, the potency of Yuri's attack would multiply. Once the dazzling golden glow faded, Wang Wei noticed that Yuri's presence had grown even more formidable. As if he had been reborn, the zombies roared in response, and the number of advancing undead continued to swell. Concerned for Yuri's safety, Wang Wei urged, "Yuri, don't linger. Get back to the bus." Yuri nodded respectfully in acknowledgement before hastily returning to the vehicle. The armored mining vehicle roared back to life, its immense power creating a thunderous sound. Any zombies that dared obstruct its path were swiftly severed in half by its steel jaws, subsequently crushed under its colossal wheels. With the armored mining vehicle leading the charge, the horde posed no threat to Wang Wei and his group. After advancing 100 meters, Wang Wei suddenly sensed something was amiss. He turned to see hundreds of abandoned vehicles ahead, blocking their route. To his astonishment, eerie roars from mutated zombies echoed from the second-floor windows of the buildings lining the street. A peculiar zombie cry resonated through the air before Wang Wei could ponder the implications. Zombies began leaping down from the balconies on either side, all of them mutated. This development sent a chill down Wang Wei's spine. "Fire at will. Conserve no ammunition," he shouted. No sooner had he spoken than a mutated zombie landed perfectly on the roof of the armored mining vehicle. nearly 3 meters away from Wang Wei. His heart raced as he drew his 92-style pistol, aiming it at the approaching threat. This pistol was one he had seized from an enemy, initially thought unnecessary. However, with the MP5's ammunition depleted, he had no choice but to confront the danger with his sidearm. Bang, bang, bang. He squeezed the trigger 3 times, hitting the mutated zombie. Perhaps due to the proximity, .2 bullet holes appeared in its head, causing it to tumble from the armored mining vehicle's roof to the ground below. Armored mining vehicle, break through, Wang Wei bellowed courageously. The driver promptly floored the accelerator, charging forward despite the hundreds of abandoned vehicles in their path. Yet, in the face of the Iron Beast, these obstacles proved trivial, merely slowing the vehicle's speed. Wang Wei estimated that it would take at least half a minute to carve a path through the wreckage. If they could hold out for that duration, hope still lingered. The number of mutated zombies leaping from the second floor grew exponentially. Initially, Wang Wei had thought there were only 20 or 30. But now, more than 100 mutated zombies were in sight. It felt like a meticulously planned ambush. Yet, the question lingered. Who orchestrated this trap? Was the mastermind behind it not human, but rather the zombies themselves? Wang Wei pondered deeply. Bang! Bang! The 20mm machine gun roared to life again, targeting the mutated zombies on the balconies. With just one salvo, countless shards of glass rained down on the second-floor balcony. No fewer than 10 mutated zombies were obliterated. Now a 1-star unit. Yuri raised his hand toward the mutated zombies outside the bus's rear window, unleashing an even more potent psychic shockwave that a violent crack resonated through the air as the wave surged toward the cluster of mutated zombies. Sensing Yuri's formidable power, some mutated zombies attempted to evade, yet several were too slow to react. The devastating psychic shockwave shattered the brains of 7 mutated zombies in an instant. "Commander, I'm out of ammo. I have no bullets left either. I have only 2 rounds remaining." The red alert soldiers inside the bus cried out in dismay. "Those without ammunition, use your tactical knives to fend off the mutated zombies." Wang Wei proclaimed resolutely from atop the armored mining vehicle. In that moment, he dispatched another mutated zombie, but his 92-style pistol was now empty, forcing him to draw his tactical knife. Suddenly, 2 mutated zombies climbed onto the vehicle's roof, one on either side, charging at Wang Wei. Gritting his teeth, he braced himself to confront them. Just then, the wolf dog rifle, sensing Wang Wei's peril, leapt from the bus and sprang onto the roof of the armored mining vehicle. The wolf dog rifle lunged at one mutated zombie, pushing it off the vehicle. The other mutated zombie charged toward Wang Wei, who swiftly brandished his tactical knife, aiming for its head. Swoosh. The tactical knife pierced precisely into the mutated zombie's cranium, causing it to collapse lifelessly onto the hood of the vehicle. That moment, the armed mining vehicle successfully broke through. The second-in-command aboard the bus hastily drove to catch up, though the mutated zombie was swift. It could not match the speed of the armed mining vehicle. Within less than half a minute, it was left far behind. This brought a sigh of relief to Wang Wei. Suddenly, Wang Wei spotted a new type of zombie standing amidst the sea of the undead. This new variant bore an extraordinarily large head on its neck, with a mouth resembling that of an octopus, and a diminutive physique. More importantly, behind this new zombie stood 4 imposing evolved zombies. In the presence of the new variant, the 4 evolved zombies appeared as docile sheep. The new zombie sensed Wang Wei's gaze and lifted its head to look over. Across a river, a silent confrontation ensued between man and monster. Chapter 23. The cowardly, death-fearing Lord Zombie. This was no ordinary new type of zombie. Had it not been for the 4 robust evolved zombies standing behind it, Wang Wei might have overlooked it entirely. Yet, what puzzled Wang Wei was why the 4 evolved zombies willingly positioned themselves behind this new variant. Under normal circumstances, evolved zombies would have torn apart any zombie standing in front of them. But now, they acted as the new zombie's loyal bodyguards, standing respectfully behind it. Another point of confusion for Wang Wei was the rarity of a single evolved zombie, yet now 4 appeared at once. At this moment, a turbulent river spanning 20 meters lay between Wang Wei and the new zombie. Wang Wei and his group stood on the riverbank, while the sea of zombies was on the opposite side. Perhaps due to Wang Wei's scrutiny, the new zombie became enraged and let out a furious roar. A sound akin to subsonic waves erupted from its mouth. The horde of zombies stirred, surging towards the bridge. Even 2 of the 4 evolved zombies charged to the forefront. In that instant, Wang Wei was momentarily stunned, his confusion transforming into clarity. This octopus-like new zombie could not only control the evolved zombies, but also command the entire sea of the undead. Wang Wei muttered in astonishment. Until now, he believed that zombies were a singular type. It was only at this moment that he realized he had underestimated the situation. Previously, the zombies lacked organization, driven solely by primal instincts to feed and attack surviving humans. However, with the emergence of this new zombie, the undead became structured, able to unite against their foes. Particularly alarming was the new zombie's capacity to command 200,000 of its kind, posing an absolute nightmare for humanity. Wang Wei gazed grimly at the new zombie on the riverbank, understanding deep down that this type of new zombie could be aptly termed a Lord Zombie. This Lord Zombie was undoubtedly a future threat. Although it could currently control over 200,000 zombies, should its numbers swell to 1 million, even the combined forces of all bases in Stone City would be unable to withstand it. The Lord Zombie was not far across the river. This presented an opportunity to eradicate this dangerous entity before it could grow. With a somber expression, Wang Wei swiftly made a decision in his mind. Under a collapsing nest, how can there be unbroken eggs? With this thought, Wang Wei instantly harbored murderous intent towards the Lord Zombie. Gunner, unleash all shells upon the Lord Zombie across the river, Wang Wei commanded. Standing atop the armed mining vehicle's hood, yes, came the resounding reply from the gunner in the passenger seat. As soon as the words left his mouth, the 20mm cannon on the turret pivoted towards the Lord Zombie across the river. Boom! A cacophony of deafening cannon fire erupted. Flames belched from the cannon's muzzle, as if it could rend all existence. Within mere seconds, dozens of shells were hurled toward the Lord Zombie. The Lord Zombie across the river seemed to sense danger. Shivering in fear, letting out a wail that echoed like subsonic waves from its octopus-like mouth. What transpired next left Wang Wei utterly astounded. Countless zombies rapidly amassed before the Lord Zombie, forming small hills of corpses. 2 evolved zombies stood in front of the Lord Zombie, shielding it within their ranks. In mere seconds, nearly 500 zombies reckless. Wang Wei gritted his teeth and shouted. The armed mining vehicles and buses roared back to life. Speeding towards the camp at that moment, Wang Wei turned to survey the dense sea of zombies across the river, and his gaze settled on the Lord-type zombie. He couldn't help but reflect, the next time we meet, the number of zombies this Lord-type can command will surely exceed 200,000. The human survivors will face even greater hardships due to the emergence of this Lord-type zombie. The outer structures of the East City base will be utterly incapable of withstanding such an assault. I must rapidly accumulate Red Alert resources to establish my own Red Alert base. On the return journey to the camp, the armed mining vehicle led the way, closely followed by the bus. Wang Wei had already disembarked from the roof of the armed mining vehicle and taken a seat on the bus. Fortunately, they had deployed the armed mining vehicle at a critical moment. Otherwise, he might have perished at the hands of the zombies. Reflecting on the earlier excursion into the city made Wang Wei feel a lingering sense of dread. Nevertheless, he firmly believed in one principle: risk and reward are inextricably linked. Should similar circumstances arise again, Wang Wei would resolutely venture forth in pursuit of opportunity. Life is fleeting. If one does not perish, they endure for eternity. Wang Wei glanced at Yuri sitting beside him and could not suppress his curiosity. Yuri. That Lord-type zombie can control evolved zombies and command a horde of over 200,000. Isn't its ability somewhat akin to your mind control? After a brief pause, Yuri shook his head. Not quite. The Lord-type zombie utilizes the unique infrasound waves of zombies to exert control over them, allowing it to command such a vast number. In contrast, my abilities rely on mental control to establish a psychic link with the target. This revelation caused Wang Wei to nod slightly in understanding. No wonder the Lord-type zombie occasionally emitted those infrasound-like roars. It was to exert its control over the horde. With your current strength, can you control the Lord-type zombie? Wang Wei inquired. Intrigued, if he could seize control of the Lord-type zombie, it would be tantamount to acquiring an army of the undead. The thought filled Wang Wei with eager anticipation as he looked at Yuri. Yuri, shaking his head like a rattle, explained, No. Even if I were to become a 3-star unit, I would still be unable to control the Lord-type zombie. As its mental strength surpasses mine. I can only exert influence over those with weaker mental capacities. What about the Black Tiger King at Qingdao Mall? Wang Wei asked, astonished. The Black Tiger King is a Tier 3 mutated creature, and at this stage, I cannot control it. However, should I advance to a 3-star unit, there would be a chance of gaining control over the Black Tiger King. Yuri clarified. A smile bloomed on Wang Wei's face. The Black Tiger King at Qingdao Mall is undoubtedly a formidable weapon. If he could bring it under his command, it would provide immense support. The mere thought of it made Wang Wei brimming with excitement, eager for Yuri to elevate to a 3-star unit soon. At that moment, the second-in-command driving the bus reported. Commander, 100 meters ahead. A new human is engaged in a fierce battle with hundreds of zombies. New human. This instantly piqued Wang Wei's interest. Since the apocalypse began, with ancient pathogens ravaging the globe, not only have zombies been transformed into powerful entities, but some survivors have also become formidable beings due to the emergence of these pathogens. Their speed, strength, and agility far exceed the limits of ordinary humans. This category of individuals is collectively referred to as new humans. Some of the more powerful new humans can even rival evolved zombies. Even the weakest new human can easily overpower several mutated zombies. Wang Wei recalled that the East City base had numerous new humans, each coveted by the 8 major factions, classes 1, 2, and 3. Disembark and eliminate the zombie horde. Wang Wei commanded, rising and gesturing. A rare sighting of a new human, especially one alone, stirred a desire within Wang Wei to recruit. The Red Alert faction must grow. Yet, it must also harness a portion of the survivor's strength to bolster its own power. Only then can it truly dominate the wasteland. The Red Alert soldiers' Type 95 assault rifles were out of ammunition, and it would take over 2 hours for the system to automatically replenish them. However, as a 1-star Red Alert soldier, their combat prowess should not be underestimated. Armed with 1-star level Wolfdog rifles, they dispatched the zombie horde in under a minute, leaving them unscathed, merely fatigued. As the new human came into view, Wang Wei immediately moved forward, stopping just a step away. I am Wang Wei. I greatly admire your strength. Would you consider joining me? Wang Wei made his intentions clear. He had hoped that his previous act of gallantry would evoke gratitude from the new human. However, to his astonishment, the individual, acting like a madman, shouted at Wang Wei, reproaching him. Who asked you to help me? I'm just seeking death. It's none of your business. With that, the madman brandished his broadsword and recklessly charged into a group of zombies. Chapter 25. Please, be a person. This individual was nothing short of a lunatic. Moreover, a lunatic seeking death. Had Wang Wei and his team not intervened earlier, this madman would have surely perished at the hands of the zombies. Yet, instead of gratitude, he scolded them for saving his life. Wang Wei was left dumbfounded. What kind of person is this? Wang Wei observed the madman's back, a bitter smile creeping across his face. The lunatic bore several wounds, all inflicted by zombie bites. Thankfully, as a new human, his innate serum counteracted the zombie virus. Otherwise, he would have perished long ago. Commander, this scoundrel dares to speak to you in such a manner. I wish to teach him a lesson. Please allow me. Red Alert Yuri volunteered. Woof. The Wolfdog rifle, covered in zombie blood, seemed equally displeased with the madman's behavior and eager to avenge its commander. The lesson is certainly in order. But not now. If he seeks death, let him have it. If he survives this wave of zombies, we will take action. Wang Wei's expression turned grave as he fixed his gaze on the madman not far ahead. At that moment, the madman, wielding a sharp broadsword, surged forward under the setting sun, the blade gleaming ominously. He charged into the horde of zombies with incredible speed. Swish, with a swift stroke, he aimed for a zombie's head. The sound slicing through the air, the blade came down, and the zombie's head was cleanly severed. His movements were fluid and graceful, astonishing Wang Wei, who had not anticipated that this lunatic was not only a new human, but also a seasoned fighter. The advancing horde consisted of over 30 zombies. The madman's strikes became increasingly rapid. His speed and strength far exceeded that of ordinary survivors. Even Wang Wei, trained as an instructor, could barely keep up with the madman's flurry of blows. Kill! The madman roared, resembling an entire army in one. His onslaught grew fiercer, unassailable. Each blow cleaved a zombie's head in two, splattering blood everywhere, some even staining his face. Gradually, the madman became more exhilarated, attacking relentlessly as if he were a lunatic seeking death. He displayed no semblance of defense whatsoever. A zombie crept up behind him, opening its gaping maw to bite his shoulder, tearing away a chunk of flesh, bright red blood gushing from the wound and staining his white shirt crimson. Gritting his teeth, the madman unleashed his fury, kicking the feasting zombie aside, then swiftly decapitating it with a single stroke. Wang Wei watched in awe. The new human survivors were already formidable, but this lunatic was a master. The level of power exhibited was simply staggering. Suddenly, Wang Wei had a gut feeling that even an evolved zombie might not stand a chance against this madman. One by one, the zombies fell into pools of blood. When only the last zombie remained, the madman discarded his broadsword, burying it into the ground with a thud. He then delivered a powerful kick to the zombie, causing it to lose its balance and tumble to the ground. The madman lunged forward, landing heavily on the zombie, unleashing a barrage of punches upon its head. Each strike splattered blood, and after more than 10 blows, the zombie lay lifeless, its head collapsed like a deflated toy. "Is it so difficult to kill me?" the madman bellowed, as if death were the most coveted prize. This left Wang Wei perplexed. The madman was not only a member of the New Humanity, but also a seasoned fighter. A martial artist of considerable prowess. Someone like him should be able to lead a more comfortable existence than most survivors. Yet, he was now persistently seeking death. Wang Wei waved his hand, and the surrounding red alert soldiers stepped forward, surrounding the madman in layers. "What do you want? Get lost." Facing an entire squad of red alert soldiers, the madman exhibited no trace of fear, remaining audaciously defiant. This infuriated Wang Wei, who, with a sweeping gesture, commanded, "First squad, step forward and teach this insolent scoundrel a lesson until he submits." 10 red alert soldiers advanced, fists clenched, launching an assault on the madman before them. Each soldier possessed commendable strength, especially those who had been promoted to the first star rank, enabling them to defeat multiple foes with their combat skills. Now, with 10 soldiers joining forces, Wang Wei felt a flicker of curiosity. He wondered who would emerge stronger in comparison to the New Humanity. Both sides relied solely on their physical prowess, engaging in a brawl devoid of weapons, each punch landing with palpable impact. After a 2-minute tussle, one by one, the 10 red alert soldiers fell, yet the madman was not faring much better. His visage bruised and battered, his body marred by injuries. "Humph, I thought you were something special, but this is all you've got," the madman sneered derisively. This unexpected outcome shocked Wang Wei, but upon hearing the madman's taunts, his fury ignited, and he bellowed coldly, "Second and third squads, everyone, move in, do not relent until he is made to yield." 29 red alert soldiers and a red alert wolf dog suddenly surged forward. And this time, the madman could no longer withstand the onslaught, collapsing onto the grass within 10 seconds, pinned down by 4 red alert soldiers restraining his arms and legs. "Will you submit?" Wang Wei inquired sternly, gazing down at the fallen madman. "I will not submit. Even if you kill me, I will never yield to you," the madman retorted, maintaining his tough demeanor. This prompted Wang Wei to raise an eyebrow and command, "Bring him here. Strip him of his clothes." He continued, "If he wishes to face zombies head-on, let him do so in his bare skin." At that moment, the squad leader was momentarily taken aback, bitterly smiling as he muttered, "Commander, please be reasonable." "Yes." The second squad leader nodded and cautiously approached. Meanwhile, the madman's expression shifted to one of alarm, cold sweat beading on his forehead, as if he harbored some unspeakable secret. His teeth clenched in silence. The second squad leader crouched beside the madman, first unbuckling his belt. Just as the pants were about to be pulled down, the madman hastily pleaded, "Let us talk this over. Don't take my pants off." "I yield. I truly yield. Brothers, you are all my brothers." In Chapter 26, the madman was nearly in tears from panic. It seemed that being stripped of his pants in public was more unbearable to him than death itself. However, the second squad leader showed no signs of relenting, continuing his efforts to undress the madman. Red alert soldiers were bred to follow the commander's orders without question. If the commander instructed them to head east, they would never stray west. Observing this, Wang Wei waved his hand and declared authoritatively, "Enough, second squad leader, stand down." "Yes." The second squad leader withdrew his hand from the madman's trousers and stood upright. This allowed the madman to breathe a sigh of relief, a look of joyful survival crossing his face. Wang Wei approached, halting 2 steps away from the madman, and asked, "I can refrain from stripping you, but you must answer my questions truthfully. Do you understand?" The madman, a member of the New Humanity and a skilled fighter, piqued Wang Wei's interest. With plans to return to the East City base tomorrow, he realized that if he could enlist the madman's aid, it would significantly enhance his own security. However, to gain his cooperation willingly would require some effort. Wang Wei believed that persuading him would lead to the madman considering joining his ranks. "I understand. Brother, I will tell you anything you wish to know. Just please don't take my pants." The madman nodded anxiously, nearly in tears. Wang Wei glanced at the ground littered with over 30 corpses of zombies slain by the madman, and when combined with the ones he had just dispatched, the total exceeded 50. Furthermore, the manner of their demise was gruesome. They were either disemboweled or had their brains obliterated, as if the madman bore an irreconcilable vendetta against the undead. Wang Wei fixed his gaze on the madman and inquired, "What grievance do you hold against these zombies?" Why do you seek to confront them so relentlessly? All the zombies in the world deserve death. If it weren't for them, my uncle would not have been bitten, and he would not have left me. The madman clenched his fists, his voice filled with venomous rage. That it appeared that Wang Wei's question had struck a nerve, igniting a fierce glint of hatred in the madman's eyes, not directed at Wang Wei and his group, but solely at the zombies. Wang Wei suddenly comprehended. No wonder the madman was so merciless in his quest to slay the undead. It turned out that a close relative of his had been infected. Wang Wei mused to himself that had it been his own loved one, he might have become even more unhinged. After the apocalypse began, were you with your uncle? Wang Wei asked with interest. Yes, but now he has been infected with the zombie virus and is on the brink of death. Without him, I have no desire to live. Brother, I implore you to let me go so that I may avenge my uncle. Even if I die, I shall drag a multitude of zombies down with me. The madman's expression turned savage as he uttered the final words. On the brink of death, Wang Wei seized upon this crucial point, his spirits lifting. Just moments ago, he had been contemplating how to persuade the madman to join him, but now a golden opportunity had presented itself. For ordinary survivors, once bitten or scratched by a zombie, death was the only outcome. Yet Wang Wei believed that infection did not necessarily mean certain death. He recalled that the purchase panel in the red alert interface featured a healing serum. As long as one was not dead, an injection of the serum could allow infected survivors to continue living. If I told you that I have a way to save your uncle, would you believe me? Wang Wei asked, his curiosity piqued. What? You can save my uncle? The madman's eyes widened with hope. If you can revive him, I will follow you for life. I would face any peril without regret. The madman quickly discerned Wang Wei's intentions and eagerly affirmed, his expression brimming with excitement. Wang Wei smiled. This was precisely what he wanted to hear. You said it, so you cannot go back on your word. Wang Wei replied with a knowing smile. The madman sincerely nodded and proclaimed, a man's word is his bond. If I go back on this, may I meet a terrible fate. Splendid. You all may stand down. Second squad leader, assist this brother to his feet, Wang Wei ordered with a wave of his hand. The 4 red alert soldiers who had been restraining the madman quickly complied, stepping back in unison. The second squad leader approached and, following Wang Wei's command, helped the madman to his feet. However, the madman, upon seeing the second squad leader, flinched in fear and instinctively covered his pants, as if fearing that the second squad leader intended to strip him once more. This left Wang Wei both amused and exasperated. Where is your uncle? Lead us there quickly so we can treat him without delay, Wang Wei instructed. For any ordinary survivor bitten or scratched by a zombie, there was a window of time before they fully transformed. Wang Wei had previously noted that this transformation could take anywhere from an hour to half a day. The madman seemed to grasp Wang Wei's urgency, quickly nodding and taking the lead as they boarded the bus. While on the bus, Wang Wei curiously asked the madman, where on your uncle's body was he bitten? Is his injury severe? How long ago did it happen? He was bitten on the shoulder. The injury isn't too severe. As for how long ago, it should be over 2 hours now. My uncle is a good man. He doesn't want to become a harmful zombie. So he isolated himself, preparing to end his own life. Brother, you must save my uncle. I beg you. The madman implored, even kneeling in desperation. Had Wang Wei not intervened, the madman would have repeatedly bowed his head in supplication. Wang Wei helped the madman to his feet, reflecting on his earlier words. Bitten on the shoulder, and over 2 hours have passed. This is not a promising situation, Wang Wei thought, deeply concerned that the madman's uncle might have already taken his own life. If that were the case, he wondered if the madman would still be willing to follow him. Now, all he could do was act and leave the rest to fate. My name is Wang Wei. What do you go by? Wang Wei extended his hand towards the madman before him. The madman promptly reciprocated the gesture, introducing himself. I am Huang Quan. Before the apocalypse, I was a disciple at the foremost martial arts academy in the capital, and all my skills were imparted to me by my second uncle. This revelation caused a jolt in Wang Wei's heart. He had not anticipated that this eccentric named Huang Quan was a student of the most prestigious martial arts academy in the capital. Wang Wei had heard tales of this academy's renown even before the world fell into chaos. Among all martial arts academies in the Z Nation, the capital's foremost academy ranked within the top 5 nationwide. No wonder Huang Quan's swordsmanship was so elusive and fluid. Your second uncle must also be affiliated with the capital's foremost academy? Wang Wei inquired with keen interest. Indeed. My second uncle is not only the head instructor of the academy, but was also the chief combat instructor for the capital's special forces. Huang Quan nodded vigorously, his face glowing with pride at the mention of his second uncle. Upon hearing this, Wang Wei could not help but swallow hard. Huang Quan's second uncle was indeed formidable. If he could somehow enlist Huang Quan's second uncle to his cause, it would undoubtedly bolster his own strength immensely. Before long, Wang Wei and his companions arrived outside a small wooden cabin. Huang Quan rushed forward, knocking on the door and urgently calling out, "Second uncle, it's Huang Quan. Please open the door." Bang, bang, bang. Huang Quan continued to pound on the door, but no sound emerged from within. Suddenly, Wang Wei, standing outside, caught a whiff of a pungent metallic scent wafting from the cabin. Not only Wang Wei detected the odor, but even the wolf dog named Bupong behind him sensed this familiar scent. Woof, woof, woof. Bupong growled menacingly at the cabin, as if something dreadful inside was causing unease. Yuri, standing beside Wang Wei, also sensed the abnormality within the cabin and prepared to protect Commander Wang Wei at all costs. Huang Quan, step back. Something is amiss inside that cabin. Wang Wei raised an eyebrow and gestured for him to retreat. A new human. Huang Quan possessed a heightened sense of smell, far superior to that of ordinary humans, and was aware of the unsettling atmosphere within the cabin. However, concerned for his second uncle's safety, he drew his Tang Dao and with a swift motion, cleaved through the wooden door. At that moment, a series of eerie squeaks erupted from within. The cacophony grew louder. Wang Wei's expression darkened as he commanded, "Everyone, be on high alert." Yes, the Red Alert soldiers responded in unison. Although the soldiers had yet to replenish their ammunition, their faces displayed unwavering determination. The Red Alert soldiers drew their tactical knives, ready to confront the impending threat. The sounds from inside the cabin intensified. In that instant, a mutated creature the size of a wildcat burst forth from the cabin. But in the next moment, Huang Quan raised his blade and swiftly severed its head. Wang Wei's gaze sharpened. He was startled by the sight. The mutated creature was none other than a rat of tremendous size. It was Wang Wei's first encounter with such a monstrous rodent. Before he could fully grasp the situation, a cacophony of scurrying footsteps erupted from the cabin. Hundreds of mutated rats surged forth, each as large as a wildcat, their fangs bared and their thick fur glistening in the setting sun. These advancing rodents resembled a tide of darkness. One of the foremost mutated rats lunged at Wang Wei. Gritting his teeth, he gripped his tactical knife and thrust it into the creature. The mutated rat's body was pierced through, and after a few agonized squeals, it fell lifeless. Yet before Wang Wei could shake off the carcass, 5 more mutated rats charged towards him, baring their teeth. That a surge of alarm coursed through Wang Wei. Bupong leaped into action, his sharp claws ripping through the belly of one mutant rat, while his jaws clamped down on another's head, effortlessly severing it. One by one, the 5 mutated rats fell before Bupong. Wang Wei let out a sigh of relief. The Red Alert soldiers had also engaged the mutated rats, their tactical knives systematically eliminating the creatures before them. However, the onslaught from the cabin seemed endless. For every rat they dispatched, 2 more took its place. Wang Wei's mind raced as First Squad, disembark and remain vigilant. The squad leader commanded with a firm wave of his hand and a resonant shout. As Wang Wei stepped off the vehicle, the fierce wolf dog rifle and Yuri positioned themselves on either side of him. Meanwhile, the squad leader, accompanied by 9 Red Alert warriors, took their places around, standing guard against any encroaching zombies. Mutated beasts or human survivors. Second uncle, wake up, it's Huang Quan. Huang Quan urged, lifting his second uncle. Yet, despite Huang Xuan's persistent calls, his uncle's eyes remained tightly shut, devoid of any response. That moment, Wang Wei noticed numerous bite marks from mutated rats on his uncle's body. Additionally, on his uncle's shoulder, there was indeed a mark from a zombie bite, just as Huang Quan had described. Whether it be zombies or mutated creatures, they were all carriers of ancient pathogens. Any ordinary survivor bitten or scratched by them would inevitably succumb to infection and become a zombie. The fact that Huang Xuan's second uncle lay unconscious was evidently due to the ancient pathogens within him reaching a critical level, on the verge of transformation into a zombie. Wang Gu, I beg you. You must save my second uncle. Huang Quan knelt before Wang Wei. Wang Wei immediately helped Huang Quan to his feet, his expression serious and earnest as he declared, "A man's word is his bond. What is promised must be fulfilled. You once told me that. Rest assured, I will save your second uncle. Now, turn around and do not face me without my permission." All right, Wang Quan nodded vigorously, turning away from Wang Wei. Regarding the secrets of the Red Alert system, Wang Wei would not permit any other survivors to know, not even the most trusted individuals. This was precisely why he instructed Huang Quan to turn around. Red alert system. Open the auxiliary interface, Wang Wei murmured inwardly. Instantly, a virtual interface materialized before him. He promptly opened the purchasing panel of the auxiliary interface. Within the panel, there was information about a healing serum. The research cost for the healing serum was 1,000 gold. And a single vial was priced at 100 gold, with the rank of commander allowing a maximum purchase of 5 per day. Research the healing serum and purchase 1 vial, Wang Wei silently commanded. In an instant, a flash of golden light appeared before him, and a syringe filled with green liquid materialized in Wang Wei's hand. The liquid within the syringe was undoubtedly the healing serum capable of curing the zombie pathogen. Administering this serum would not only restore the potential infected individual, but also grant them immunity to ancient pathogens. A single injection would provide lifelong protection. Spending 1,100 gold was undeniably a bitter pill for Wang Wei to swallow. With these resources, he could have recruited 11 Red Alert warriors. His account balance had plummeted from 2,009 gold to a mere 909 gold, leaving Wang Wei on the brink of financial ruin. However, considering the investment of 1,100 gold to secure the loyalty of the new human, Huang Quan, it was still a worthwhile exchange. There would always be more gold in the future. With a little risk, he could scavenge countless treasures from the city's gold stores. But if he missed his chance with Huang Quan, it would be an irreparable loss. Most importantly, Wang Wei was to return to the eastern city base tomorrow. With Hua Chuan's assistance, they would undoubtedly become a formidable force. Wang Wei rolled up his uncle's sleeve and injected the healing serum into his right arm. Initially, the veins on his uncle's arm appeared like swollen earthworms. But as the healing serum entered his body, the visible veins gradually receded at an astonishing rate. The effectiveness of the serum was immediate. Within 10 seconds, his uncle's eyelids suddenly fluttered, filling Wang Wei with joy. Huang Quan, you may turn around, Wang Wei called out. Huang Quan swiftly turned back, just in time to see his uncle slowly open his bleary eyes, their gazes locking. Uncle, Huang Quan exclaimed, am I not dead? How am I still alive? His uncle questioned in disbelief. Seeing his uncle truly revived, Huang Quan was overwhelmed with excitement, a smile breaking across his face as he hurriedly explained, thanks to Wang Ji's intervention, you have awakened. Uncle, there's something I wish to tell you. I have decided to follow Wang Ge. Realization dawned on his uncle as he understood that it was Wang Wei who had saved him. Grateful and composed, he stood with Huang Chuan's support and, in a gesture of respect befitting a martial artist, bowed to Wang Wei, saying, Mr. Wang, I owe you an immense debt of gratitude. If you do not mind, I, Huang Er, am willing to serve you in return for your life-saving grace. At this, Wang Wei was momentarily taken aback. Huang Chuan's uncle displayed such understanding. Wang Wei felt a surge of elation. Although over 60 years old, Huang Er still exuded vitality. Wang Wei had heard from Huang Quan that before the apocalypse, Huang Er was the chief instructor of the premier martial arts academy in the capital and the combat chief of the capital's special forces. If Huang Er were to train the new recruits among the survivors, they would undoubtedly undergo a remarkable transformation. With your assistance, Huang Er, I, Wang Wei, need not worry about the success of my endeavors. Wang Wei said with a joyful smile. On their return to the encampment, Wang Wei and his companions had already settled back into the bus. Wang Wei glanced at Huang Quan and his uncle seated in the rear. Feeling quite satisfied, with the addition of these two formidable allies, their return to the encampment the following day would be significantly smoother. This thought brought a satisfied smile to Wang Wei's face as he gazed out the window at the setting sun. Suddenly, a realization struck him, and he began to ponder deeply. If news of the healing serum reached the eastern city base, countless individuals would flock to me, eager to pay a premium for it. Would this not imply that upon returning to the encampment tomorrow, I could utilize the healing serum to amass a fortune in gold? Chapter 29. Survivors outside the encampment. The healing serum was undoubtedly a coveted commodity. In this apocalyptic world, ordinary survivors faced the daily threat of being bitten by zombies, risking infection and death. They lacked the innate healing serum that the new humans possessed, if all went as expected. A zombie bite would result in only one outcome: death. Hence, the demand for the healing serum among ordinary survivors was immense. A single vial was priced at 100 gold, equivalent to 100 grams of gold. Wang Wei mused that even if he set the price at 500 grams of gold, there would be countless survivors clamoring to purchase it. Gold held little value for survivors, but for Wang Wei, it could be converted into system resources to further develop Red Alert. With this realization, a confident smile spread across Wang Wei's face as he envisioned the prospect of wealth beginning tomorrow upon his return to the Eastern City base. At the temporary encampment, Wang Wei returned with his red alert subordinates and the two newly joined survivors. Feng Qinya, hearing the thunderous roar of the armed mining vehicle outside, initially thought there was an earthquake and hurriedly exited her room. Upon witnessing the imposing armed mining vehicle, she was left utterly astonished. My goodness! Wang Wei, where did you acquire this behemoth? Feng Qinya exclaimed, swallowing hard, struggling to contain her excitement. Particularly, the turret mounted with a 20mm cannon made her shiver. This armed mining vehicle? It was provided by my superiors. Wang Wei replied with a knowing smile. He would never divulge the details of the red alert system to anyone, not even his most trusted allies. However, to quell Feng Qianya's curiosity, he had already crafted a plausible story on their way back, claiming that he had connections with higher-ups. Since the words were his own, the red alert warriors would cooperate, allowing him to say whatever he wished. You have connections with higher-ups? Who are they? Feng Qianya inquired with great interest. The provincial capital, Wang Wei replied nonchalantly with just 2 words that this. Feng Qianya was momentarily taken aback. She glanced at the well-armed red alert warriors and then at the imposing armed mining vehicle, which led her to believe Wang Wei's words. Just then, Huang Quan and Huang Er approached, due to Huang Quan being a new human. He emanated a distinct aura that ordinary people could easily recognize. Feng Qinya noticed Huang Quan and exclaimed in surprise, "Impressive, Wang Wei. You went out for just an afternoon and returned with a new human." "I did not deceive anyone. Huang Quan and Huang Er willingly chose to stay by my side to assist me. By the way, Miss Feng, I plan to return to the Eastern City base tomorrow." "What are your plans?" Wang Wei suddenly recalled something and eagerly turned to Feng Qinya. Given that Feng Qinya was Wang Wei's savior, he had no intention of disregarding her presence. "I am from the Eastern City base. So if that is the case, take me along with you tomorrow," she replied. Feng Qinya cast her gaze towards Wang Wei before her. "What? You are from the East City base. What is your status within the East City base?" Wang Wei inquired with keen interest. I won't reveal anything just yet. You'll find out tomorrow," Feng Qinya replied playfully with a smile, turning on her heel and striding towards the room, observing her retreating figure. Wang Wei couldn't shake the feeling that Feng Qianya's identity was anything but ordinary. It was likely she possessed considerable influence within the East City base. If she could lend him a hand tomorrow, that would be splendid. Mr. Wang, is there anything we can assist you with?" Uncle Huang stepped forward, eager to contribute to Wang Wei's endeavors. "Not at the moment. You both should rest well tonight in preparation for tomorrow's fierce battle." Wang Wei courteously addressed Uncle Huang. "Rest assured, my nephew and I will eliminate our enemies for you, Mr. Wang." Uncle Huang nodded confidently, his resolve unwavering. After their evening meal, the sky had completely darkened. The night had settled in. With the wind blowing gently at 8:30, the red alert soldiers had fully replenished their ammunition at that moment. The squad leader responsible for guarding the perimeter of the temporary camp returned. "Commander, a survivor convoy has appeared 500 meters outside the camp." Observing our situation, the squad leader reported urgently as he stood before Wang Wei. This news immediately piqued Wang Wei's interest, prompting him to rise from his resting place. With a serious expression, he fixed his gaze on the squad leader and asked, "How many individuals are in that survivor convoy? Do they possess heavy weaponry?" "There are approximately 20 people, half of whom are armed with Type 81 automatic rifles, but they do not have any heavy weaponry," the squad leader explained meticulously. Wang Wei lowered his head, lost in thought. Those outside were clearly unaware of his capabilities. They had most likely spotted the camp's light and were tempted by it. But were they merely passing through or intending to plunder? Wang Wei had no clear answer in his mind. He adhered to his principle. As long as others did not provoke him, he would not initiate conflict. However, if anyone harbored malicious intentions, he would not hesitate to eradicate them completely. Either they would refrain from action, or once they did, he would annihilate them entirely, though it sounded ruthless. In this apocalypse, showing mercy to enemies was tantamount to cruelty to oneself. Squad leader, instruct the soldiers to extinguish all fires and feign that we are asleep. Should the survivors dare to intrude upon our camp, they are to be shot on sight. Leave none alive. Wang Wei concluded with a glint of murderous intent in his eyes, enunciating each word deliberately. Understood. The squad leader saluted Wang Wei, with over 20 individuals outside, half of whom carried Type 56 assault rifles. Wang Wei could not afford to be careless. He promptly summoned the second and third squad leaders. Huang Quan, and Uncle Huang. All personnel, prepare to act. At that moment, the camp's lights were extinguished. Wang Wei and his group concealed themselves in the shadows. Wang Wei retrieved his binoculars and crouched on the rooftop to survey the area ahead. Indeed, 500 meters out, a survivor convoy was visible. Their attempts at camouflage were remarkably poor. They likely believed they were well concealed, unaware that they had already been spotted by Wang Wei. The first squad lay hidden on either side of the abandoned factory. The second squad occupied the high ground, while the third squad positioned themselves inside the factory, with their rifles pointed out through the windows, fully prepared. Huang Quan and Uncle Huang stood close by Wang Wei, providing protection against any unforeseen circumstances. Just then, the factory's entrance was slowly pushed open from the outside. 9 survivors armed with Type 81 automatic rifles entered the abandoned factory uninvited. Their demeanor suggested an intention to ambush the factory's occupants and seize Wang Wei's resources. However, this time, they had encountered formidable resistance. Wang Wei drew his MP5 submachine gun, aimed it at the intruders below, and muttered, "These bastards truly intend to plunder my territory, seeking death." As 15 survivors infiltrated the factory, Wang Wei squeezed the trigger, unleashing a torrent of bullets that pierced. T2 gunshots rang out, and the 2 surviving thugs fell to the ground in response. It was evident that at this moment, Hugo had been turned into a puppet by Yuri's mind control abilities. Only one thug survivor remained, the bespectacled man. His face was a mask of shock, cold sweat beading on his forehead, his legs trembling uncontrollably as he stumbled and fell to the ground. "Please don't kill me. Please don't kill me," he stammered, his voice quaking in fear, just as the wolf dog rifle was prepared to pierce the bespectacled man's throat. A sound of footsteps emerged from behind. "Wait, don't kill him yet. I have some questions I wish to ask him." Wang Wei's voice resonated through the dense forest. The wolf dog rifle halted, standing beside the bespectacled man to prevent any chance of escape. Wang Wei surveyed the 3 corpses on the ground, his expression calm and composed, as he approached the bespectacled man, coldly demanding, "Who are you?" "Big brother, please don't kill me, please." The bespectacled man, terrified, incoherently knelt before Wang Wei. This provoked Wang Wei's dissatisfaction. He drew his MP5 submachine gun and fired several rounds into the ground before the bespectacled man, the sound of gunfire stirring up clouds of dust. "If you fail to answer my questions again, I assure you, the next bullet will strike you directly. Do you understand?" Wang Wei scolded with a stern expression. "I understand. I understand. I am a survivor from the East City base, and the people above are the Lin brothers." The bespectacled man hurriedly explained. "The Lin brothers?" Wang Wei was momentarily taken aback. He had never anticipated that these thug survivors were actually subordinates of the Lin brothers, one of the 8 major factions of the East City base. They were on par with that scoundrel Xiao Sheng. Yet, even so, there was not a hint of fear or regret in Wang Wei's eyes. Given another chance, he would still pull the trigger without hesitation. "Why have you infiltrated my territory?" Wang Wei inquired. The bespectacled man quickly explained, fearing for his life. "Our people were preparing to return to the East City base when we passed by here and saw the abandoned factory ablaze with light and signs of life. We thought there were not many armed individuals inside, so Long Gu and Hu Gu intended to kill you and seize your supplies." Before the bespectacled man could finish his sentence, Wang Wei raised his MP5 submachine gun and unleashed a volley at the chests of the bespectacled man and the already controlled Hu Gu. The gunfire erupted, and both men widened their eyes, blood spilling from their mouths as they collapsed into a pool of blood. Wang Wei looked at the lifeless body of the bespectacled man and solemnly remarked, "These individuals must die. If they live, we will be the ones in peril. Squad leader, dig a hole and bury these thug survivors." "Yes." The squad leader stood straight, nodding in acknowledgement to Wang Wei. That moment, Wang Wei turned his gaze towards the vehicles of the thugs, 4 pickup trucks, a large truck, and a fuel tanker. He waved his hand, instructing second squad leader, "Climb onto the tanker and assess its condition." The second squad leader promptly nodded and climbed atop the tanker. Upon inspecting the interior, he excitedly exclaimed, "Report, the tanker is full of fuel. Congratulations, Commander. We have acquired a fully fueled tanker." Chapter 31. Red Alert Engineer. This revelation pleasantly surprised Wang Wei. He had initially assumed that the thug's tanker held little fuel. However, he never anticipated that it would be completely full. Second squad leader, gather all the spoils here and return to the camp, Wang Wei commanded. Looking at the second squad leader atop the tanker, Yes, I will ensure the task is completed, the second squad leader replied enthusiastically. Upon returning to the camp, Wang Wei gazed at the pile of corpses. Reflecting inwardly, these individuals had fancied themselves hunters, oblivious to the fact that they were, in reality, the prey. They sought to plunder his supplies without conducting any prior reconnaissance to assess their worthiness. Truly, it was an act of utter folly. Now, not only had they failed in their attempt at robbery, but they had also fallen victim to Wang Wei's retaliation, resulting in a bounty of spoils, which left Wang Wei both bemused and contemplative. Before long, the second squad leader returned, laden with an array of firearms, and reported with a smile, "Commander, all the spoils have been successfully retrieved. A fully fueled tanker, a truck half filled with food supplies, and 4 pickup trucks. Additionally, there are 2 92-style pistols, 10 81-style automatic rifles, 21 machetes, and a total of 616 rounds of various calibers." This news brought satisfaction to Wang Wei. He had been pondering which vehicle to take back to the camp the following day, only to find that the thug survivors had delivered the solution to him. While he still possessed some fuel, the reserves were hardly abundant, merely enough for 2 or 3 days of usage. Now, with a fully fueled tanker, the immediate fuel scarcity was resolved. As for the firearms, although they were not of high quality and the quantity was limited, they might prove invaluable in the future when ammunition became scarce. Store these spoils away. When we return to the East City base tomorrow, we will take them along, Wang Wei instructed calmly. Understood, the second squad leader nodded confidently. Once the firearms had been collected by the second squad, Wang Wei found himself alone in the room. Suddenly, he recalled something and murmured to himself, "Right? I have yet to utilize today's sign-in opportunity. I wonder what treasures it might yield." During the first instance, he had received a heavy infantry unit, the second, a wolf dog. Now, this would be his third attempt. Wang Wei anticipated the emergence of a high-level red alert unit. "Red alert system, I would like to claim today's sign-in," he called softly. Instantly, a virtual interface materialized before him, revealing the sign-in panel. A flash of golden light heralded the arrival of a familiar red alert unit. Red alert engineer, reporting to commander. A spirited engineer, adorned with a yellow hard hat, appeared before Wang Wei, saluting with enthusiasm. A red alert engineer. Wang Wei recalled that in red alert, engineers were capable of repairing structures and bridges, and upon entering public buildings, could claim them as their own. Unfortunately, red alert engineers were single-use units. Thus, Wang Wei curiously inquired of the engineer, "Does your ability mirror that of the engineers in the game, somewhat differently?" The red alert engineer can repair buildings and bridges and can be reused after entering public buildings. Moreover, the red alert engineer can also repair and modify vehicles. The higher the level, the greater the repair capabilities and efficiency, the engineer explained in detail. This revelation astonished Wang Wei. The prospect of reusability implied that once the engineer repaired a structure, he could be employed in other capacities. Given the team's current lack of personnel skilled in vehicle modifications, the arrival of the red alert engineer was fortuitous. "You have arrived at the perfect moment. Engineer, are you capable of installing collision protection on the front end of the pickup trucks?" Wang Wei eagerly asked. "Absolutely," the red alert engineer nodded confidently. "Excellent. Then make your way to the garage. The second squad leader will assist you. Tonight's objective is to install collision protection on the front ends of the 4 pickup trucks and repair 2 of the trucks," Wang Wei instructed with a serious expression. "Yes, I will ensure the task is completed," the red alert engineer responded emphatically. With collision protection installed on the front ends of the pickup trucks, the team would be able to charge through any scattered zombies without the need to maneuver around them as before. This would undoubtedly enhance the team's marching speed significantly. Furthermore, while the abandoned factory held nothing of value, it was abundant in partially salvaged vehicles. Given the engineer's capabilities, repairing 2 trucks by morning would pose no challenge. Tomorrow marked the day of their return to the camp, the rescue of his sister from the den of evil, and a bloody reckoning with their foes. A fierce battle was undoubtedly on the horizon. That night, Wang Wei found himself restless. Rising from bed at 4 in the morning, he intended to check on the completion of the red alert engineer's tasks and made his way to the garage of the abandoned factory. As he entered the garage, the sight of 3 pristine trucks and 4 pickup trucks immediately captured his attention. 1 truck had been acquired from the thug survivors, while the other 2 had been repaired by the red alert engineer. Now, after the engineer's handiwork and modifications, these 3 trucks appeared as though they were brand new. Like the 4 pickup trucks, the fronts of the 3 trucks had also been fitted with collision protection, lending them an air of ferocity that invoked trepidation. "Commander, you have arrived," The subordinate had just completed the modifications on these vehicles and was unsure whether the commander would be satisfied. The red alert engineer stood before Wang Wei. At this moment, the garage was not only occupied by the red alert engineer, but also by 9 red alert soldiers from the second squad, who were assisting the engineer in his tasks. Wang Wei patted the engineer on the shoulder and smiled. I am satisfied, exceedingly so. The engineer had not only accomplished the tasks assigned by Wang Wei, but had also equipped the front ends of 3 trucks with anti-collision devices, which greatly pleased Wang Wei. He touched the front anti-collision device of a pickup truck, reflecting that perhaps even mutated zombies could not withstand the impact of this modified pickup. Engineers, second squad, you have worked hard tonight. Return to rest for now. Also, call over the soldiers from the first and third squads to load these 3 trucks with provisions. Wang Wei surveyed his subordinates before finally resting his gaze on the second squad leader. Understood. The group nodded in agreement, their fatigue evident yet their spirit undiminished. Wang Wei gazed towards the direction of the East City base. Realizing that merely relying on the red alert soldiers was insufficient to establish a firm foothold there, it was imperative to have ample provisions to ensure that the survivors willing to follow him would be well fed. Only with these 2 essentials could he secure the loyalty of the survivors at the East City base. Wang Wei planned to lead a team to the East City base at 8 in the morning. He glanced at his watch. It was already 4:30 in the morning. Less than 4 hours remained until their return to the East City base. Chapter 32. The 8 extremes stabilized the universe. Returning to the East City base would undoubtedly lead to a confrontation with Shaosheng, although Wang Wei currently possessed a platoon of red alert soldiers, an armed mining vehicle, and the newcomer Huang Quan. He felt uncertain about his chances of absolute victory. Now, he could only do his best and leave the rest to fate. In less than 5 minutes, the soldiers from the first and third squads had gathered before Wang Wei. The full moon hung high in the sky, and all was silent. Yet, the red alert soldiers appeared invigorated, ready to face any challenge. Squad leaders of the first and third squads, take your teams to the food storage facility and load these 3 trucks with provisions before the sun rises today. Do you have confidence in accomplishing this? Wang Wei scanned the red alert soldiers before finally locking eyes with the squad leaders. Yes, we guarantee the task will be completed. The first and third squad leaders saluted in unison, their voices resolute. Go and get to work. Wang Wei nodded in satisfaction and exited the garage. With less than 4 hours until departure, he decided to practice his martial arts skills in preparation for the impending battle. Before the apocalypse, he had served as an instructor at a local security company. While he may not be able to take on 10 opponents single-handedly, defeating 3 reckless thugs was certainly within his capabilities. Wang Wei specialized in the 8 extremes fist, having practiced it for 5 years. At this moment, he stood on the flat ground inside the entrance of an abandoned factory, the very place where the thugs shot down by Wang Wei and his team had met their demise. Although the bodies had been buried and the blood cleaned away, a faint scent of blood still lingered, invigorating Wang Wei and reminding him, only by becoming strong can one live to face tomorrow with a smile and protect those one cherishes. Wang Wei assumed the initial stance of the 8 extremes fist, envisioning the air before him as an adversary, striking with punch after punch, elbow after elbow. Gun holding stance, elbow hug, heavy elbow, hammering elbow, turning elbow, heart pushing elbow. Iron Mountain lean. The foundational 8 techniques of the 8 extremes fist were executed repeatedly, beads of sweat forming on his forehead, soaking his clothes. He entered a state of transcendence, his offensive becoming increasingly rapid. At that moment, footsteps approached from behind. Who goes there? Wang Wei retracted his fists and turned towards the source of the sound. Mr. Wang, if this old man is not mistaken, you are practicing the 8 extremes fist, aren't you? A familiar voice resonated. It was none other than Uncle Huang. Before the apocalypse, Uncle Huang had been the head instructor of the premier martial arts school in the capital, well-versed in martial arts, making it easy for him to recognize the style Wang Wei was practicing. Hence Wang Wei was not surprised. Indeed, I am practicing the 8 extremes fist, Wang Wei replied, relaxing his guard upon seeing Uncle Huang and nodding calmly. However, the 8 extremes fist should not be executed in such a manner. In literature, the Taiji brings peace to the world, while in martial arts, the 8 extremes stabilize the universe. Mr. Wang, your 8 extremes fist is tangible yet lacks the essence of lethality. Uncle Huang gently shook his head as he addressed Wang Wei. Understanding the implication behind Uncle Huang's words, Wang Wei eagerly requested, please, Uncle Huang, guide me further. He clasped his hands in respect towards Uncle Huang. Then I shall demonstrate. How much you grasp depends on your talent. So watch closely and learn well. Uncle Huang smiled lightly and assumed the initial stance of the 8 Extremes fist, though both were practicing the same style. Their execution conveyed entirely different energies. Wang Wei's 8 Extremes fist was soft and lacking power, while Uncle Huang's was fierce and vigorous. Each move seemed aimed directly at the opponent's life. Small stones and dust on the ground were sent flying by Uncle Huang's movements, his arms cracking as his fist struck the air, producing a powerful whooshing sound. This lethal move of the 8 Extremes fist was called the Fierce Tiger Climbs. The second move, the King of Hell's 3 points. The third move, the Overlord's Hard Pull. Uncle Huang executed the 8 Extremes fist for a full 2 minutes, displaying an extraordinary momentum befitting a martial arts master. This made Wang Wei's heart skip a beat as he involuntarily murmured, "Could it be that the 8 Extremes fist can unleash such lethal techniques?" Wang Wei imitated the lethal moves taught by Uncle Huang, committing them to memory. The 8 Extremes fist comprises 8 lethal techniques. Haste makes waste. Mr. Wang, first master these 3 moves, and then I will teach you the remaining 5 lethal techniques of the 8 Extremes fist. Uncle Huang placed his hands behind him and kindly addressed Wang Wei. Understood. Thank you, Uncle Huang, Wang Wei replied. His curiosity piqued. I wish to inquire about something. In terms of strength, how do you compare to Huang Quan? Wang Wei nodded, looking at Uncle Huang with intrigue. Uncle Huang paused briefly before explaining. It's about even, although my nephew, Huang Quan, is a new breed with strength and speed enhanced several-fold. I have the advantage in combat skills and experience. These words. Wang Wei's heart jolted in disbelief. To think that an ordinary person could stand on equal footing with a new breed. In the past, Wang Wei would never have dared to imagine such a thing. But now, he understood that Uncle Huang was not exaggerating. Uncle Huang's strength could indeed match Huang Quan's. Suddenly, Wang Wei recalled the evolution elixirs available in the Red Alert System shop interface. What if, in the future, Uncle Huang were to become a new breed? He couldn't help but wonder how formidable his strength would become. Surely, he could easily overpower evolved zombies. Uncle Huang, you truly are my lucky star. In the future, whatever good fortune I come by, I will ensure you receive your share. Wang Wei smiled brightly. Ha! From the moment I first laid eyes on Mr. Wang, I knew you would achieve great things in this wasteland. All I ask of you is to treat my nephew Huang Quan well in the future. Uncle Huang placed his hands behind him and smiled calmly. Wang Wei was uncertain whether Uncle Huang's words were mere flattery or heartfelt, but receiving praise from a martial arts master brought a smile to his face. He nodded solemnly. Rest assured, now and in the future, I will treat Huang Quan as my own. With Mr. Wang's word, I can rest easy. Uncle Huang replied with satisfaction, nodding before slowly turning to return to his quarters. Seemingly intent on not disturbing Wang Wei's continued practice of the 8 Extremes fist. In an instant, the vast expanse was again left with Wang Wei alone. His mind replayed the 3 lethal techniques demonstrated by Uncle Huang. The Fierce Tiger Climbs, the King of Hell's 3 points, the Overlord's Hard Pull. Wang Wei practiced diligently for half an hour before finally mastering the 3 techniques, though he still lacked proficiency. However, it must be said that with these 3 lethal techniques of the 8 Extremes fist, Wang Wei felt his combat abilities had more than doubled. Just then, an idea struck him, and he hurriedly retracted his fists, whispering, Red Alert System, claim today's sign-in reward. Before him, a flash of golden light appeared. Just as Wang Wei was curious about what Red Alert items he would receive today, as the blinding light faded, a syringe materialized on the ground before Wang Wei. This syringe contained a vibrant green liquid, which bubbled vigorously. Etched around its exterior was the name of the substance. Wang Wei carried it to the fire's edge, where the illumination allowed him to discern the name clearly. Evolution Serum with a purity of 50. Wang Wei murmured softly. Chapter 33, Evolution Serum. The Red Alert item before him was, astonishingly, the Evolution Serum he had longed for. This revelation caused Wang Wei to swallow hard, barely concealing the excitement etched across his face. The Evolution Serum, upon injection, it could potentially transform him into a new human. Wang Wei distinctly remembered that in this apocalyptic world, new humans emerge because, on the very first day of the apocalypse, their cellular genes fused with the ancient pathogens that roamed the air, thus becoming new humans. Conversely, the majority of humanity prior to the apocalypse had their cellular genes devoured by these ancient pathogens, resulting in their transformation into bloodthirsty zombies. That a portion of humanity, however, found their cellular genes neither fused with nor consumed by these pathogens, thus becoming the fortunate survivors of the apocalypse. Gazing at the Evolution Serum in his hand, A smile broke upon Wang Wei's face. Did this not imply that he too could evolve into a formidable new human, akin to Huang Quan? This thought filled him with exhilaration. However, he was perplexed by the notation of 50 purity on the serum. What could that possibly signify? Confounded, Wang Wei decided to consult the Red Alert system. Red Alert system? Why does this evolution serum indicate a purity of 50? What does it mean? Esteemed Commander, the voice of the Red Alert system resonated in Wang Wei's mind. Maintaining its characteristic mechanical tone, the purity of 50 signifies that you have a 50 probability of becoming a new human, that a 50% chance of transformation into a new human. Wang Wei raised an eyebrow, sensing something amiss, and pressed further. I still don't quite understand that if I inject this evolution serum and fail to become a new human, what will happen to me? Should the transformation fail, Commander, you will become a zombie. And even the injection of a healing serum will not halt the process. The Red Alert system explained. As the words settled, the previously bubbling joy within Wang Wei was doused like cold water. He comprehended the gravity of the situation. Injecting this 50 purity evolution serum was akin to a gamble. The stakes, his very life. If he succeeded, he would become a new human, as powerful as Huang Quan. But if he failed, death would be the inevitable outcome. This realization caused a jolt of unease to ripple through Wang Wei as he swallowed hard, his gaze darting about. Is there an evolution serum with a purity of 100? Wang Wei inquired, curiosity piqued. Indeed, Commander, the Red Alert system offers 6 varieties of evolution serum, with purities of 50, 60, 70, 80, 90, and 100. Only when your rank reaches that of a division commander may you procure the 100 purity evolution serum. The Red Alert system elucidated calmly. Division commander rank. This left Wang Wei momentarily stunned. He was currently only a platoon leader, and reaching division commander status seemed a distant dream. Moreover, the resources required to ascend from platoon leader to division commander were undeniably vast. Wang Wei recalled that his own promotion to platoon leader had cost him a staggering 3,000 credits, equivalent to 6 pounds of gold. Turning to gaze towards the direction of the eastern city base, his emotions swirled within him. He glanced at the watch on his left wrist. It was already 5:30, with less than 3 hours until departure. Tomorrow, rescuing his sister from the clutches of the eastern city base would inevitably lead him to confront Xiaosheng. However, Xiaosheng commanded a formidable force of over 300 loyal followers, alongside several new humans and hundreds of marksmen. Truth be told, Wang Wei harbored no certainty of victory. Life and death were but a coin toss. What was there to fear? To ensure a greater chance of saving his sister, he resolved to take the plunge. With a determined grit, Wang Wei rolled up his sleeve and injected the evolution serum into his left shoulder. As the entire contents of the vibrant green liquid coursed into his body, he felt as though his heart had been encased in ice, causing him to shudder involuntarily as the now empty syringe slipped from his grasp and clattered to the ground. So cold, Wang Wei could not suppress a shiver. Exhaling icy breaths that he crouched down, curling into himself. He felt his body temperature plummeting, and his consciousness began to fade, as though a voice incessantly beckoned him to slumber. Yet, deep within, Wang Wei understood that if he closed his eyes now, he might never awaken again. An overwhelming drowsiness enveloped him, causing his eyelids to grow heavy and gradually close. But just as they were about to shut completely, Wang Wei sprang to his feet, clenching his fists and striking his chest. Bang! A resounding impact echoed, jolting Wang Wei into a state of alertness, though he felt a dull ache in his chest. The encroaching cold continued to assail him, making him shiver uncontrollably. I cannot die. I must not fall now. I still need to save my sister and ensure she lives a good life. Wang Wei gritted his teeth and growled softly. He tightened his fists, assuming the starting stance of the 8 extremes fist. That moment, the thought of rescuing his sister consumed Wang Wei's mind, fortifying his resolve, one punch after another, one elbow strike after another. He struck at the air before him, envisioning it as an imagined foe. The 3 lethal techniques of the 8 extremes fist, taught to him by Uncle Huang, became increasingly adept and fierce under Wang Wei's execution. A powerful aura reminiscent of Uncle Huang radiated from him. Fierce tiger ascending, Yama's 3-point strike, overbearing break of reins. Wang Wei endeavored to fervently practice the lethal techniques of the 8 extremes fist, striving to sharpen his consciousness and dispel the encroaching chill. Bang! The air erupted with a sound akin to bursting. That was the sound of Wang Wei executing a lethal technique, creating a resounding punch. Suddenly, he perceived his strength increasing at a visible rate. His power felt heavier than 1,000 pounds. Speed and agility were also soaring at a rapid pace. This revelation filled Wang Wei with elation. Yet he remained cautious, as the cold and drowsiness had yet to dissipate, prompting him to continue his relentless practice of the 3 lethal techniques. A tree as thick as a barrel loomed before Wang Wei. He regarded it as an imagined adversary, unleashing the 3 lethal techniques of the 8 extremes fist against its trunk. First technique, fierce tiger ascending. The trunk bore a fist imprint, and wood splinters flew. Second technique, Yama's 3-point strike. The barrel-thick trunk was penetrated, leaving a deep gash. Third technique, overbearing break of reins. With this punch, Wang Wei's iron fist shattered through the trunk, producing a thunderous crash as the tree collapsed. Wang Wei exhaled deeply. He could distinctly feel the coldness and drowsiness fading from his body. His strength and senses had significantly heightened. This signified that he had successfully transformed. He had finally become a new human. A smile blossomed on Wang Wei's face. At that moment, the sky began to lighten. Dawn broke forth. A ray of sunlight pierced through the heavens, illuminating Wang Wei's face. As the clouds dissipated, the sun cast a myriad of light arrows upon the earth. Wang Wei glanced at the watch on his left wrist. It was precisely 6 o'clock. Only 2 hours remained until he would embark for the Eastern City Base. Chapter 34. Journey to the Eastern City Base. Wang Wei clenched his jaw, having finally endured the most excruciating phase of transformation. Only he knew the depths of the pain he had endured. Each time he felt he might succumb to sleep, his sister's adorable visage would flash through his mind. It was this thought that compelled him to grit his teeth and persevere. Efforts are never wasted. Wang Wei had triumphed. He had become a new human. Just like Huang Quan, his power, speed, and agility had been significantly enhanced. His muscles bulged robustly, as strong as a mighty bull, especially his strength, which had surged 5-fold at least. This invigorated Wang Wei, and he secretly reveled in the thought of how he compared to Huang Quan at this moment. However, the image of Huang Quan wielding a Tang sword sent a shiver down his spine. He understood that in a bare-handed duel, he might stand a chance, but if they both wielded blades, Wang Wei knew he would be utterly outmatched. With spirits lifted, Wang Wei, now a new human, proceeded towards the food warehouse. Under the coordination of the 1st and 3rd squads, 3 trucks were already filled to the brim with provisions. Inside the warehouse, approximately 2/3 of the supplies remained. The squad leaders from both the 1st and 3rd squads approached him, standing tall and saluting in unison. "Commander, all 3 trucks are fully loaded with food." "Thank you for your hard work," Wang Wei replied. "3 trucks. How many tons of grain do they carry in total?" Wang Wei looked at the squad leader before him, astonished as he inquired. "Each truck is loaded with 30 tons of rice, totaling 90 tons across the 3 trucks. The squad leader reported with an imposing presence. 90 tons of rice. How many people could be fed with such a bounty? If the survivors at the East City Base were to behold this abundance of food, they would undoubtedly flock here, eager to surrender. After all, not everyone at the East City Base can enjoy a full meal. Most survivors are perpetually in a state of hunger, barely scraping by. How many pounds of grain remain in the storage warehouse?" Wang Wei turned to the other squad leader, curiosity evident in his voice. "There are still 182 tons of rice inside," the squad leader respectfully reported. "Were it not for the limitation of just 3 trucks, Wang Wei would have truly desired to transport all the rice from the storage warehouse back to the East City Base. However, it seems that for now, he must conceal the remaining 182 tons of grain here. Once settled at the East City Base, he would return to transport all the grain back. As Wang Wei prepared to take a shower, he happened upon Huang Quan practicing his swordsmanship, prompting him to pause and observe Huang Quan's technique, which might prove useful in the future. Huang Quan's swordplay exuded a palpable aura of lethality. Each move was directed towards the opponent's life. Under the sun's rays, the edge of the Tang sword shimmered, radiating an impressive intimidation. Perhaps sensing Wang Wei's presence behind him, Huang Quan halted, sheathing his sword and approaching Wang Wei, appraising him with a look of surprise. "Brother Wang, when did you become a new human?" Regarding the matter of the evolution serum, Wang Wei was not yet inclined to disclose it to anyone, even to Huang Quan. Wang Wei smiled knowingly. "I woke up this morning and inexplicably became a new human." To this, the straightforward and innocent Huang Quan did not dwell too much, nodding with a smile, seemingly pleased for Wang Wei's transformation. "Brother Wang, you are truly fortunate. Even if you have become a new human, you still cannot match me." Huang Quan confidently thumped his chest, declaring. Initially, Wang Wei had been contemplating how to spar with Huang Quan, but unexpectedly, the latter offered an opportunity. Seizing the moment, Wang Wei suggested, "Why don't we spar right now? However, let us agree on no weapons. We will go barehanded." "Well, that is fine. Within 10 moves, I shall defeat you." Huang Quan nodded without hesitation, exuding confidence. Since becoming a new human, Wang Wei was still uncertain of his true capabilities. Sparring with Huang Quan would be an excellent way to gauge his current strength. Huang Quan set aside his Tang sword, which plunged into the ground as if piercing through tofu, with a quarter of the blade embedded within. Wang Wei assumed the initial stance of Bejiquan, clenching his fists. "Bejiquan, brother Wang, I didn't realize you also practice Bejiquan." Huang Quan exclaimed with a smile. "I, brother Wang, possess many skills." With that, Wang Wei surged forward like a swift arrow, reaching Huang Quan in an instant. Since becoming a new human, his speed had more than doubled. Even the sprinting champion from before the apocalypse would find it difficult to match his pace. With a fierce roar, Wang Wei leaped, akin to a tiger pouncing, launching his right elbow toward Huang Quan's face. This took Huang Quan by surprise. He had not anticipated such a fierce onslaught from Wang Wei. He quickly raised his arm to defend. Bang! A resounding impact echoed. While he managed to block Wang Wei's deadly strike, it felt as though his arm had been struck by a vehicle, and he winced in pain. Before Huang Quan could regain his composure, Wang Wei charged forward again, the King of Hell's 3-point hand. Wang Wei advanced like a tide, his iron fist surging forward. Huang Quan dodged repeatedly, finding himself in a precarious situation. With no respite, Wang Wei unleashed another lethal Bejiquan move. Gritting his teeth, Huang Quan clenched his fists and retaliated directly against Wang Wei. Boom! Fist met fist. A powerful shockwave erupted from the center of their clash, sending dust and leaves swirling around them. In the next moment, Huang Quan's expression turned to one of shock, pain etched across his face as he stumbled back 7 steps. Wang Wei, too, found himself in discomfort. His face contorted in pain, retreating 7 steps as well. The outcome of their initial spar caught Wang Wei off guard. He had drawn even with Huang Quan. This thrilled him greatly. However, Huang Quan was not pleased. He swiftly retrieved his Tang sword from the ground, gesturing towards Wang Wei, exclaiming, "Brother Wang, that doesn't count. I'm not proficient in fist fighting. This time, let us spar with weapons." No, I'm hungry. "Let us go eat." Wang Wei chuckled, shaking his head. Sparring with Huang Quan in swordsmanship would be akin to seeking punishment, Wang Wei thought to himself. After saying this, he headed toward the cafeteria, with Huang Quan hurrying to catch up, persistently urging, "Brother Wang, I'm begging you, let us spar with weapons, just for a minute. Eating is more important." Wang Wei patted Huang Quan's shoulder, smiling indifferently. Even if Huang Quan pleaded endlessly today, Wang Wei would not spar with him in swordsmanship. He had no desire to engage in self-inflicted hardship. Wang Wei was well aware of his own abilities, having achieved an equal standing with Huang Quan. He wished to maintain that sense of pride. At 8 in the morning, Wang Wei stood inside the entrance of an abandoned factory. Before him stood a row of red alert soldiers, divided into 3 columns, each holding a Type 95 assault rifle, standing at attention before Wang Wei. Heavily armored soldiers, Yuri and Wolf Dog, stood at the front, exuding an air of authority. Huang Quan, Uncle Huang, and Feng Qinya stood to the left of the assembly. Gazing at Wang Wei, a monstrous armed mining truck loomed in the center of the open ground, its 20mm cannon covered with a black cloth, both understated and formidable. 4 modified pickup trucks flanked the armed mining truck. Their front-end crash barriers prominently displayed .3 trucks laden with 90 tons of grain, and a fuel tanker occupied the second row, alongside a refrigerated truck from the grain storage warehouse. "Commander, all personnel and supplies are accounted for." The squad leader raised his hand in salute, reporting to Wang Wei. Wang Wei nodded composedly, gesturing with his hand as he commanded with a stern and serious tone. "All present, proceed to East City Base. March out." Chapter 35. This damn sense of oppression. The convoy, formed by 10 vehicles, rumbled towards the East City Base. The armed mining truck led the way, capable of easily crushing any stray zombies encountered on the road. Even stationary vehicles would be pushed aside by the formidable power of the armored monster. 4 modified pickup trucks followed closely behind, ready to unleash a barrage of fire from the Type 95 assault rifles should any anomalies arise. The 3 trucks filled with grain, accompanied by a fuel tanker and a refrigerated truck, brought up the rear, driven by skilled red alert soldiers to ensure they remained within the convoy. Wang Wei sat in the passenger seat of a modified pickup truck, glancing back through the rearview mirror at the refrigerated truck, pondering. The pork and beef in that refrigerated truck will be perfect for my sister. She is at that age where she needs proper nutrition. Previously, life at the East City base had been neither too good nor too bad for Wang Wei and his sister. He managed to earn some food by treating gunshot wounds for the underlings of powerful factions. However, the rations he received were only enough to keep him and his sister half full. As for me, that was a distant dream. Wang Wei gazed toward the direction of the East City base. Realizing that it had been over 3 months since his sister had last eaten roasted meat. Once he returned, he would ensure she feasted. This thought brought a smile to Wang Wei's face as he retrieved a photo of his sister from his pocket. In the photograph, the girl appeared playful and adorable at the age of 18, sporting a bun hairstyle, bright eyes, and a radiant smile. Notably, a small beauty mark adorned her right cheek, enhancing her charm and cheerfulness. This girl was none other than his beloved sister, his only family in this world. For her sake, Wang Wei would gladly risk his life. Feng Qinya, seated in the back, leaned forward, catching sight of Wang Wei engrossed in the photo of the girl. With a hint of curiosity, she asked, "Who is this sister of yours? She is quite lovely." "She is my biological sister, Wang Xin, my only family in this world. I am returning to the East City base to rescue her from this hellhole," Wang Wei replied, his gaze fixated on the photograph, his tone calm. "This sister of yours is truly your biological sister. You can't be serious. Are you sure you share the same mother? This sister is stunning." "While well, you're rather plain." Seated in the back seat, Feng Qinya jested, "Are you feeling inadequate?" Wang Wei's heart skipped a beat. He glanced at the mirror in front of him, scrutinizing his own appearance. Youthful vigor. With sharp features. Not inadequate, right? Though he may not resemble the top male stars of the pre-apocalyptic era, he certainly was not lacking. In high school, he had even been regarded as the school's heartthrob. This prompted Wang Wei to question, "Miss Feng, how could I possibly be inadequate?" "Ha! Wang Wei, you are remarkably easy to deceive. Whatever I say, you believe it wholeheartedly." "All right, I concede, you are not inadequate at all. You are quite handsome." Feng Qinya chuckled, covering her mouth with a smile. This elicited a resigned glance from Wang Wei towards her. At that moment, Feng Qinya beamed, revealing 2 charming dimples, and when she smiled, her eyelashes curled enchantingly. Catching Wang Wei off guard, he had not anticipated that she could look so appealing when she smiled. At the wheel, Huang Quan shot a curious glance at Wang Wei and inquired, "Brother Wang, which scoundrel from the East City base dares to bully your sister? I, Huang Quan, will be the first to make them pay." Since they were nearing the East City base, Wang Wei saw no reason to conceal the truth. After all, it was not a secret that could not be shared. He exhaled deeply and replied, "It's Xiao Sheng, one of the 8 major forces of the East City base." As soon as the words left his lips, Feng Qinya's demeanor shifted, and she looked at Wang Wei with astonishment. "Xiao Sheng, that fellow is quite formidable, commanding over 100 gunmen. Moreover, I have heard that the new humans under his command number no less than a handful. With your current crew, engaging him directly would likely yield little advantage. Given her previous affiliation with the East City base, it was only natural for Feng Qinya to be well informed about Xiaosheng's resources." Wang Wei contemplated the situation. Indeed, engaging in direct combat would be a daunting task. Nevertheless, he was resolute in his decision to head to the East City base today, for it was the day his sister, Wang Xin, was being coerced into becoming Xiao Sheng's concubine. As an elder brother, even if the path ahead led to peril, Wang Wei would not hesitate to rescue his sister. "You speak the truth. However, I assure you, Xiao Sheng will not fare well either. Even if it costs me my life, I will ensure that scoundrel pays." As he uttered the last sentence, a glint of murderous intent flickered in his eyes. "Wang Wei, your character is increasingly endearing to me. Would you consider being my little boyfriend? I can guarantee your safety in the East City base," Feng Qinya teased with a playful smile. "Perhaps not." "I, Wang Wei, still possess a modicum of pride," he replied, waving his hand dismissively. Wang Wei observed Feng Qinya in the rearview mirror, realizing that she was quite astute, still unwilling to reveal her identity. However, he understood that she must have connections with some powerful factions within the East City base. Otherwise, she would not have so boldly claimed to protect him. Wang Wei mused, when faced with challenges, one must adapt. Upon reaching the East City base, I hope Feng Qinya can provide some valuable assistance. Not forgetting that I sheltered her for 2 days, the East City base, one of the 6 survivor bases in Shiqing, housing over 20,000 survivors, located on the outskirts of the city and built upon a basin terrain. It was rendered easy to defend yet difficult to breach. There was but one entrance and exit, a gate of reinforced concrete and steel. This gate stood 4 meters tall, 2 meters wide, and 100 meters long, allowing the base's defense forces to stand atop the walls and fire upon intruders. At that moment, outside the East City base, thousands of wooden stakes were positioned, having impaled numerous zombies, yet those zombies still flailed their arms, albeit constrained. Over 50 defense soldiers lounged atop the walls, armed with Type 81 automatic rifles, idly playing cards and chatting, while only a handful of diligent soldiers remained vigilant, scanning the horizon. I really don't understand why Lord Bay has sent so many of us to guard the wall. There aren't many people coming in. In my view, a 10-man team would suffice, grumbled a crew cut man. Whatever Lord Bay commands, we shall obey without question. But I must admit, guarding the gate is rather dull. I'd rather be enjoying myself elsewhere, retorted a lean man seated opposite him. Just then, the ground trembled with a resounding roar. The cards before the crew cut man leaped from the table, and small pebbles atop the wall danced in the air. The crew cut man's can of beer seemed to spill uncontrollably, drenching the ground. Holy moly, is there an earthquake? Brothers, get off the wall, he exclaimed, panic evident on his face, standing up hastily. Yet, in the next moment, a defense soldier rushed forward to report. Squad leader, deputy squad leader, this is not an earthquake. The sound is coming from an approaching convoy. A convoy? The crew cut man quickly turned to look, and indeed, a convoy was approaching. Particularly notable was the leading vehicle. A colossal armored beast, adorned with formidable steel fangs that seemed capable of demolishing the gate, with ease. 8 enormous steel wheels thundered across the ground, producing a deafening roar. Seeing such an imposing vehicle for the first time, the crew cut man could not help but swallow hard, rendered speechless by the shock. However, the lean man beside him articulated the unspoken thought, what the hell, the sheer pressure is overwhelming. Chapter 36. The protective Wang Wei, the armed mining vehicle, boasted a weight comparable to that of a heavy tank. Coupled with tires made entirely of steel, the vehicle's roar echoed for a mile around. This convoy was none other than Wang Wei and his companions, as they neared the East City base's gates. Wang Wei rolled down his window and called out, "Stop, squad leader, prepare to disembark with me." The armed mining vehicle came to a halt, followed by the rest of the convoy. Wang Wei stepped out, gazing up at the towering concrete wall before him, feeling not an ounce of security. While the wall could defend against minor zombie hordes, it would be utterly vulnerable against a lord-level zombie leading a horde of over 200,000. Wang Wei had witnessed firsthand how a lord-level zombie could pile corpses into a veritable mountain 6 meters high, allowing the horde to surmount the 4-meter wall. He pondered whether the lord-level zombie in the city would make its way to the East City base. However, he understood that if it did arrive, the base would be drenched in blood. This led Wang Wei to contemplate, I must swiftly gather resources for my red alert base. Only then can I withstand the overwhelming tide of zombies. The squad leader stood behind Wang Wei, clad in camouflage, donning a bulletproof helmet, and wielding a Type 95 assault rifle, making him particularly conspicuous. I was once a survivor of the East City base as well. Brothers up there, kindly open the gate and let us in. Wang Wei called up to the crew cut man on the wall. He recognized this man as the squad leader under Lord Bay, often summoned to guard the gate. Upon learning Wang Wei's identity, the crew cut man assumed he was part of a survivor squad returning from an expedition and curiously asked, "Which faction do you belong to within the East City base?" "We belong to no faction," Wang Wei shouted in response. Initially, he intended for all his subordinates to disembark to intimidate the crew cut man atop the wall. However, upon reflection, he realized that if Xiaoxing caught wind of this, he would have exposed his hand prematurely. Such a course of action was unwise. Upon hearing this, the crew cut man fell silent for a moment, seemingly pondering something. If you wish to enter the East City base, it's not impossible. However, you must leave behind half of the supplies you've gathered on this expedition. No, it should be 2/3, including that monstrous armored vehicle of yours, he declared brazenly, pointing down at the mining vehicle. Wang Wei's heart sank at these words. He understood the crew cut man's intentions perfectly. The man believed that Wang Wei's group lacked support, thus seeking to plunder them. His ambitions were quite audacious. Not only did he demand 2/3 of their supplies, but he also coveted their armored mining vehicle. Before Wang Wei could voice his indignation, the squad leader behind him raised an eyebrow, his eyes ablaze with fury, and shouted at the crew cut man. "Who do you think you are? Do you consider yourselves bandits? If you don't open the gate, don't blame us for being rude." "Oh, I would love to see how you plan to be rude to me." The buzzcut man waved his hand, and over 50 city defense soldiers atop the city wall raised their Type 81 automatic rifles, aiming their barrels at Wang Wei and his squad leader below. The proximity was alarming. Coupled with their overwhelming firepower of more than 50 rifles, Wang Wei understood that if they opened fire, both he and his squad leader would be reduced to mere riddled corpses in an instant. My apologies, my subordinate has acted thoughtlessly and has been disrespectful. How about this? Could you arrange for Lord Bei to come here? I have matters to discuss with him, Wang Wei suddenly exclaimed. A glimmer of hope illuminating his mind as he devised a strategy, directing his voice towards the buzzcut man on the wall. The Lord Bei he mentioned was the leader of one of the 8 formidable factions at the East City base. A figure of considerable influence commanding over 1,000 armed men, his might should not be underestimated. Who do you think you are? Lord Bei is a figure of great stature, and you, a mere nobody. Dare to seek an audience with him? Your subordinate's earlier words have displeased me greatly. Therefore, I have changed my mind. You must surrender at least 4/5 of your supplies, or else you shall never enter the East City base. The buzzcut man taunted, exuding a sense of dominance over Wang Wei. This provoked an irritated arch of Wang Wei's eyebrows. If not for his desire to avoid creating too many enemies, and given his current lack of sufficient power to back himself, he would have already torn apart the facade of civility with the buzzcut man atop the wall, just as he contemplated how to persuade the other party to open the gates. Feng Qinya stepped out of the vehicle and shouted at the buzzcut man on the wall. They are unworthy of meeting Lord Bei. Am I not worthy? Wang Wei's spirits lifted, hoping that the recognition of Feng Qianya's status would grant him passage through the gates. However, the ensuing scene took him by surprise. The buzzcut man, upon beholding Feng Qianya's beauty, licked his lips, swallowed hard, and leered lasciviously. It has been a long time since I encountered a woman as beautiful as you. For your sake, you need only leave half of your supplies behind and let the captain enjoy your company for one night, and I shall allow you to pass. Realizing this, Wang Wei understood that the buzzcut man did not recognize Feng Qianya at all. You insolent cur, how dare you disrespect me? Feng Qianya shot a fierce glare at the buzzcut man. The buzzcut man, in his lewdness, could not help but continue his unsavory behavior, not even attempting to conceal his base intentions. Enraged, Feng Qianya drew a 92 Type pistol from her person and aimed it at the buzzcut man on the wall. Bang, bang, bang. 3 shots rang out. The buzzcut man, quick-witted, crouched down just in time to evade Feng Qianya's bullets. How dare you shoot at me? Brothers, attack, he commanded, and with that, over 50 city defense soldiers aimed their rifles once more at Wang Wei and his companions, pulling the triggers in unison. Rat-a-tat-tat. The sound of gunfire erupted from the wall. Observing the unfolding chaos, Wang Wei swiftly grasped Feng Qianya's hand and pulled her behind the armored mining vehicle, narrowly avoiding the hail of bullets. Yet, the squad leader was a fraction too slow. His left arm was struck by a bullet, and crimson blood gushed forth from the wound. Had Wang Wei not pulled him to safety behind the vehicle, the squad leader might have already succumbed to death. Fury ignited in Wang Wei's eyes as he bellowed at the city defense soldiers atop the wall. Damn it. Do you think you can bully me, Wang Wei, gunner? Take down that buzzcut man. Understood. The gunner inside the armored mining vehicle shouted in response. As the words left his lips, the black cloth covering the turret of the armored mining vehicle fell away, revealing the 20mm autocannon. The cannon slowly elevated, targeting the buzzcut man atop the wall. That moment, the buzzcut man, witnessing the formidable weapon aimed directly at him, was drenched in cold sweat, his back soaked through with dread. If only he had known earlier that Wang Wei's group possessed such a devastating weapon. Even if he had 1,000 lives, he would not have dared to utter the disrespectful words he had just spoken. Regret gnawed him, but he realized it was too late for contrition. Chapter 37. You are regular troops. This buzzcut man was truly a despicable creature, Wang Wei. Out of consideration for the fact that the man was a member of the city defense forces and subordinate to Lord Bei, had initially treated him with courtesy. Yet, this man had repeatedly attempted to exploit them, surrendering 4/5 of their supplies. Such insatiable greed. Wang Wei understood the rules of the East City base. Entering the base required no tribute of supplies. The buzzcut man's demands stemmed from his belief that Wang Wei lacked substantial backing, perceiving him as an easy target ripe for exploitation. However, this time, the buzzcut man had encountered a formidable opponent. He had harmed Wang Wei's people. Even if the heavens intervened on the buzzcut man's behalf, Wang Wei would ensure he faced consequences. The 20mm cannon's muzzle was aimed squarely at the buzzcut's position. Boom, boom, Boom! The cannon roared. Dozens of shells whistled from the cannon's mouth, striking the buzz-cut man's position on the wall with precision. The reinforced concrete of the wall was pockmarked with numerous craters, and the debris that shielded the buzz-cut man crumbled. Burying him beneath the rubble, the city defense soldiers atop the wall hastily returned fire at the armored mining vehicle, the sound of gunfire echoing as sparks flew off the vehicle's heavy armor, yet causing no harm. Gunner, fire and intimidate these city defense soldiers, Wang Wei commanded from behind the armored mining vehicle. As his words fell, the turret of the armored mining vehicle pivoted, aiming its barrel at the wall before it. Boom, boom, boom. Sparks erupted from the cannon's mouth. With each pull of the trigger, dozens of shells were unleashed. In less than 3 seconds, no fewer than 50 shells rained down upon the wall, causing the structure beneath the city defense soldiers to become a chaotic mess of craters. This display of power left the soldiers trembling in fear, believing the cannon fire would soon rain down upon them, prompting them to crouch against the wall, completely devoid of fighting spirit. Please, gentlemen, I realize my errors. Do not fire, the buzz-cut man pleaded, hiding behind a makeshift barrier and waving a white flag. Gunner, cease fire, Wang Wei gestured with his hand and called out. Instantly, the 20mm cannon fell silent. Wang Wei surveyed the city defense soldiers, now cowering in terror, a satisfied smile creeping onto his face. Did they truly believe they could bully him? Had it not been for their affiliation with Lord Bei, the earlier barrage would not have merely struck the wall, but would have rained down upon the soldiers themselves. Some individuals simply cannot be coddled. They only learn through pain. Now that they realize their mistakes, did they not find it a bit too late? You opened fire and injured my subordinate, and you intend to extort me? How do you plan to compensate for this transgression? Wang Wei stepped forward, addressing the soldiers huddled behind their cover. If I had known how formidable you were, I wouldn't have dared to confront you even if I had 10 lives. The buzz-cut man stammered. Let us do this. I shall have the gates opened, and as for the supplies, I shall forego them. You and your men may enter the East City base with all your goods. The buzz-cut man was still too afraid to rise and speak, clearly intimidated by Wang Wei's 20mm cannon. In that moment, Wang Wei recognized that the previously arrogant buzz-cut man was now genuinely cowed. Where had that bravado gone? Just moments ago, he had been so bold. Yet now, the squad leader bore a gunshot wound in his arm. Wang Wei could not allow the buzz-cut man to evade consequences. His men were entitled to enter the East City base, and the injury sustained by his subordinate demanded retribution. You were the one issuing orders earlier, weren't you? Step down and allow me to take 2 shots at your arms. Then I shall overlook this incident. Wang Wei's expression hardened, exuding an air of authority. Huang Quan and Huang Ershu exchanged glances, newfound respect gleaming in their eyes for Wang Wei. His devotion to his subordinates ignited a spark of admiration in their hearts, compelling them to pledge their loyalty to him. Perhaps we could explore an alternative resolution. I can offer you some food supplies as compensation, the buzz-cut man suggested, his voice laced with grievance. Unacceptable. This matter is non-negotiable. Either I shatter your arms, or I take your head, Wang Wei declared coldly, fixing his gaze on the buzz-cut man's position. Regardless of the outcome, he was in the right, even if this escalated to Lord Bei. Wang Wei would not flinch. At that very moment, the gates of the East City base creaked open. Wang Wei could hardly believe that the very individuals he had been contemplating had now materialized before him. Over 20 armed city defense troops emerged from within the base, led by a middle-aged man clad in a white robe, sporting a long beard and possessing thick eyebrows and large eyes. Exuding an aura that suggested he was not to be trifled with, this man was none other than the master of the East City base, the true ruler. Bei, young brother, are you certain you wish to act against my people on my territory? Bei remarked, maintaining a distance of 15 meters from Wang Wei, emanating an air of authority as he regarded Wang Wei with a smirk. This was the first time Wang Wei had encountered Bei's true visage. Behind Bei stood 4 individuals dressed in black, wielding long blades, which instilled a sense of trepidation in Wang Wei. Not only were these individuals formidable, but Bei himself was also a powerful new human, radiating an unmistakable aura that set him apart. The appearance of these 5 new humans, coupled with dozens of armed guards, instantly heightened Wang Wei's vigilance. As Bei approached, a short-haired man atop the city wall discreetly departed, making his way towards the East City base. Bei, this entire affair is the doing of your squad leader. He extorted me, demanding 4/5 of my supplies, and even shot one of my subordinates, Wang Wei declared gravely. Raising a hand, I am aware that with my current armed forces, I am no match for you, Bei. However, The forces behind me are not to be underestimated. First, second, third squads, assemble. As he spoke, a full platoon of red alert soldiers disembarked from vehicles, positioning themselves behind Wang Wei. Bei was momentarily taken aback upon seeing the uniformed soldiers wielding Type 95 automatic rifles. Dressed in camouflage combat attire, it seemed he was pondering something significant. "Are you a regular army?" Bei inquired, gazing intently at Wang Wei, astonished. Chapter 38. Raising the flag. Pulling the tiger's skin in the wake of the initial onslaught of the apocalypse, regular military forces gradually fell into ruin. Over 3 months had elapsed since the onset of the apocalypse. And yet here stood a group resembling a regular army. This puzzled Bei. Wang Wei initially contemplated denying it, but upon glancing at the platoon of red alert soldiers, each donned in camouflage and wielding Type 95 rifles, exuding an aura of ironclad valor, he realized that were he not privy to the truth, he too might be led to believe these soldiers were remnants of the pre-apocalypse military. Suddenly, an idea sparked in Wang Wei's mind. Since Bei doubted the authenticity of the red alert soldiers, he would raise a false banner and pull the tiger's skin. After all, there had been no news of regular troops for 3 months. No one could unearth this deception. Wang Wei looked at Bei, grinning as he nodded. "Bei, sharp eyes. You guessed correctly. These individuals behind me are indeed regular troops." As soon as the words left his mouth, Wang Wei couldn't help but admire his own cunning, almost believing his own fabrication. Hadn't the regular army been obliterated during the first wave of the apocalypse? Bei gazed into Wang Wei's eyes, and it was evident he was no ordinary ruler of the East City base. He was as cunning as an old fox, probing for any indication of Wang Wei's dishonesty. In that moment, if Wang Wei exhibited even the slightest flaw, Bei's keen eyes would surely expose him. Thus, Wang Wei felt an immense pressure bearing down upon him. Struggling to suppress his anxiety, Wang Wei maintained a calm facade, smiling serenely as he spoke. "A single spark can ignite a prairie fire. Although we have lost the majority of our soldiers, a small contingent of elite forces remains. Currently, we have established a stronghold in the provincial city, boasting an armed force of over 10,000. Wang Wei gestured animatedly as he spoke, sounding as if he were recounting a truth. An armed force of over 10,000. Bei and the surrounding city defense troops were taken aback, their faces reflecting shock. The entire East City base housed around 20,000 survivors, with only about 2,000 armed individuals, most of whom lacked substantial combat experience. The notion that the provincial city's regular army could have amassed such a formidable force was astounding. Thus, when Bei regarded Wang Wei, a newfound respect tinged his tone. Previously, Bei had viewed Wang Wei as a mere triviality, yet now he regarded him as an equal, wary of the power that lay behind him. Particularly the provincial army. "What shall I call you, young brother?" Bei inquired politely. "My name is Wang Wei. I was once part of the East City base." Wang Wei introduced himself calmly. So Brother Wang is also from the East City base. Then we are comrades. By the way, may I inquire what brings you and a platoon of troops to the East City base? Bei asked, his gaze piercing as he sought to glean more information from Wang Wei. The old fox was indeed cunning, attempting to extract information with every phrase. In response, Wang Wei replied nonchalantly, "There's nothing of great importance. The higher-ups wish to establish a lookout station at the East City base and perhaps engage in some trade with its inhabitants." "Trade? What sort of trade?" Bei's curiosity intensified. "Merely selling some local specialties." Wang Wei waved his hand dismissively. "Local specialties?" Bei smirked. "Are we speaking of the provincial city's delicacies? Certainly not. The local specialties we offer are serums that can protect ordinary survivors from zombie infections. Additionally, there is an evolutionary agent that can transform ordinary survivors into powerful new humans like yourself." At this revelation, Bei and his entourage were left utterly speechless, their astonishment surpassing even their earlier shock at Wang Wei's background. Healing serums, evolutionary agents. To think they could be considered local specialties. For a moment, Bei and his group stood as if petrified, only slowly regaining their composure. The usually composed Bei found himself swallowing hard, unable to conceal his excitement as he repeatedly asked Wang Wei, "Brother Wang, are you speaking the truth? You claim that the items you offer are healing serums and evolutionary agents." "Indeed, true," Wang Wei affirmed, nodding with an air of casual assurance. Were it anyone else making such a claim, Bei might have dismissed it, but given that Wang Wei and his group were perceived as regular troops from the provincial city, such advancements in healing and evolutionary agents did not seem far-fetched. How splendid! If the regular army can establish a lookout station in our East City base, it would be a blessing. However, the East City base is a mixed bag. If you were to bring in a large contingent, it might incite panic among the others. Bei, the old fox, spoke with a hint of ulterior motives. Wang Wei, understanding Bei's true concern, that he feared losing his position as the ruler of the East City base, politely requested. Might you offer some guidance, Bei? Very well. At the East City base, your lookout station may accommodate no more than 100 personnel. Should your numbers exceed this, I fear it will provoke unrest among the others, leading to unpleasantness for Brother Wang, Bei stated with a facade of righteousness. Wang Wei paused to contemplate this restriction. After all, he had no intention of establishing a red alert base in the East City. He merely sought to profit from the healing serums and evolutionary agents while recruiting capable individuals to bolster his own forces. Understood. I appreciate your counsel, Bei, Wang Wei replied, nodding in acknowledgement. These are trivial matters. It is my honor to assist the regular army. Brother Wang, how many healing serums and evolutionary agents do you possess? Are they effective? How shall we conduct the trade? Bei fired off 3 questions in rapid succession, clearly placing great importance on the serums and agents. To my apologies, Bei. The higher-ups have mandated that I keep stock levels confidential. However, I can assure you that both the healing serums and evolutionary agents are indeed effective. As for the trade, we are currently collecting gold, so transactions can be conducted using gold jewelry, Wang Wei stated earnestly, weaving a web of deceit. In truth, he was eager to sell the healing serums to Bei for a stash of gold, which he could subsequently convert into red alert resources, thus enabling him to procure red alert units and fortify his position against Xiaosheng. However, the red alert system shop interface only permitted purchases post-noon, leaving Wang Wei to bide his time. Meanwhile, the squad leader behind him could not help but lower his head, privately lamenting, "Commander, you truly possess a gift for embellishment." The gunshot wound on the squad leader's left arm had already been bandaged by Yuri, and once they found a secure location, Wang Wei could extract the bullet fragments from his arm. Conducting trade with gold? Quite agreeable. I possess nothing but a penchant for collecting gold, Bei responded with a calculating smile. Is it possible to trade now? I wish to purchase some healing serum and evolution agents, Northmaster inquired with delight. Wang Wei shook his head nonchalantly. There are regulations in place. Trading will commence tomorrow. Understood. I shall arrive early then. Northmaster eagerly nodded at that moment. A cacophony of footsteps resonated within the base, accompanied by the sound of several pickup trucks. Wang Wei raised his gaze, only to behold 5 trucks and over 100 armed gunmen emerging before them. Each truck's open bed was equipped with 12.7mm heavy machine guns. The gunners aimed their weapons at Wang Wei and his companions, while the multitude of gunmen cocked their rifles, instantly transforming the atmosphere into one of palpable tension. Just then, a familiar voice rang out. Northmaster, did I not execute this task splendidly? I summoned a whole battalion. This time, those people will certainly regret their actions. The buzzcut man stepped forward, believing he had accomplished a great feat and hastily sought recognition. However, he was oblivious to the fact that Northmaster was seething with rage, his expression darkening and contorting with fury. Chapter 39. Reaping the consequences. Wang Wei exchanged a glance with the man who resembled a clown in this scenario. You were quite arrogant earlier. Dare to be so again. The buzzcut man coldly rebuked Wang Wei. At that moment, Northmaster could no longer contain his ire. He swiftly turned to confront the buzzcut man, raising his right hand and delivering a thunderous slap across the man's face. The sound echoed like thunder, resonating with an extraordinary intensity. The buzzcut man's right cheek immediately swelled grotesquely, resembling that of a swollen pig, and he stumbled backward, collapsing to the ground. Northmaster, what have I done to deserve this? He protested, his face a picture of grievance. Northmaster glared fiercely at the buzzcut man, his eyes gleaming with murderous intent, and stated emphatically, not only do I wish to strike you, but I also long to end your life. With that, Northmaster raised his foot and delivered a powerful kick to the buzzcut man's face. This kick was fueled by all his strength, combined with the fact that Northmaster was a formidable new breed of human. The impact shattered the man's nose, blood gushing forth as he flew several meters away like a kite severed from its string. Thud. The buzzcut man fell to the ground, his face drenched in BL. What if something were to happen to me at the East City base? The higher-ups would undoubtedly not let the matter rest. Chapter 40. With an elder brother around, no one can harm you. Bei Yi is the mightiest presence within the East City base, commanding over 1,000 city defense troops at his beck and call. If I could secure Bei Yi's support, it would be invaluable. At the very least, during the impending battle with Xiaosheng, Even if Wang Wei were to fall, Beiyi would not sit idly by and watch him perish at the East City base. This is because Beiyi harbors apprehensions about the regular army that Wang Wei had mentioned. A flicker of concern crossed Beiyi's brow, albeit fleeting, yet it was perceptibly noted by Wang Wei. Brother Wang, as long as you remain at the East City base, I will ensure your safety. Anyone who dares to lay a hand on you will be making an enemy of me. Beiyi, as for the territorial issue, that is easily resolved. There lies a vacant plot in the southwest corner of the East City base. With the manpower Brother Wang brings, constructing a forward outpost there should pose no challenge whatsoever. Beiyi regarded Wang Wei with a semblance of amusement. This prompted Wang Wei to nod in acknowledgement. With your assurance, Beiyi, I feel at ease. On behalf of the higher-ups, I extend my gratitude. Wang Wei cast a sidelong glance at Beiyi, recognizing this cunning old fox's every word as a calculated trap. Beneath the surface, Beiyi was subtly conveying that while he could guarantee Wang Wei's safety at the East City base, he would not assist him in other endeavors. When it comes to territory, Beiyi is indeed rather stingy, merely leaving Wang Wei a derelict plot of land for his men to establish a forward outpost. After all, it is just a piece of abandoned land, of little consequence to Beiyi. No need for formality. We are all citizens of Z country. Helping each other is only right. That I have pressing matters to attend to. So I shall take my leave, Beiyi said with a smile directed at Wang Wei. Understood, Wang Wei replied calmly, outwardly appearing to welcome Wang Wei into the East City base. However, Wang Wei understood that this was solely due to his mention of the serum for treatment and the evolution agent. Otherwise, Beiyi would never have permitted Wang Wei and his companions entry into the East City base. One does not allow others to slumber on their territory without cause, unless there are benefits to be gained. Subsequently, Wang Wei and his entourage returned to their vehicle, entering the East City base in a grand procession, heading toward the southwest direction as suggested by Beiyi in the vehicle. Wang Wei seemed to have recalled something and turned to Uncle Huang. Seated in the back, Uncle Huang, do you possess any means to conceal the aura of the new humans, rendering their identities undetectable? Uncle Huang paused, as if recalling something, and suddenly his eyes brightened as he nodded vigorously. I have previously studied some acupuncture techniques that can mask the aura of a strong individual for up to 2 hours. I believe applying this acupuncture method to the new humans should yield similar effects. Excellent. I beseech you, Uncle Huang, to act promptly and use your acupuncture techniques to conceal the new human auras of myself and Huang Quan. Wang Wei exclaimed excitedly. Very well. Uncle Huang nodded, not inquiring further, as if sensing the gravity of the situation, that he retrieved several silver needles and deftly applied them to Wang Wei's body, effectively suppressing the new human aura, rendering it imperceptible, which filled Wang Wei with elation. Should he appear before Xiao Sheng as a new human, it would undoubtedly arouse Xiao Sheng's suspicion. However, with the aura concealed, Xiao Sheng would likely lower his guard. Presenting Wang Wei with an opportunity, the convoy swiftly reached the desolate land Beiyi had mentioned. Here, weeds flourished near the riverbank, devoid of any signs of habitation, spanning over 3,000 square meters. After extracting the bullet fragments from the shoulder of the first squad leader, Wang Wei instructed, Squad leader, you and your red alert soldiers are to guard the supply vehicles diligently. No supplies are to be lost. Should any survivors dare to approach for theft, shoot on sight. Yes, I will ensure the task is completed. The squad leader saluted Wang Wei with determination. Second squad leader, third squad leader, you will remain here for now. I will fire 3 shots as a signal. Upon hearing it, you are to rendezvous with me immediately, Wang Wei commanded, fixing his gaze on the second and third squad leaders. Understood, they replied in unison. Saluting Wang Wei, Uncle Huang, Huang Quan, you two will accompany me. Wang Wei turned to address Uncle Huang and Huang Quan, his expression growing serious. All right, they nodded slightly. Wang Wei gazed eastward. Upon returning, he was well prepared, even if it meant a fierce confrontation with that scoundrel Xiao Sheng. He would ensure his sister's safe passage. It had been 3 days since he left the East City base. He wondered how his sister was faring outside the East City base in the slums. Tattered tents patched with makeshift repairs dotted the landscape, housing survivors who appeared gaunt and malnourished. This slum harbored over 10,000 residents, and the city defense forces distributed limited rice porridge daily. However, only 4/5 of the survivors managed to receive it, resulting in daily fatalities due to hunger and illness. In stark contrast, those residing within the inner city of the East City base lived in relative comfort. At that moment, a group of menacing figures armed with long knives entered the slum. The survivors in the streets hastily made way, retreating to the sides of the road. In no time, these thugs arrived outside a dilapidated tent, where a burly thug with thick brows shouted, "Wong Xin, 3 days have passed. I come on orders from the elder brother to take you away." 7 thugs stood before the tent, all subordinates of Xiaoshang. Just then, the tent flap was pushed aside, and an 18-year-old girl with a bun hairstyle stepped out. This girl was none other than Wang Wei's sister. "Wang Xin, has my elder brother truly left the East City base safely?" Wang Xin raised her head slowly to gaze at the burly man, astonished. "Quit the nonsense. Come with us," the burly man retorted coldly, dismissing Wang Xin entirely. Xiaoshang selected an unmarried girl each day for his bed, and the burly thug was always the one sent to retrieve them. He was well aware of the grim fate that awaited any girl who accompanied Xiaoshang, knowing they rarely survived the night, tortured beyond recognition before meeting a tragic end. Thus, he regarded Wang Xin as already dead. "I will not go until you answer me. Has my elder brother truly left the East City base safely?" Wang Xin pleaded, repeating her question as if her brother Wang Wei's safety outweighed her own life. "That you're asking for a beating." The burly thug, irritated, raised his hand to slap Wang Xin. She gasped in fright, quickly shutting her eyes and lowering her head, her brows furrowed tightly. Just as the thug's hand was mere inches from her face, suddenly, a figure appeared before Wang Xin, forcefully grasping the thug's wrist with a powerful grip, preventing him from advancing any further. "Elder brother." Tears welled in Wang Xin's eyes upon recognizing the figure before her, shimmering like jewels. Wang Xin's eyes glistened with a hint of redness as she gazed earnestly at Wang Wei. Her voice choked with emotion. "In the past, I was no match for Xiaoshang, but that does not mean I cannot stand against him now. Sister, rest assured, your elder brother is here. All difficulties can be resolved." Wang Wei gently patted Wang Xin's shoulder, offering a calm smile. That moment, the burly man who had been knocked down earlier rose to his feet with the assistance of his subordinates. "What are you anyway? Just you alone, and you dare to challenge my brother? Seeking death doesn't have to be this eager." The burly man laughed coldly. The 6 henchmen behind him also burst into raucous laughter, their eyes filled with disdain for Wang Wei. Yet, at that instant, 2 pairs of footsteps approached, an elderly man and a youth stepping forward to stand behind Wang Wei. These 2 were none other than Uncle Huang Er and Huang Quan. "Brother Wang, this scoundrel has spoken disrespectfully. Should I teach him a lesson?" Huang Quan's expression was stern as he sought Wang Wei's guidance. "Yes, eliminate them all. Leave no one behind." A glint of murderous intent flickered in Wang Wei's eyes as he coldly commanded, his resolution unwavering. "Is that all? You summoned 2 worthless lackeys. Look at how proud you are. Do you truly believe that the 3 of you can take on a 7? The burly man scoffed. However, before he could finish, Huang Quan surged forward like a gust of wind, swiftly closing the distance to confront the burly man. Facing such foes, Huang Quan didn't even draw the tang knife from his back. He unleashed his iron fist instead. A punch from a new human carried at least 500 pounds of force. Coupled with Huang Quan's extensive combat experience, his iron fists were lethally effective. Bang! Huang Quan's fist struck the burly man's shoulder blade with a resounding crack. Before the onlookers, the burly man was sent flying like a kite severed from its string, crashing to the ground 7 meters away, whimpering like a dying dog and spewing blood. "You are mistaken. To deal with you 7 rabble, I alone am sufficient. There is no need for Brother Wang to intervene." Huang Quan coldly reprimanded the fallen burly man. The remaining 6 henchmen exchanged fearful glances, clearly intimidated by Huang Quan's display of skill. Yet, emboldened by the first attack, the others charged forward, wielding their long knives against Huang Quan. Huang Quan drew his own tang knife and engaged in combat with the 6 henchmen. The clash of metal echoed through the air. Huang Quan appeared as a god of death, effortlessly dispatching each assailant who dared to approach, one after another collapsing into pools of blood. All 6 henchmen fell to Huang Quan's might, each one dispatched with a single blow. Blood splattered everywhere, saturating the air with a pungent metallic scent. Wang Wei initially wished to shield his sister Wang Xin from the gruesome scene, but upon reflection, he realized that to adapt to the apocalypse, she must become accustomed to its brutality. At that moment, the once arrogant burly man was left gasping for breath, the only one remaining. Huang Quan lifted the handle of the tang knife, looming over the burly man like a reaper drawing near. Now, the burly man was devoid of his prior bravado, his face awash with panic. "You cannot kill me. I am Xiaoshang's man. If you slay me, you will be at odds with my brother Xiaoshang, and he will not spare you." The burly man swallowed hard, desperately attempting to mask his fear. "Nonsense about Xiaoshang. Do you truly think we fear him?" I will kill you first, and then send Xiao Sheng along to join you." With that, Huang Quan raised the tang knife high, its blade gleaming ominously in the sunlight. The burly man trembled, his pants dampening with a foul liquid trickling down to the ground. This sight elicited a bitter smile from Wang Wei. Truly spineless, terrified to the point of wetting himself. Nonetheless, Huang Quan's murderous intent remained unyielding. The tang knife poised to sever the burly man's head. Suddenly, a glimmer of inspiration struck Wang Wei, and he called out urgently, "Huang Quan, spare him. The burly man is merely a lackey of Xiaosheng. Killing him will not resolve anything. But if we allow him to return, he may lead Xiaosheng to us, potentially providing us with an opportunity to eliminate him, baiting a larger fish with a longer line." Upon hearing Wang Wei's voice, Huang Quan sheathed the tang knife, looking at Wang Wei with confusion. "Brother Wang, why should I not kill him? This scoundrel disrespected your sister. He deserves death. What reason is there to question? Wang Wei is our leader now, and we must obey his orders without hesitation." Uncle Huang interjected hastily, sensing Wang Wei's forthcoming decision. "That is true. Since Brother Wang has spoken, there must be a reason behind it. I shall temporarily spare this wretch." Huang Quan nodded after a pause, positioning himself nearby to prevent the burly man from making a sudden escape. At that moment, Wang Wei stepped forward, halting 5 paces from the burly man. He looked down at him coldly and declared, "You return and tell Xiao Sheng that as long as I am here, I will never allow my sister to be taken by you. If he dares to contest, let him come find me here. I, Wang Wei, will accompany him to the end." Chapter 42. Wang Wei, dare you return? As the leader of one of the 8 major powers in the East City base, Xiao Sheng commanded a formidable force of 300 henchmen, including over 100 gunmen, a power that instilled trepidation in Wang Wei. If Xiao Sheng were to send only a small contingent, Wang Wei felt confident in his ability to annihilate them. With Xiao Sheng dead, his followers would be left leaderless and in disarray. Even if someone sought revenge, Wang Wei would not be afraid. Realizing he could preserve his life, the burly man suppressed his intense pain and limped away from the scene, not daring to utter a single threat, fearful that Wang Wei might change his mind and kill him. Once the burly man departed, the inhabitants of the slums began to emerge from their tents. "Wang Wei, you are no match for Xiao Sheng. You should flee. Yes, having slain Xiao Sheng's men, he will undoubtedly seek retribution. Take this opportunity and escape the East City base. As long as the Green Mountains remain, one need not worry about firewood. Wang Wei, take your sister and flee." The surrounding neighbors looked at Wang Wei, urging him fervently. This elicited a wry smile from Wang Wei. It seemed that the people around him, like his sister, believed he was no match for Xiao Sheng. Yet they were unaware that one of Wang Wei's objectives upon returning was to eliminate that scoundrel Xiao Sheng. A man of his word, he would not flee. "Sister, come inside for a moment. I have something important to discuss with you." "Uncle Huang, Huang Quan, you will guard outside the tent. No one is to enter without my permission." Wang Wei's demeanor was calm, exuding an air of unshakable composure. Had this been 3 days prior, he would have heeded their advice without question. But times had changed. Wang Wei was no longer someone who could be easily bullied. Moreover, after enduring life-and-death encounters over the past 3 days, he had long since cast aside his fear of death. What was just one life? At worst, he would still be a man of valor in 18 years. "All right." Wang Xian nodded earnestly, following Wang Wei into the tent. The tent in the slum was not a makeshift camping tent, but rather akin to a mobile tent found on the prairie, with ample space comparable to a single room. While many had initially intended to eavesdrop on Wang Wei and Wang Xian's conversation, the sight of Huang Quan, resembling a god of death, terrified them into retreating, fearing the bloodied tang knife in his hand might find its way to their throats. "Sister, every word I am about to say is of utmost importance. You must listen carefully." Wang Wei looked at his sister Wang Xian with a serious expression, speaking in a hushed tone. "Yes, brother, what is it?" Wang Xian sensed the gravity of the situation and nodded vigorously. Wang Wei first scanned the tent to ensure they were alone before locking eyes with Wang Xian. "Your brother's current status is extraordinary. I am now part of the regular army. Shortly, I will engage in battle with Xiao Sheng, but I cannot guarantee victory. Therefore, I will send someone to escort you back to my camp. If I should fall, you must leave the East City base with my subordinates. They will protect you for the rest of your life." As he spoke, Wang Wei's tone grew somber, and he clenched his fists, silently vowing to win this battle for his sister's sake. Upon hearing Wang Wei's words, Wang Xian shivered, astonished that her brother had become part of the regular army in just 3 days. "Brother, I will not leave. I want to fight alongside you. Wang Xian, with unwavering resolve, lifted her chin to gaze at Wang Wei. This is absurd. Your presence here will only distract me if you wish to prevent your elder brother from meeting his demise. Heed my words and return to my camp. Obey. Wang Wei admonished in a low voice. However, Wang Xian bit her lip, still appearing reluctant. This realization warmed Wang Wei's heart, for he understood that Wang Xian was concerned for his safety. Yet, before Wang Xian could articulate her thoughts, Wang Wei interjected, "There is no however. For your sake, I will ensure my survival." After a brief pause, Wang Xian finally nodded slightly, wishing not to divert Wang Wei's attention. "All right, I will return to your camp, elder brother. But you must promise me. Return in one piece. Of course," Wang Wei replied solemnly, nodding in agreement. That moment, he glanced at his watch and noted that Xiao Sheng and his entourage were nearing. He hurriedly called out, "Uncle Huang, please step inside." Without hesitation, Uncle Huang entered the tent. "Mr. Wang, how may I assist you?" he inquired, fully aware of his position. Bowing respectfully towards Wang Wei. "I need you to escort my sister Wang Xian back to the camp and relay my message to the squad leader. If I should perish, do not seek revenge for me. Simply take my sister and leave the East City base," Wang Wei stated, locking eyes with Uncle Huang. "Understood," Uncle Huang nodded. Subsequently, with Wang Wei's watchful gaze, his sister Wang Xian was escorted to the camp by Uncle Huang. Watching her retreating figure, Wang Wei felt a surge of emotions. Perhaps this was the last time he would see his sister, for her sake, and to hear her call him elder brother once more, Wang Wei clenched his fists. Determination swelling within him. 10 minutes later, Xiao Sheng's group had yet to arrive. Uncle Huang returned from the camp, cupping his hands in salute as he reported, "Mr. Wang, everything has been taken care of. Thank you for your efforts." Wang Wei sighed in relief. Regardless of the outcome of the impending battle, Wang Xian's life was secured. This alleviated Wang Wei's worries, allowing him to fully immerse himself in the impending conflict. Outside the tent lay 6 corpses, blood pooling and intensifying the stench, attracting onlookers. Just then, Wang Wei heard the distant sound of horns approaching. "They have arrived." He lifted his gaze, his expression steely. Survivors on either side quickly parted to create a path for the incoming vehicles. Before Wang Wei appeared 4 cars, a shadowy Rolls-Royce, 2 jeeps, and a truck. Wang Wei scrutinized a man in a suit and sunglasses seated in the back of the Rolls-Royce, noting a resemblance to Xiao Sheng, thus presuming it was indeed him. Over 20 thugs wielding machetes disembarked from the truck, while 12 gunmen emerged from the jeeps. Yet, Xiao Sheng remained inside the luxury vehicle. Observing the number of adversaries, Wang Wei felt a wave of relief wash over him. His long line had finally hooked a big fish. Furthermore, they had deployed merely a fraction of their forces, presenting Wang Wei with an unprecedented opportunity, a chance to eliminate Xiao Sheng. A burly man with a powerful presence stepped forward, smirking derisively at Wang Wei. "Wang Wei, do you dare to return?" The newcomer radiated a formidable aura, clearly one of the new breed of humans. Chapter 43. Even given an opportunity, you prove inept. The strength of these new humans surpassed that of most survivors. In terms of power, speed, and reflexes, they far outmatched ordinary survivors. Even the weakest among them could easily overpower a dozen armed thugs. The formidable new humans could rival evolved zombies. Huang Quan, standing behind Wang Wei, was undoubtedly exceptional among the new breed, his strength comparable to that of an evolved zombie. Yet, while the burly man also belonged to this group, his aura suggested he was no match for Huang Quan. Wang Wei disregarded the burly man's taunts, directing his attention towards Xiao Sheng in the Rolls-Royce. "Xiao Sheng, are you planning to cower in your car like a turtle?" Wang Wei sought to provoke Xiao Sheng into revealing himself, aiming to strike first and eliminate him swiftly. To Wang Wei's surprise, despite clearly hearing his words, Xiao Sheng showed no reaction, remaining seated, assessing the situation outside. "You insignificant characters think my brother would emerge for you. If you know what is good for you, surrender and hand over your sister Wang Xian. If I'm in a good mood, I might allow you 3 a more comfortable journey," the burly man declared, arms crossed, staring down Wang Wei. Perhaps due to Wang Wei and Huang Quan suppressing their new human auras, the burly man had not even glanced their way. His tone was one of confident derision, as if already assured of victory. "Fools are abundant this year. Brother Wang, leave this brute to me. I, Huang Quan, can dismantle him in no time," Huang Quan eagerly proposed, eager for a chance to engage a new human. Previously, he would have rushed forward without hesitation, but now, as Wang Wei's subordinate, every action required his command. Wang Wei calmly shook his head, a composed smile gracing his lips. "No. This one is mine. I wish to test the extent of my current strength. Saying this, Wang Wei drew an MP5 submachine gun from his possession. The gunmen across from him immediately raised their weapons. Aiming at Wang Wei, he pointed the MP5 skyward and squeezed the trigger. Rat-a-tat-tat. 3 rapid shots rang out. Look how easily I startled you. I don't even need a gun to deal with you lowly fish. My iron fists alone can shatter your skulls. Wang Wei coldly taunted, gazing at Xiao Sheng and his group with disdain. After his declaration, he passed the MP5 to Uncle Huang, secretly hoping that the second and third squad leaders would hear this signal and arrive swiftly. His gunfire was not intended to intimidate the present adversaries, but rather to signal his allies. If he could delay Xiao Sheng's group just a little longer, once his main forces arrived, they could envelop Xiao Sheng's crew and eradicate them entirely. Such arrogant words. You, an ordinary person, think you can crush our heads. Truly delusional. Wang Wei, it seems you are courting death. Allow me to personally escort you. The burly man cracked his knuckles, stepping closer to Wang Wei. As he finished speaking, Wang Wei surged forward like a bolt of lightning, leaping to deliver a powerful punch directly to the man's face. Taken by surprise, the burly man raised his arms to block. Bang! A resounding crash echoed as Wang Wei's fist collided with the man's arm, causing a sharp pain to shoot through the burly man's limb. Indicating the force behind Wang Wei's strike was no trivial matter. What incredible strength! But you are still merely an ordinary person. I shall show you the absolute disparity between us new humans and ordinary folk. The burly man shook off the pain, his gaze towards Wang Wei filled with disdain and contempt. At this moment, the burly man launched the first offensive, his fist the size of a cooking pot swinging towards Wang Wei, who adeptly dodged several of his blows. The burly man was taken aback, evidently unprepared for Wang Wei's speed and reflexes. Who told you I was just an ordinary person? I am also a new human. Wang Wei retorted, his own robust aura now emanating as he charged at the burly man. The opening move of his 8 Extremes fist uncoiled in an instant as his iron fists rained down on the brute. 8 Extremes fist, fierce tiger climbs the mountain. Wang Wei's inner voice roared. The burly man, startled, realized Wang Wei was also a new human and hastily attempted to evade, but was a beat too slow, receiving a solid punch to his right shoulder. Fortunately, being a new human endowed him with a physique stronger than that of an ordinary person. Otherwise, Wang Wei's blow would have incapacitated his arm entirely. Yama's 3 points hand. Wang Wei pressed the assault, refusing to grant the burly man a moment's respite. 3 punches targeted the man's chin, neck, and chest. The burly man, wary and hesitant to underestimate Wang Wei, managed to evade the first 2 strikes. However, he could not dodge the third, which landed squarely on his chest. Bang! A loud impact reverberated as the burly man was sent flying, while he was still airborne. Wang Wei unleashed another strike. Overbearing control of the reins, Wang Wei's right elbow collided forcefully with the chest of the burly man, a blow that undoubtedly exceeded 1,000 pounds of pressure, shattering several of the man's bones. The impact sent the burly man sprawling like a kite with severed strings, landing a good 9 meters away. Upon hitting the ground, the man appeared to be on the brink of death, blood continuously spilling from his mouth. Observing this scene, Wang Wei could not help but feel astonished. He had not anticipated that such a formidable new breed of humanity could be so easily vanquished. Or perhaps it was simply that his own strength was overwhelming. Even giving you a chance is futile. Wang Wei scoffed coldly. At that moment, a cacophony of footsteps echoed around him. Wang Wei lifted his head, his heart soaring with joy. The Red Alert soldiers had finally arrived. Over 20 Red Alert warriors surrounded the scene, while heavily armored soldiers took up position on a nearby flat-roofed building, commanding the high ground with their enhanced M60 machine guns aimed directly at Xiao Sheng and his entourage below. Yuri and the Red Alert attack dogs stood resolutely by Wang Wei's side. Second squad, all present, shouted the squad leader. Third squad, all present, echoed the third squad leader. The muzzles of all Red Alert soldiers were trained on the center where Xiao Sheng and his group stood, instilling a palpable fear in the 30 or so warriors from Xiao Sheng's camp, their legs trembling uncontrollably. Open fire, eliminate them all, leave no one alive, Wang Wei commanded as he retrieved the MP5 submachine gun from Uncle Huang's grasp. Aiming it at the individuals before him, a glint of murderous intent flickering in his eyes. Tat. Wang Wei was the first to pull the trigger, setting off a barrage of gunfire as the surrounding Red Alert warriors followed suit with their Type 95 automatic rifles, unleashing a hail of bullets upon Xiao Sheng's group. The first 10 or so thugs in the front were struck, their cries of anguish filling the air as they fell one after another. The gunmen in Xiaoxing's camp attempted to retaliate, but before they could fire a shot, the heavy soldiers wielding the enhanced M60 machine guns trained their weapons on them. Rat-a-tat-tat. A volley of gunfire erupted from the machine guns. The bullets raining down upon the opposing gunmen. In the first wave of fire, all of Xiaoxing's shooters were hit, collapsing into a pool of blood. Xiaoxing, hiding inside a Rolls-Royce, sought to escape. But in the next instant, the heavy soldiers aimed their machine guns at the luxury vehicle, unleashing a barrage that sent black smoke billowing from the car. Boom, the machine gun round struck the Rolls-Royce's fuel tank, resulting in a tremendous explosion that reverberated through the air. The shockwave surged outward, stirring up a cloud of dust, flames reaching skyward. Chapter 44. Without ruthlessness, one cannot stand firm under the relentless barrage of gunfire. Xiaoxing and his companions gradually succumbed, falling into a pool of blood. The Rolls-Royce erupted in flames, rendered completely inoperable, with smoke curling upwards. Wang Wei raised his head to behold the scene, a surge of elation coursing through him, a smile involuntarily gracing his face. Could it be that Xiaoxing was truly dead? Wang Wei pondered to himself, yet, unable to find peace of mind without witnessing Xiaoxing's corpse with his own eyes. Wang Wei cautiously approached the wrecked Rolls-Royce, MP5 in hand. Uncle Huang, Huang Quan, Yuri, and the attack dogs closely followed Wang Wei, providing him with protection. As Wang Wei drew near, he saw a lifeless body slumped in the driver's seat. But the person's face was buried beneath the seat, obscuring their features. Huang Quan, drag the body out, Wang Wei ordered solemnly, gesturing with his hand. Understood. Huang Quan nodded slightly, kicking open the crumpled car door and seizing the corpse by the ankle, dragging it out. At that moment, Wang Wei finally discerned the face of the body before him. The individual was gaunt, and when donned with sunglasses, bore a striking resemblance to Xiaoxing, their physique and hair matching as well. However, Wang Wei had encountered Xiaoxing before. This corpse, which bore such an uncanny resemblance, was undoubtedly not the real Xiaoxing. Suddenly, Wang Wei's eyes widened in realization, sensing something amiss. This is not the real Xiaoxing, but rather his decoy. This is bad. We've fallen into a trap. Retreat immediately. Back to the camp, he shouted. Just as his words fell, a sharp crack echoed through the air. Wang Wei's instinct screamed of danger, and his body instinctively recoiled. The sniper's bullet narrowly missed him, instead striking the ground where he had stood moments before, leaving a bullet mark behind. This caused Wang Wei's expression to shift to one of shock, his heart racing. Fortunately, having become a new breed of humanity, his reflexes were exponentially superior to those of ordinary survivors. Had that bullet struck him directly, it would have been a fatal blow. We have an ambush. Find cover, Wang Wei yelled through gritted teeth. Suddenly, gunfire erupted from the distance, a torrent of bullets raining down upon Wang Wei and his comrades like a relentless storm. Among them were both pistol and rifle rounds. More alarmingly, Wang Wei realized that the enemy wielded heavy machine guns. He hastily took refuge behind the wrecked Rolls-Royce, bullets ricocheting off the vehicle, sending sparks flying. Fortunately, since the Rolls-Royce was already inoperable, another explosion would not claim his life, but it could leave him severely injured. The survivors in the slums heard the gunfire outside and huddled in their tents, too fearful to venture out, lest they be caught in the crossfire. At that moment, Wang Wei heard the sound of approaching vehicles. Through the gaps in the vehicles, he spotted over 20 assorted vehicles approaching. Among them, 2 pickup trucks had mounted heavy machine guns in their open beds, the gunners incessantly firing, making it impossible for Wang Wei's group to even peek out. Following the convoy were over 200 thugs wielding machetes, each bearing a fearsome countenance, as though they intended to devour Wang Wei whole. Cease fire, a familiar voice commanded, bringing an abrupt halt to the gunfire, as if a flag had been lowered. Hearing this voice, Wang Wei clenched his teeth, realizing that its owner was none other than that scoundrel Xiaoxing. How insidious! He had even arranged for a decoy. What audacity! Wang Wei seethed with anger. Wang Wei, I never expected that in just 3 days you would muster such a sizable force. I underestimated you before. Come out, and if you pledge your allegiance to me, I shall let you and your sister go free, Xiaoxing declared, stepping out of his vehicle, a handgun in hand. His demeanor deceptively amiable. Xiaoxing appeared haggard, yet robust, exuding an air of sunny disposition. However, those who knew him understood that he was a quintessential wolf in sheep's clothing, engaging in vile activities behind closed doors, peering through the gaps in the Rolls-Royce. Wang Wei was struck by the sight before him. To his astonishment, There were throngs of people everywhere, dense and overwhelming. There were no fewer than 300 individuals present, comprised of over 100 gunmen and more than 200 machete-wielding thugs. This revelation sent a jolt of fear through Wang Wei, forcing him to swallow hard and suppress his rising panic. Nonsense, surrender, Xiaosheng. Do you think I am unaware of your intentions? You wish for me to reveal myself so that you can eliminate me first. You despicable bastard, how shameless can you be, orchestrating such a ruse with a decoy? Wang Wei continued to hide behind the abandoned Rolls-Royce, gritting his teeth as he rebuked Xiaosheng that all's fair in war. From the moment you let my subordinates go, I sensed something was amiss. If I hadn't taken such precautions, it would not have been my decoy lying dead, but me, Xiaosheng. You have killed so many of my men. Even if you don't come out, both you and your subordinates are doomed. As for your sister, fret not. Once I have my fill, I will ensure my men have a good time with her, guaranteeing she won't be able to get out of bed for 3 days. Xiaosheng did not appear angered by Wang Wei's harsh words. Rather, he seemed to revel in them, mocking Wang Wei in an attempt to draw him out. Hearing this, Wang Wei's fist clenched tightly, a murderous glint igniting in his eyes, filling the air with palpable tension. Wang Wei's resolve only strengthened. Even if he were to die, he would take that scoundrel Xiaosheng down with him. Suddenly, a booming noise erupted from behind. Wang Wei turned to see an armed mining vehicle approaching. Commander, the armed mining vehicle has arrived, the vehicle's driver called out. This news filled Wang Wei with elation. Perfect timing. Train the cannon on Xiaosheng. If he dares to make a move, fire at will. He commanded as the words left his lips. The 20mm cannon was aimed at Xiaosheng, causing his face to pale in shock as he dared not take a step, fearing the steel beast's cannon shells might land upon him. Wang Wei, are you threatening me? Do you think I am afraid of you? I have over 300 men here, while you barely have 30. Even if we were to fight, you would be the one to fall. How about this? Surrender your weapons, and I will spare your brothers and your sister, Xiaosheng proposed, his demeanor betraying a hint of panic as he attempted to negotiate with Wang Wei. However, Wang Wei had no faith in Xiaosheng's final offer. Yet, he had to concede that Xiaosheng's earlier statement held some truth. The disparity in numbers was staggering, and should a conflict erupt, he would likely suffer a devastating defeat. Suddenly, Wang Wei's gaze fell upon an offensive grenade on his right shoulder, and an idea sparked in his mind. He bellowed with resolute vigor, "Everyone, take out your grenades and throw them at the enemy. Wreak havoc upon them." Xiaosheng, witnessing the scene before him, felt a chill run through him as over 20 red alert soldiers retrieved their grenades. With a ghastly expression, he roared, "Wang Wei, if you dare to throw those grenades, after your defeat, I will ensure that each of you suffers a fate worse than death." Yet, there was not a hint of fear on Wang Wei's face. It seemed as though he had cast aside all concern for life and death. At that moment, he laughed heartily, resembling a reckless madman, his visage alight with hatred towards Xiaosheng. One must be ruthless to stand firm. Even in death, I shall drag you down with me. Chapter 45. You cannot touch. Both sides had reached a state of heightened tension. Wang Wei's red alert soldiers had already disengaged the safety pins from their grenades, gripping them tightly. A mere toss would set them off within 2 seconds. 20 grenades hurled towards Xiaosheng's position would undoubtedly deliver a catastrophic blow. The damage radius of a single grenade exceeds 10 square meters, and the combined area of 20 grenades would encompass no less than 200 square meters. Consequently, a portion of Xiaosheng's men would inevitably be struck by shrapnel, resulting in casualties that could surpass 100. Xiaosheng's gunmen raised their weapons, aiming directly at the red alert soldiers before them. 2 heavy machine guns pivoted towards the red alert troops, yet beads of cold sweat began to form on the foreheads of the gunners, soaking their backs in dread. They were human too, terrified that the grenades in the hands of the red alert soldiers might land upon them. As Wang Wei prepared to be the first to toss his grenade, a sudden cacophony of car horns pierced the air. Leading the charge was an armored vehicle adorned with thick plating, mounted with a 12.7mm caliber heavy machine gun. Trailing behind were over 10 jeep-like vehicles. Wang Wei looked up, pondering who these newcomers might be. His resolve to eliminate Xiaosheng was unwavering, regardless of who arrived. That scoundrel Xiaosheng must die. He would spare no effort, even at the cost of his own life, for Wang Wei knew that as long as Xiaosheng lived, both he and his sister Wang Xin would never find peace. The newly arrived convoy did not align itself with either Xiaosheng's faction or Wang Wei's group. Rather, it positioned itself between the two. From the vehicles emerged over 100 gunmen, clad in uniform black attire and hats, exuding an aura of formidable discipline as though they had undergone rigorous training. Upon merely glimpsing this force, Wang Wei instantly recognized their origins. They were none other than the City Defense Army, led by Bai Yi, the overlord of the East City base. The City Defense Army's attire was unmistakable. Uniform black clothing and hats that clearly marked their identity. Though fewer in number than Xiaosheng's men, each member of the City Defense Army was well equipped, with the majority wielding 81-style automatic rifles. Remarkably, among every 10 of them, there was at least one heavy machine gun. In stark contrast, Xiaosheng's forces possessed only 2 heavy machine guns, while the City Defense Army had brought no less than 10 to the fray. At that moment, a familiar voice rang out from the front. "Brother Wang, Brother Xiao, why must we resort to such extremes? We are all part of the East City base. Let us discuss our grievances amicably, without resorting to blades and bullets that could tarnish our camaraderie." Bai Yi descended from the armored vehicle, a cigar in hand, exhaling a cloud of smoke that enveloped him. Before Wang Wei could respond, Xiaosheng became animated, as if he had found a savior. "Bai Yi, your arrival is fortuitous. Wang Wei has slain over 30 of my subordinates and now dares to fight for his life. If our forces unite, we can surely eliminate that scoundrel Wang Wei." Xiaosheng implored Bai Yi, casting a glance towards him filled with desperation. Wang Wei raised an eyebrow at Xiaosheng's words. If Bai Yi chose to assist Xiaosheng this time, Wang Wei knew he would be doomed. Although he had previously deceived Bai Yi into believing he was part of a regular military force from the provincial capital, he was oblivious to Bai Yi's true intentions. The entirety of the East City base was well aware of the intricacies among the 8 major factions. And having lived there for 3 months, Wang Wei was no stranger to their dynamics. Among these factions, 2 major camps existed, one led by the Feng family, a long-standing local power with 4 factions, established long before the apocalypse; the other, a new faction led by Bai Yi, also comprising 4 factions, which had emerged from the underbelly of society and grown stronger in the wake of the apocalypse. Xiaosheng belonged to this new faction, meaning he and Bai Yi were allies within the same camp. The old and new factions were in constant opposition, vying for supremacy. Thus, Bai Yi would surely not abandon Xiaosheng, lest he jeopardize his standing in the East City base. This realization caused Wang Wei to furrow his brow, casting a sidelong glance at Bai Yi, contemplating how he would respond if Bai Yi truly sided with Xiaosheng. He was left with no choice but to gamble, to ascertain where Bai Yi's loyalties laid and if Bai Yi aligned with Xiaosheng. Then Wang Wei's fate would be sealed. This thought crossed his mind. Wang Wei swallowed hard, suppressing the panic that threatened to reveal itself on his face, feigning an air of composure. Yet internally, his heart raced with trepidation. What transpired next astonished everyone present. Bai Yi's expression twisted, darkening as he cast aside his cigar and reprimanded Xiaosheng. "Xiaosheng, has your brain been scorched? You dare ask for my assistance without first investigating Mr. Wang's identity? You cannot touch him." Bai Yi's tone was that of a mentor chastising a wayward disciple. At that moment, Wang Wei felt a wave of relief wash over him. He had placed his bets wisely. Bai Yi was indeed on his side. Upon hearing Bai Yi's words, Xiaosheng trembled, initially unable to believe his ears. He looked incredulously at Wang Wei, then turned to face Bai Yi directly, forcing a bitter smile. "Bai Yi, what are you saying? I don't quite grasp your meaning. You need only to understand, Brother Wang. You are untouchable." Xiaosheng, apologize to Brother Wang at once, Bai Yi commanded, his voice laced with exasperation. "I want to apologize. He is merely a common survivor." Xiaosheng protested, bewildered. Evidently, Xiaosheng remained unaware of Wang Wei's true status. Believing that Wang Wei had merely struck gold by amassing such a formidable armed force, his disdain for Wang Wei lingered. "How is it that you, who usually seem astute, have become so muddled?" Bai Yi reprimanded. "Since you are ignorant of Mr. Wang's identity, allow me to enlighten you. Listen closely. Mr. Wang represents the regular army of the provincial capital, sent here on official orders to establish a forward outpost in the East City base." Bai Yi glared at Xiaosheng with palpable irritation, his displeasure evident. The moment these words escaped Bai Yi's lips, shockwaves rippled through Xiaosheng's camp. They had never anticipated that Wang Wei's group was, in fact, the representative of the provincial army. Xiaosheng was equally dumbfounded. Had it not been for Bai Yi's assertion, he would never have believed Wang Wei's identity, even at the point of death. The power of the regular army far surpassed that of all factions within the East City base combined, rendering Xiaosheng's position utterly untenable. As this realization dawned upon him, beads of sweat began to form on Xiaosheng's forehead, and he swallowed hard, his body trembling involuntarily. Wang Wei, observing Xiaosheng's reaction, understood fully. Xiaosheng was terrified. It turned out that Wang Wei, or rather Mr. Wang, was the representative of the regular army. This had all been a colossal misunderstanding. Why are you still holding your weapons? Put them down at once, Mr. Wang. I acknowledge my prior errors and offer my sincerest apologies that I will surely pay you a visit to express my contrition again. We withdraw. Xiaosheng raised a hand to wipe the sweat from his brow, then turned to Wang Wei with a forced smile, offering his apologies. Having previously exuded an air of arrogance, he quickly capitulated upon realizing Wang Wei's true identity. This transformation amused Wang Wei greatly. Wang Wei fixed his gaze on Xiaosheng, his expression cold and menacing, a glimmer of murderous intent flashing in his eyes as he coldly rebuked, "Did I permit you to leave?" Chapter 46. 30 pounds of gold. From the moment Xiaosheng attempted to lay claim to Wang Exine, Wang Wei had harbored a murderous intent towards him. Even though Xiaosheng was one of the 8 major powers within the East City base, Wang Wei felt no fear. Only by eliminating Xiaosheng could he quell the fury within his heart. Now, with the knowledge that Bei Yi, the overlord of the East City base, stood firmly at his side, Wang Wei's heart swelled with joy. This was a golden opportunity, a chance to eradicate Xiaosheng once and for all, with Bei Yi leading over 100 armed men, including no fewer than 10 heavy machine guns. And the armored vehicle behind him equipped with a 12.7mm heavy machine gun. Wang Wei felt emboldened. The 7mm caliber anti-aircraft machine gun possesses a lethality that is undoubtedly second only to the 20mm cannon mounted on an armed mining vehicle. If only we had Bei Yi's assistance, not only would it be feasible to eliminate Xiaosheng, but we could also annihilate his entire entourage. At this moment, Xiaosheng trembled involuntarily, his previously wiped away cold sweat once again surfacing on his forehead. Infuriated within, Xiaosheng dared not display his wrath outwardly. Instead, he turned with a forced smile and apologized to Wang Wei, saying, "Mr. Wang, I acknowledge my wrongdoing in attempting to target your sister and in laying hands on you. How about this? I am willing to offer a substantial amount of resources as a gesture of my sincere apology." This provoked a sense of derision within Wang Wei. Sincere apology? Nonsense. Had Xiaosheng not discovered his true identity, they would have clashed long ago. The current Xiaosheng was the epitome of a bully who feared the strong. Before learning of Wang Wei's true standing, he had presumed him to be an easy target. However, upon discovering Wang Wei's affiliation with the provincial military, he was utterly intimidated. "I do not seek your apology, nor do I desire your resources. I only want your life." Wang Wei's final words were delivered through gritted teeth, suffusing the air with an aura of murderous intent. This caused Xiaosheng's face to twitch slightly, clearly enraged. Stepping forward, Bei Yi, with a jovial demeanor, interjected, "Brother Wang, for my sake, let us both take a step back. We are all from the East City base. It would be unwise to escalate this minor issue into a major conflict." Upon hearing this, Wang Wei cast a sidelong glance at Bei Yi, who clearly did not wish to witness the demise of Xiaosheng, a member of the same faction. Thus, he sought to mediate the discord between them. Wang Wei furrowed his brow, contemplating whether pressing the issue would compel Bei Yi to switch alliances and side with Xiaosheng. Should that occur, the situation would drastically alter. The tension within Wang Wei mounted once more. One misstep could lead to an abyss. Yet he remained unwilling to forego the opportunity to eliminate Xiaosheng. Cautiously broaching the subject with Bei Yi, "If we join forces to deal with Xiaosheng, I can integrate my troops into your ranks afterward. What Xiaosheng can offer you, I, Wang Wei, can equally provide in the future." Xiaosheng's expression darkened as he fell silent. Merely observing Bei Yi in that moment, Bei Yi became the focal point of attention. The decision to fight or refrain rested solely with him. Initially, Bei Yi appeared somewhat swayed by Wang Wei's proposition, but after a moment of contemplation, he gently shook his head and replied, "I maintain my stance. The best outcome is for both parties to retreat. I will not ally with either of you. If you wish to fight, then fight. I will not intervene. On the surface, Bei Yi feigned neutrality, yet Wang Wei understood all too well that his true allegiance lay with Xiaosheng. This was only natural, for Xiaosheng had maintained a close relationship with Bei Yi even before the apocalypse, and Bei Yi had to consider the sentiments of the other two emerging factions. Abandoning Xiaosheng could potentially drive the other factions away. Although Wang Wei represented a formidable force behind the provincial military, it was merely a verbal assurance. No one could guarantee its fulfillment. In comparison, it would be a matter of losses outweighing gains. Some rejoiced, while others despaired. Xiao Sheng reveled in the knowledge that Wang Wei's current forces could not possibly overpower him. Conversely, Wang Wei lamented that he could only delay Xiao Sheng's demise for the time being. Once he acquired absolute strength in the future, he would undoubtedly take action to claim Xiao Sheng's head. Wang Wei clenched his fists, contemplating. Bei Yi, for your sake, I am willing to take a step back and spare Xiao Sheng. However, while he may escape the death sentence, he must pay a price as compensation. Wang Wei adopted a resolute demeanor, providing Bei Yi with an opportunity to save face. What does Brother Wang wish for Xiao Sheng to compensate? Bei Yi inquired with a congenial smile, his demeanor suggesting a profound cunning. Wang Wei cast a glance at Xiao Sheng, then surveyed the surrounding red alert soldiers, musing that what he needed most was gold. With sufficient gold, he could transform red alert resources, develop new units, bolster his ranks, and establish a red alert base to expand his influence. With this in mind, Wang Wei declared, I require 30 pounds of gold. He held up 3 fingers, speaking firmly. This was equivalent to 15,000 credits within the red alert framework. Without the limitations imposed by commander levels, he could summon 150 red alert soldiers. The mere mention of 30 pounds of gold left everyone present astounded. Although gold had no practical use in the apocalypse, it retained its value, and many had sought to acquire it, hoping to leverage it for resurgence after the cataclysm. Thus, not only ordinary survivors were hoarding gold, but the leaders of the 8 factions within the East City base were doing so as well. Yet no one anticipated Wang Wei's audacious demand for 30 pounds. Xiao Sheng's expression reflected disbelief. He initially thought Wang Wei merely intended to beat him up, but never expected the demand to be for gold. 30 pounds was an exorbitant amount, while he had amassed a considerable collection of gold jewelry. The total weight barely reached 20 pounds. He could not possibly produce 30 pounds in one go. Xiao Sheng shook his head, expressing his powerlessness. This is not my responsibility. It is your problem, Xiao Sheng. I require 30 pounds of gold, not a gram less. Although my current forces may not be able to match yours, my reinforcements will soon rendezvous with me, and I assure you, I will uproot you completely. Wang Wei's expression turned cold as he fixed his gaze on Xiao Sheng. He employed his eloquent persuasion once more, instilling fear in Xiao Sheng, while simultaneously hinting to Bei Yi that if Xiao Sheng failed to deliver the 30 pounds of gold, he would find a way to eradicate him regardless of Bei Yi's support. Bei Yi's expression flickered, clearly influenced by Wang Wei's insinuation, and he addressed Xiao Sheng. Xiao Sheng, I can lend you 10 pounds of gold. However, you must repay me in due time. Understood? Understood. Thank you, Bei Yi. Xiao Sheng promptly replied, clasping his hands in gratitude. Bei Yi nodded with composure and turned to Wang Wei, smiling, Mr. Wang. Since both of you have retreated a step, let Xiao Sheng return with his men. The 30 pounds of gold will be delivered to your camp shortly. Unacceptable. The 30 pounds of gold must be presented to me first before Xiao Sheng can leave. Wang Wei insisted firmly. Although he claimed to offer 30 pounds of gold as compensation, who could guarantee its actual delivery? It was entirely plausible that it might take some time before he received it. Only when the 30 pounds of gold was visibly before him would he feel at ease. Chapter 47. Advancing to the next rank, whether it was Bei Yi or Xiao Sheng. Their ascension to their current positions attested to their extraordinary capabilities. Both were cunning and shrewd, necessitating extreme caution in dealings with them. Promises, in their perspective, might be fulfilled, but there was equally a chance they would not be. Thus, Wang Wei remained resolute, insisting on witnessing the 30 pounds of gold first. Xiao Sheng, with a sullen expression, fixed his gaze on Wang Wei and retorted, My gold is stored in a safe, and only I possess the combination. Therefore, I must return to retrieve it for you. Rules are rigid. People are adaptable. You can divulge the code to your confidant, and have him bring the gold to you. Wang Wei waved his hand. Dismissing the objection, Xiao Sheng lowered his head, seemingly pondering something, his expression darkening momentarily, yet Wang Wei discerned his reaction. However, Wang Wei remained undeterred. He was focused solely on acquiring the 30 pounds of gold. Indifferent to Xiao Sheng's thoughts, moments later, a forced smile crept onto Xiao Sheng's face, a semblance of false cheer that repulsed Wang Wei. Very well, I will comply with Mr. Wang's request and instruct my subordinate to bring the gold. Xiao Sheng's demeanor appeared harmless as he gazed at Wang Wei. Yet Wang Wei perceived the underlying schemes Xiao Sheng was likely concocting. Nevertheless, he remained resolute. Once he secured the 30 pounds of gold, he could procure additional red alert units. In the next battle, even without Bei Yi's support, Wang Wei would possess the capability to eliminate Xiao Shang. With that, Xiao Shang gestured to a trusted aide. Whispering instructions, Wang Wei could not discern their content but noted the aide nodding repeatedly, occasionally glancing at him as if plotting mischief. Subsequently, the aide departed in a vehicle towards Xiao Shang's camp. Disappearing from view in mere moments, Bai Yi raised his hand, solemnly instructing one of his subordinates, "Deputy, return to the inner city and retrieve 10 pounds of gold." "Understood, Bai Yi." The aide nodded in acknowledgement and hastily boarded a jeep. Steering towards the inner city, observing the cooperation from the other party, Wang Wei ceased to elaborate further. Instead, he leaned against the armed mining vehicle, awaiting the arrival of 30 pounds of gold. The red alert soldiers meticulously reattached the safety pins to their grenades and returned them to their original positions. Standing resolutely behind Wang Wei, ready to heed his command at any moment. In less than 10 minutes, Xiao Shang's confidant and Bai Yi's aide returned one after another, each carrying a briefcase, which they placed before Wang Wei. A glimmer of excitement sparkled in Wang Wei's eyes, and a smile graced his face as he gestured with his hand, saying with nonchalance, "I kindly ask you both to open the cases." After receiving nods of approval from their respective leaders, the two opened the black briefcases. What unfolded before Wang Wei was a sight of sheer delight, for both cases contained authentic gold. Just as Wang Wei reached out to touch the 20 pounds of gold offered by Xiao Shang, an unexpected commotion erupted. The guard dog rifle, stationed behind him, seemed to detect an unusual scent, lunging forward and knocking Xiao Shang's confidant to the ground. 20 pounds of gold scattered across the floor, with several gold bars landing on the face of Xiao Shang's confidant. In an instant, Wang Wei was taken aback by the subsequent scene. As several gold bars struck the face of Xiao Shang's confidant, a visible decay began to manifest, accompanied by a hissing sound as noxious white smoke billowed forth, eliciting piercing screams from the unfortunate man, who cried out in agony, wishing to end his own life. "Ah, it hurts. Xiao Gu, save me." Rolling on the ground, the pain of the corrosive substance rendered him nearly lifeless. The chill ran down Wang Wei's spine as he realized the horrifying truth. This 20 pounds of gold was toxic. Not merely any poison, but an exceptionally corrosive one. Fortunately, the guard dog rifle had sensed the danger in time, preventing him from making contact. Otherwise, the wretched fate of Xiao Shang's confidant would have been his own. To think that such lethal poison could be concealed within what appeared to be mere gold, Wang Wei needed no further contemplation to deduce that it was undoubtedly Xiao Shang's treachery at play. "Xiao Shang, it seems you are intent on my demise. Very well, if that is the case, let us all perish together." Once again, Wang Wei retrieved a grenade from his person, removing its safety pin. The red alert soldiers behind him swiftly followed suit, extracting their grenades, awaiting their commander's signal. The 20mm cannon of the armed mining vehicle was once again aimed at Xiao Shang, ever prepared for action. Xiao Shang's expression darkened, betraying the frustration of a failed scheme. Yet he quickly donned an innocent facade, drawing his sidearm and pointing it at his agonized confidant on the ground. The unfortunate man's face was a grotesque sight, corroded beyond recognition, resembling a ghoul that instilled fear in all who beheld it. The sound of a gunshot rang out. A bullet hole appeared in the head of the confidant, who collapsed in silence. Wang Wei was taken aback, astonished by Xiao Shang's ruthlessness. Without a moment's hesitation, he executed his own confidant. "Mr. Wang, it is my fault for not properly managing my subordinates, but this incident was not orchestrated by me. It must surely be the work of that scoundrel, who seeks to pit you and me against each other in a deadly struggle, allowing him to rise to power amidst our conflict. Now, I shall clear my ranks, as means to offer you an explanation, Mr. Wang," Xiao Shang proclaimed with feigned righteousness, pointing accusatorily at the lifeless confidant. Wang Wei could only scoff at such disingenuousness. What a convenient narrative. Did he truly believe himself to be clever? From start to finish, this entire affair was a machination of Xiao Shang. Meanwhile, Bai Yi, standing to the side, appeared to grasp some of the underlying truths, yet feigned ignorance. Choosing not to intervene, it was evident that Bai Yi was shielding Xiao Shang. At this juncture, Wang Wei faced two choices: either engage in a bloodbath with Xiao Shang or extend an olive branch. Pretending to remain oblivious, after careful consideration, he ultimately chose the latter. Preserving the Green Mountains means one need not worry about firewood. In the future, when his red alert forces had attained sufficient strength, he would surely exact revenge upon Xiao Shang. Wang Wei nodded calmly, a serene smile gracing his lips as he remarked, "Ah, so that is the case. My apologies for nearly misunderstanding you. It should be I who apologizes to Mr. Wang." Now that the 30 pounds of gold have been secured and misunderstandings resolved, I shall take my leave, as there are matters within the camp that require my attention, Xiao Shang replied, bowing respectfully. Please, be on your way. Wang Wei responded with indifference. At the moment Xiao Shang turned to depart, Wang Wei caught a fleeting glimpse of a dark glimmer in Xiao Shang's eyes, reminiscent of a man harboring murderous intent. True to form, this scoundrel would undoubtedly seek vengeance in the future. Watching Xiao Shang's retreating figure, Wang Wei gritted his teeth, muttering, one day, Wang Wei, shall personally claim your head. I swear it. Bei offered a vague remark before leading his entourage away. Leaving only Wang Wei and his companions behind, Wang Wei regarded the toxic gold scattered at his feet, fully aware of its corrosive properties, and waved his hand, issuing orders. Second squad, form a circle. Yes, the red alert soldiers of the second squad replied solemnly, standing straight and forming a circle around Wang Wei, ensuring that the outside survivors could not glimpse the unfolding details, seizing the opportunity. Wang Wei quietly intoned, red alert system, convert this gold. Instantly, both the 20 pounds of toxic gold and the 10 pounds gifted by Bei Yi vanished without a trace. The mechanical voice of the red alert system echoed, congratulations. Commander, you have acquired 15,000 gold. Total system resources, 15,909 gold. Wang Wei felt a surge of joy, unable to contain his excitement. Red alert system, I wish to advance to the company commander level, he exclaimed. Brimming with enthusiasm. Chapter 48. The formation of the new squad. To ascend in rank, the commander must expend system resources. Currently, Wang Wei held the rank of platoon commander, and to progress to company commander, he needed to consume 10,000 gold worth of red alert resources. He had initially anticipated that it would take some time to gather sufficient resources for his promotion. However, he had not foreseen that upon returning to the East City base, despite failing in his quest for vengeance, he had obtained 30 pounds of gold from Xiao Shang. Converting it into system resources yielded a substantial 15,000 gold. At that moment, a radiant glow enveloped Wang Wei, significantly enhancing his equipment. Before he could fully assess his new gear, the voice of the red alert system chimed in. Respectable commander, congratulations on your promotion to company commander. You may now recruit a maximum of 100 troops and have access to 2 new unit types, red alert engineers and red alert snipers. Wang Wei already possessed 1 red alert engineer under his command. However, the prospect of red alert snipers piqued his interest. As he examined the unit interface, he noted that the attributes of the red alert snipers were quite impressive, eliciting a genuine sense of admiration. Yet, the development and procurement costs were substantial. The research fee for a red alert sniper was 6,000 gold, while the cost to produce one was 600 gold. The research fee for a red alert engineer was also considerable, amounting to 5,000 gold, with a production cost of 500 gold. Nearly every unit type incurred research fees tenfold compared to their production costs. Since Wang Wei had just ascended to company commander and consumed 10,000 gold in system resources, he now retained a total of 5,909 gold. Afterward, Wang Wei glanced at his own changes, a smile emerging on his face. Red alert system. Please elaborate on any additional changes following my promotion to company commander. In addition to the increased troop capacity and the introduction of 2 new unit types, the equipment worn by the commander had undergone significant enhancement. The original Commander-S combat suit could withstand handgun bullets. The new company Commander-S combat suit could now resist small-caliber rifle fire. In terms of weaponry, the primary weapon remained unchanged, but he received 2 additional magazines for a submachine gun, totaling 120 rounds of ammunition. Previously, he could only procure evolution agents with a purity of 50. Now, he could acquire those with a purity of 60, though their price had increased by 500 gold. The red alert system explained in detail. Wang Wei felt an exhilarating rush of excitement, particularly regarding the upgraded combat suit, which bolstered his survival odds in the apocalypse, unless faced with heavy machine guns or similar high-caliber weaponry. He need not fear the betrayal of those lurking behind him. The additional magazines for the MP5 submachine gun were perfectly timed. He now had ample ammunition to practice his marksmanship. Once Bei Yi and Xiao Shang's groups departed, survivors began to emerge from the slums, casting curious glances at Wang Wei's team. Initially, Wang Wei had intended to recruit some red alert soldiers here, but with so many eyes present, he decided to return first and deliberate on how to allocate the remaining 5,909 gold. All units, return to camp, Wang Wei commanded, gesturing with his hand. Yes, the red alert soldiers shouted with fervor. In less than a moment, Wang Wei and his companions returned to the camp. just as Wang Wei stepped down from the pickup truck. His sister Wang Xine rushed forward, arms wide open, embracing him. "Brother, I missed you so much." Wang Xine held Wang Wei tightly, her eyes welling up with tears as two warm drops cascaded down her cheeks. Landing in Wang Wei's hands. "I missed you too." Wang Wei patted his sister's back, speaking from the heart. In this world, Wang Xine was his only remaining family member. His desire to become a formidable figure in the wasteland stemmed from his need for strength to better protect her. No one would dare to bully them again. It is safe to say that his sister Wang Xine was the most significant person in Wang Wei's life. Irreplaceable. "Brother, seeing you back makes me so happy." "Are you hurt? Let me see." Wang Xine stepped back, scanning Wang Wei with concern. "Your brother is quite resourceful. If anyone were to be injured, it would be my enemies." Wang Wei chuckled. "That's good to hear." Wang Xine sighed in relief upon confirming Wang Wei was unharmed. At that moment, Wang Wei recalled he had important matters to attend to, so he gently tapped Wang Xine's arm and said softly, "Sister, it's almost noon, and I'm feeling a bit hungry. Please go help the squad leader in the kitchen to prepare today's lunch." "All right, I'll go right now." Wang Xine nodded obediently, her lashes curling as she smiled, her face radiating innocence. Once Wang Xine headed to the kitchen, Wang Wei turned to Huang Quan and instructed, "Huang Quan." "Yes, Brother Wang. What can I do for you?" Huang Quan inquired with curiosity. "There is indeed something I need your assistance with. My sister Wang Xine is the most important person in my life, and my enemies are surely aware of this, that I suspect they will target her in the future. That I need you to be her bodyguard, ensuring her safety at all times. Can you do that?" Wang Wei regarded Huang Quan thoughtfully. When it comes to his sister's safety, Wang Wei could not afford to be complacent. He needed someone with formidable strength to protect her. And after careful consideration, he believed that only the new human Huang Quan was up to the task. "Brother Wang, whatever you ask of me, I will do. I assure you I will complete the mission. As long as I am alive, I will never allow Wang Xine to suffer even the slightest harm," Huang Quan declared earnestly. "Well, with your word, I feel reassured." Wang Wei nodded with satisfaction. Subsequently, Huang Quan headed towards the kitchen, appearing ready to serve as Wang Xine's personal bodyguard. Since the team had only recently arrived at the East City base, the camp had merely undergone a basic clearing of weeds. Vehicles temporarily served as makeshift walls, enclosing an open space of several hundred square meters. This led Wang Wei to ponder. It seemed he would need to hire some hands from the slums today to help construct proper walls for this area. However, he needed to handle pressing matters first. Wang Wei approached the armed mining vehicle, positioning himself where his sister Wang Xine and Huang Quan could not see him. He silently commanded, "Red alert system. Purchase 30 red alert soldiers." In an instant, a flash of golden light illuminated the ground before him. As the brilliance faded, 30 figures appeared, newly minted red alert soldiers, clad in camouflage, brimming with vigor, wearing helmets and wielding Type 95 assault rifles. Red alert soldiers, reporting to the commander. The 30 new recruits stood at attention, raising their hands in salute, their movements synchronized as they shouted in unison. The atmosphere was imposing and thunderous. The red alert soldiers purchased through the system were as real as flesh and blood humans. Wang Wei gazed at the 30 spirited red alert soldiers before him, a satisfied smile spreading across his face. The establishment of this new platoon meant he now commanded 2 platoons, totaling 63 red alert soldiers. This undoubtedly significantly bolstered his strength. Wang Wei had initially intended to develop heavy infantry and purchase a few heavy soldiers to enhance his firepower, but the research costs were steep, 4,000 gold. Currently, he could scarcely afford such an expenditure. It was prudent to first acquire some soldiers at a cost of 100 gold each. Once he amassed sufficient red alert resources, he could then pursue the development of heavy infantry. Suddenly, Wang Wei recalled something and quietly inquired of the red alert system. "Red alert system. I remember that various unit types in Red Alert require the construction of specific buildings to be purchased. Why is that not the case now?" The voice of the Red Alert system resonated in Wang Wei's mind. The Red Alert system has a unique aspect. Individual soldier types are not subject to building permissions, but rather to the commander's level. The higher the commander's level, the stronger the Red Alert units that can be developed. As for tanks and aircraft, both the system's buildings and the commander's level must be met for production. The Red Alert system explained thoroughly. This revelation enlightened Wang Wei. He couldn't help but wonder how formidable the tanks produced would be once he constructed the vehicle factory. At that moment, Wang Wei looked at the new platoon of Red Alert soldiers and playfully asked, "Who among you is the platoon leader?" The 30 recruits stood silent, none stepping forward. The leaders of the 1st, 2nd, and third squad seemed to sense something and hurriedly approached. The third squad leader quickly stood before Wang Wei and reported. Reporting in, I am the leader of the second platoon. To Wang Wei's surprise, the original third squad leader had become the second platoon leader. And who is the leader of the first platoon? Wang Wei inquired, puzzled. Reporting in, I am the first platoon leader. The former second squad leader raised his hand in respectful salute. And you, first squad leader? Wang Wei turned his attention to the first squad leader. Curious, reporting, Commander, from now on, I am the leader of your guard squad. The original first squad leader stood straight, saluting. Wang Wei understood. Ever since his promotion to the company level, the previous leaders had all risen a rank alongside him. And a guard squad had been added, which he found amusing. The guard squad comprised 10 members, tasked with protecting Wang Wei and relaying signals. The first Red Alert platoon had 22 members along with a wolf dog rifle, while the second platoon consisted of 30 new Red Alert soldiers. Just then, Wang Xian's voice echoed from the camp's kitchen. Brother, lunch is ready. All right, I'm coming. Wang Wei responded, waving his hand, signaling the teams to return to the camp for a meal. The arrival of the new soldiers sparked curiosity among Wang Xian, Uncle Huang Er, and Huang Quan. To this, Wang Wei fabricated a story, claiming there were reinforcements from the provincial city, coincidentally arriving at the East City base. No one doubted his words and accepted his explanation. After a hearty meal, Wang Wei was discussing camp renovations with the Red Alert engineer. Engineer, give me an estimate. What materials will be needed to transform this area of over 3,000 square meters into a camp? Wang Wei stood by the armed mining vehicle, staring intently at the Red Alert engineer. The camp was in dire need of supplies, lacking not only food but also essential items like chairs, tables, and tents. Therefore, Wang Wei planned to take the new platoon out shortly to scavenge for basic supplies and steel rebar. The engineer did not immediately respond, but pondered for half a minute before lifting his head to reply. For constructing the camp, sand and gravel can be sourced from the river, but we are critically short on steel rebar, cement, and bricks. At least 50 tons of rebar, 100 tons of cement, and around 200 tons of bricks. Wang Wei inhaled sharply. Building a camp required a staggering amount of materials. Thankfully, a town renowned for producing steel rebar, cement, and bricks was located not far from the East City base, ensuring an ample supply of building materials. At that moment, the guard squad leader approached Wang Wei and saluted, saying, Commander, a group of people has arrived outside, bringing supplies, and they wish to meet you. The prospect of supplies brightened Wang Wei's expression. Have the leader of that group come in, Wang Wei commanded. Understood. The guard squad leader nodded. In no time, a familiar voice rang out from the front. Wang Wei, you're quite something. You left Shaoxing in such a state of disarray and even made him compensate you with 30 pounds of gold. Wang Wei looked up to see none other than Feng Qianya, the eldest daughter of the Feng family, the second most powerful faction in the East City base. Beside Feng Qianya stood a gentleman clad in a suit, appearing to be in his early 30s, exuding an air of sophistication. Before Wang Wei could inquire, the suited man took the initiative to introduce himself, saying, Mr. Wang, you are indeed a young talent. I am Jiang Laolu from the Jiang family. This revelation momentarily stunned Wang Wei. He had never anticipated that someone accompanying Feng Qianya would possess such an esteemed identity. The Jiang family was one of the 8 major powers within the Dongqing base. And Jiang Laolu was, in fact, the current head of the family. Like the Feng family, the Jiang family was also a long-established faction. Miss Feng, Brother Lu, may I inquire about the purpose of your visit? Wang Wei asked directly. I appreciate your straightforwardness. With such a large group arriving at the Dongqing base, you must require a supply of essential goods. At the behest of my esteemed elder, I have come to present you with a batch of prairie tents. Feng Qianya replied, waving her hand dismissively. Standing beside her, Jiang Laolu chimed in with a smile. I have brought some tables, chairs, and bedding, and I will extend the electrical wiring to your camp, ensuring that your campsite is well lit tonight. Both Feng Qianya and Jiang Laolu offered supplies that Wang Wei urgently needed. However, Wang Wei had learned from a young age that there is no such thing as a free lunch in this world. Thus, he refrained from accepting their generous gifts immediately and, with a playful smile, responded, I cannot accept such gifts without merit. How can it be without merit? You have thoroughly humiliated Shaoxing from the New Sun faction this time, causing him to lose face at the Dongqing base, which brings honor to our old factions, Feng Qianya explained calmly. Jiang Laolu nodded in agreement, adding, Indeed, Mr. Wang, your reputation has been firmly established here at the Dongqing base. Our old factions are keen to befriend you and assist in eliminating Shaoxing. Upon hearing this, Wang Wei immediately grasped their intentions. No wonder they wore such amicable expressions. Their gifts were not mere gestures of goodwill, but rather strategic moves. The old factions of the Dongqing base were intent on courting him. Before Wang Wei could respond, the squad leader rushed over, reporting, "Commander, Beiyu has arrived and brought along a supply of goods." As soon as the words left his mouth, Feng Qianya and Zhang Laolu exchanged glances, while Wang Wei couldn't help but smile wryly to himself that it seemed that not only the old factions of the Dongqing base sought to recruit him, but even the new Sun faction had their sights set on him. Chapter 50. Manipulation. Masterfully executed. Bei Yi had come with supplies. Wang Wei needed no further consideration to understand that his purpose was undoubtedly the same as that of Feng Qianya and Zhang Laolu, to persuade him to join their faction. Should Wang Wei align himself with any faction, it would undoubtedly enhance the overall strength of that faction significantly. However, such a choice would irrevocably offend the opposing faction. Choosing one would be a thankless task. Suddenly, a bright idea sparked in Wang Wei's mind, and he waved his hand, instructing the squad leader, "Please invite Bei Yi in." "Yes." The squad leader nodded. Feng Qianya and Zhang Laolu exchanged no further words. Clearly aware that this was Wang Wei's domain, and he held the reins of all matters here. Any attempt to obstruct or intervene would be a challenge to his authority. Within half a minute, Bei Yi entered the camp alone. What a lively gathering. Even Miss Feng and Brother Lu are here. Bei Yi greeted with a harmless smile. Before Feng Qianya and Zhang Laolu could respond, Wang Wei looked at Bei Yi, clasped his fists, and asked directly, "Bei Yi, may I inquire about the purpose of your visit?" Wang Wei was well aware of Bei Yi's intentions, yet some matters necessitated a pretense of ignorance. My brother Wang. With such a large entourage arriving at the Dongqing base, you must require essential supplies. Thus, I have come to present you with a batch of prairie tents and some necessities. This serves to mend our previous misunderstandings. And I would like to formally invite you to join our new Sun faction, Bei Yi stated candidly, disregarding the presence of Feng Qianya and Zhang Laolu. Bei Yi, one must adhere to the order of arrival. We, from the old factions, were here first. Your actions seem rather inappropriate. Feng Qianya interjected, her arms crossed, her brows slightly furrowed in displeasure. I find it entirely appropriate. Bei Yi waved his hand dismissively, unperturbed. His blatant audacity infuriated Feng Qianya, who turned to Wang Wei and implored, "Wang Wei, if you join our old faction, we will assist you in dealing with your enemies." Bei Yi, undeterred, politely countered, "Brother Wang, there are no eternal enemies in this world. Only everlasting interests. Should you join our new Sun faction, I assure you that within a month, you will become the 9th major power at the Dongqing base." All present turned their gazes to Wang Wei, who suddenly found himself the center of attention. He understood that regardless of which faction he joined, he would incur the wrath of the opposing faction. Ultimately, it would be a thankless endeavor. Yet, at that moment, he was undeniably tempted by the supplies offered. True to his nature, he felt he could not turn down such generous gifts. "Bei Yi, Miss Feng, you are both aware that I, Wang Wei, am part of an organization, and I must heed its directives. As for which faction I join, I can only provide a humble suggestion to those above me. The final decision rests with them," Wang Wei explained with a smile, subtly indicating that he had no intention of committing to either faction at that moment. Both Bei Yi and Feng Qianya, along with Zhang Laolu, comprehended Wang Wei's implication that, of course, Brother Wang, your organization is known for its strict discipline, and decisions must be reported up the chain of command first. The supplies I brought will only go to waste in the warehouse, so I implore you to accept them, Bei Yi said amiably, seeking to win Wang Wei's favor. "Wang Wei, please also accept the supplies we brought. Should you require any assistance in the future, don't hesitate to reach out to me, and I will do my utmost to help." Feng Qianya added, determined to leave a favorable impression on Wang Wei. With both parties eager to court Wang Wei, he decided, "In that case, I shall not be polite. Here, I represent my organization to express my gratitude to the three of you." Wang Wei feigned reluctance, though inwardly he was elated. 2 for the price of 1, and he need not choose sides. More importantly, as long as he refrained from publicly declaring his allegiance, neither of the two major factions at the Dongqing base would dare to offend him overtly. Even Shaoxing would have to tread carefully. "Please, if you ever require assistance, do not hesitate to contact me." Bei Yi smiled at that moment. An idea struck Wang Wei, and he addressed the three before him. "Brother Shan, Miss Feng, Brother Lu, I do have a favor to ask of you. I plan to procure a batch of steel and cement from outside the base to construct the camp, but I lack sufficient trucks. I would like to borrow a few trucks from you. As soon as he finished speaking, Feng Qinya stepped forward, asserting, trucks? We have plenty in our old faction, not just for borrowing. I would even gift them to you. Brother Wang, I have 9 trucks available and will give them to you, Bai Yi eagerly proclaimed. Both factions were keen to assist and curry favor with Wang Wei, hoping to create a positive impression that would facilitate his future alignment with their respective factions. I would prefer to borrow them on a compensated basis. If possible, I would like to borrow 6 trucks from each of you, and I will return them before tonight, with a payment of 100 jin of rice per truck. Wang Wei stated calmly. That is acceptable. Both Bai Yi and Feng Qinya nodded without hesitation. Thank you all very much, Wang Wei said, a smile gracing his face. Just moments ago, he had been pondering how to acquire a batch of trucks. And now he had found a solution so swiftly. Given that both major factions were eager to win his favor, it would be a waste not to take advantage of the situation. Once Bai Yi and Feng Qianya's entourage departed the camp, the squad leader approached Wang Wei, giving him a thumbs up and exclaiming, Commander, I've realized you are not only exceptionally skilled at persuasion but also remarkably clever. Mind your words, this is not mere persuasion, nor is it cunning. It is wisdom. Gather all members of the squad. We are heading to the slums, Wang Wei replied, patting the squad leader's shoulder with a serene smile. What are we going to the slums for? The squad leader inquired, perplexed. To recruit laborers, Wang Wei said lightly as he led the way. Chapter 51. The Big Boss. Do you think I am capable? Constructing the camp requires a vast quantity of building materials. Just now, the engineer from the Red Alert mentioned the tonnage of rebar, concrete, and bricks, which Wang Wei has committed to memory. It is precisely for this reason that Wang Wei has borrowed 12 large trucks from the 2 major factions. The issue of the trucks has now been resolved, and it is time to address the recruitment of workers. After all, with such an immense quantity of construction materials, it is hardly feasible to rely solely on his Red Alert soldiers for transportation. Fortunately, the slums are teeming with young laborers who are idly waiting for something to do, so Wang Wei plans to spend some food to hire them to move the rebar, concrete, and bricks. At 1 o'clock in the afternoon, the streets of the slums echoed with the sound of 2 honking vehicles. 2 pickup trucks came to a halt in a densely populated area of the slums. From the trucks emerged 8 Red Alert warriors clad in camouflage, brandishing 95-style assault rifles, while 2 others remained in the driver's seats. This moment, Wang Wei stood at the back of the foremost pickup truck. Holding a megaphone, he pressed the button to activate it, and a cacophony of static ensued. Hello, 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 Wang Wei shouted, testing the megaphone's functionality. The survivors in the slums halted their activities and turned their curious gazes toward Wang Wei on the truck. Moreover, more and more people flocked to the scene, eager to discover the unfolding events. Within mere seconds, over 1,000 Wang Wei coldly exclaimed, originally, a total of 400 pounds of rice would have sufficed to resolve this matter. Now, however, we are required to pay for 600 pounds of rice. That is in excess of 200 pounds. This infuriates me. It was all because of this rat-eyed man. The security squad leader nodded, directing his firearm towards the rat-eyed man while continuously counting aloud. This caused the rat-eyed man to shudder, beads of cold sweat forming on his forehead as he hastily turned and fled. Wishing he could sprout 2 more legs to run even faster. In less than 10 seconds, the rat-eyed man vanished from the scene. Wang Wei, standing atop the vehicle, could only manage a bitter smile. This scoundrel may not possess much skill, but he certainly excels at fleeing. Wang Wei picked up the megaphone and, seeing over 500 individuals eager to enlist, both men and women, he cleared his throat and proclaimed, Not everyone is eligible to join. I seek only strong, capable men. Squad leader, you are responsible for screening and recording their names. Understood. The squad leader saluted Wang Wei. Half an hour later, the positions for 200 laborers had been filled. Wang Wei surveyed the laborers he had recruited. They were all brawny men, though gaunt from prolonged hunger. Many survivors met Wang Wei's criteria and pleaded with him. Boss, please take me in. I am strong. Indeed, accept us as well. We will unquestionably obey your commands. We can manage with 2 pounds of rice each instead of 3. As more people arrived, the number of eager survivors swelled to over 1,000. With no fewer than 300 meeting the requirements, Wang Wei observed the chaotic crowd before him, his expression turning serious. He lifted the megaphone and coldly declared, I have stated before, 200 spots only. First come, first served. The positions are now filled, and we will not be recruiting further at this time. A long sigh echoed among the thousands of survivors below. Each one lamented their missed opportunity to register earlier. their spirits visibly deflated. "Boss, do you have any other work for us?" a bespectacled youth inquired. "Indeed, there are other tasks, but they will not commence immediately. If you are willing, you may wait here until 4 o'clock this afternoon. I will hire a group of laborers to construct the camp." Wang Wei replied nonchalantly. He contemplated the urgency of establishing the camp. The camp within the East City base merely served as a temporary shelter to facilitate future recruitment of reserve troops and the sale of treatment serums for gold. Wang Wei had no intention of building the main base in the East City, as the power dynamics here were convoluted and overly complex. Additionally, the 4-meter walls of the East City base could hardly withstand a horde of zombies. Only by establishing his own red alert base outside could he truly feel secure. As soon as he finished speaking, the despondent survivors around him raised their heads, their faces alight with excitement. Each vying to speak. "Excellent. I wish to enlist. I will not leave. I will remain here to serve the boss. The boss is a good man. May good men live long." The crowd fervently expressed their sentiments. This prompted a bitter smile from Wang Wei. He was no benevolent figure. In this apocalyptic world, good people tended to meet swift ends. If he were to offer them rewards, they must first contribute. Wang Wei would not support idlers. In this apocalypse, it was the ruthless who thrived. Subsequently, Wang Wei returned to the camp with the security squad. Trailed by the 200 robust laborers, the procession marched down the street. Attracting considerable attention, many attempted to infiltrate the ranks of laborers, but Wang Wei raised the megaphone and coldly cautioned, "The 200 laborers are all registered. We will distribute rations according to our records. Anyone attempting to blend in should be prepared for a futile endeavor. Do not say, 'I did not warn you.'" Upon hearing this, many survivors quickly abandoned their ill intentions. In no time, the group returned to the camp. Feng Qinya and Bei Yi honored their promise, dispatching personnel with 6 trucks. Before Wang Wei stood 12 large trucks, neatly arranged in 2 rows, a sight to behold. This pleased Wang Wei immensely. If filled with rebar, concrete, and bricks, these 12 trucks would provide ample materials for constructing the camp. "Squad leader, you will guard the camp. If anyone dares to intrude, shoot on sight. Squad leader and second squad leader, take your respective teams and accompany me to Yinshan town." Wang Wei instructed the Red Alert higher-ups. "Understood," they replied in unison. Just as Wang Wei was about to call for departure, his sister Wang Xian hurriedly approached, grasping his arm and pleading, "Brother, I wish to accompany you." Huang Quan stood silently beside her. "Nonsense. It is dangerous outside. You know this." Wang Wei firmly rejected his sister's request without hesitation. "I do not wish to live forever in a greenhouse. I want to assist you, even if it is in a minor capacity." Wang Xian's resolve was unwavering as she looked directly at Wang Wei. This caused Wang Wei's heart to skip a beat. Her words astonished him. A flower raised in a greenhouse ultimately cannot withstand the rigors of the world. Keeping his sister perpetually sheltered beneath his protection may not be the wisest choice. Observing his sister's determined demeanor, Wang Wei contemplated for several seconds before nodding slightly. He retrieved a 92-style pistol and a magazine from his person, placing them in Wang Xian's hands. "Perhaps it is time for you to experience the cruelty of this world. I agree to your joining us, but you must heed my commands and remain within the group," Wang Wei stated authoritatively. "Thank you, brother," Wang Xian exclaimed joyfully as she accepted the 92-style pistol and the loaded magazine. Huang Quan stepped forward, earnestly assuring Wang Wei, "Brother Wang, rest assured, I will ensure Wang Xian's safety." Wang Wei nodded in acknowledgement, patting Huang Quan's shoulder. Huang Quan was undoubtedly among the elite of the new humans. And with him protecting Wang Xian, Wang Wei felt reassured. Wang Wei scanned the gathered crowd, waved his hand, and shouted, "Let us depart." Chapter 53. Fear clouds the mind for this operation. Wang Wei mobilized a significant portion of the Red Alert soldiers. One security squad along with a new recruit second squad, totaling 40 soldiers, headed to Yinshan town. Their mission was twofold: to gather sufficient building materials and to train the new recruits, elevating them to first-star veterans. After all, the difference between soldiers in a 0-star state and those in a 1-star state was considerable. Whether in hand-to-hand combat skills, marksmanship, or equipment, the disparities were vast. Elevating Red Alert soldiers to 3-star status required not only combat experience, but also time and tenure. However, reaching 1-star status demanded only a certain amount of combat experience without the need for extensive time. Wang Wei had previously estimated that a Red Alert soldier would need to eliminate approximately 35 ordinary zombies to attain 1-star status. The difficulty was not insurmountable. In addition to the 12 trucks, There were also 3 pickup trucks among the convoy. Wang Wei and the 200 laborers set off grandly towards Yinshan Town. Yinshan Town. After a 40-minute drive, Wang Wei and his group arrived at the outskirts of Yinshan Town. Prior to the apocalypse, this town had a modest permanent population of no more than 3,000. Widely dispersed, though termed a town, it would be more aptly described as a village. The rumbling of the vehicles immediately drew the attention of the zombies within Yinshan Town. Roar. The cries of the zombies echoed. Wang Wei sat at the wheel of the lead pickup truck, steering it towards the zombies obstructing the road. Bang! A violent collision resonated. The front of the pickup truck was outfitted with a collision guard. The impact left the vehicle unscathed, while the zombie was flung aside, landing 20 meters away on the grass. Yet, even so, the struck zombie remained alive, staggering toward the oncoming vehicles. The convoy showed no signs of stopping. They sped toward the cement factory in Yinshan Town. In no time, they arrived at the cement factory. Wang Wei opened the door, stepped out first, and drew his MP5 submachine gun, shouting, "Everyone disembark, security squad. We will eliminate the zombies within the cement factory. New recruit second squad. Secure the factory's entrance and eliminate all approaching zombies." Understood. The Red Alert warriors shouted in unison. Under the leadership of the squad leader, the new recruits swiftly advanced towards the entrance of the cement factory, eliminating the zombies that charged at them. The 200 laborers in the truck had not all disembarked yet. Suddenly, over 20 zombies burst forth from within the factory, their gaping maws aimed at Wang Wei and his group. Wang Wei, refusing to let his guard down, quickly aimed his weapon at the approaching horde and pulled the trigger. Rat-a-tat-tat. A half-magazine of bullets was unleashed, sparks erupting from the muzzle. Instantly, 5 zombies fell to the ground, blood spraying like arrows, killed on the spot. This astonished Wang Wei. His shooting accuracy had evidently improved. Previously, he might not have even taken down a single zombie with half a magazine. Yet now he had dispatched 5. Suddenly, a realization dawned upon him. It must be due to his transformation into a new human. Ever since he had become one, not only had his strength and speed significantly increased, but even his vision and dynamic tracking abilities had greatly enhanced. The Red Alert warriors in the security team raised their Type 95 assault rifles, aiming at the advancing zombies. Rat-a-tat-tat. A dense barrage of gunfire enveloped the horde, causing the zombies to collapse into pools of blood. Over 20 zombie corpses lay in the blood-soaked ground, filling the air with a thick stench of blood. Under the direction of the squad, Wang Xin leapt up in excitement, returning the MP5 submachine gun to Wang Wei, who could only manage a wry smile in response. Inside the camp, he had long since prepared an abundance of 81-style automatic rifles and ammunition for Wang Xin to lavishly utilize. After all, top-notch sharpshooters require an immense quantity of ammunition to hone their skills. The second platoon of new recruits lived up to expectations, successfully advancing to the rank of 1-star Red Alert soldier. With a flash of golden light, their equipment and combat abilities underwent a significant enhancement. Wang Wei observed that the golden light associated with the promotion of Red Alert soldiers was visible only to himself and the soldiers, leaving others oblivious to the transformation. This was advantageous, as it would prevent any future suspicions. The laborers at the cement factory were still engaged in transporting cement. Wang Wei looked up to see that the 3rd truck had already been unloaded. The 4th truck was half-filled and would complete the cement target in no more than 5 minutes. Afterward, they could proceed to the nearby rebar and brick factories for further transport. Just at that moment, a gunshot echoed through the factory. Bang! The sound captured Wang Wei's attention. He quickly led the Red Alert Guard squad into the factory, where he found the squad leader and 2 guards aiming their Type 95 automatic rifles at 4 laborers. A bullet hole marred the floor before the laborers, indicating that the shot had missed them and struck the ground instead. What is going on? Wang Wei approached the squad leader and inquired in a stern tone. "Commander, these 4 individuals attempted to sneak into the back kitchen of the cement factory while I was momentarily distracted, and I caught them in the act," the squad leader reported, standing tall and saluting Wang Wei. Before Wang Wei could respond, one of the burly laborers scoffed dismissively. "What's the big deal? It's just a bit of supplies from the back kitchen. Why all this fuss?" His brazen demeanor only served to heighten Wang Wei's displeasure. Wang Wei stepped forward and delivered a fierce kick to the burly man's side, coldly stating, "I have already made it clear. If you take my provisions, you must serve me wholeheartedly. And yet you dare to confront me so defiantly. Are you asking for your own demise?" With that, Wang Wei seized the Type 95 automatic rifle from the squad leader and pressed the muzzle against the burly man's forehead. In that moment, the previously arrogant man was overtaken by fear, trembling uncontrollably as he pleaded for his life. "I was wrong, boss. Please spare me." Before he could finish his sentence, Wang Wei pulled the trigger. Bang! The gunshot resonated through the factory. The burly man's eyes widened in shock as he collapsed into a pool of blood, a bullet hole marking his forehead, crimson blood gushing from the wound. At that moment, whether it was the 3 disobedient laborers before him or the others still hauling cement within the factory, fear manifested on every face. They understood that their formidable boss, Wang Wei, was far from merciful. He resembled a remorseless butcher, as he executed the burly man with an expression of calm detachment, akin to slaughtering poultry. The laborers exerted themselves even more diligently in their tasks, terrified that any hint of laziness might provoke Wang Wei's wrath. Seeing the expressions of the laborers, Wang Wei felt a sense of satisfaction. His goal was to set an example. 1 Death could instill fear throughout the ranks, quelling any rebellious thoughts. They were to serve him with unwavering loyalty. "Boss, we were wrong. We should not have gone to the back kitchen without permission. I have an elderly parent and young children to care for. I beg you to spare my life." The 3 laborers trembled as they knelt before Wang Wei, the one in the middle bowing deeply in desperation, fearful of sharing the fate of the burly man. "Wrong is wrong, and those who err must face the consequences. I may spare your lives, but I will not keep you here. Leave," Wang Wei replied coldly. "Thank you, boss." The 3 laborers nodded vigorously, scrambling to exit, anxious that Wang Wei might change his mind. However, as soon as they stepped outside the cement factory, a raucous voice rang out. "What the hell? It's just a few broken guns. Why all this arrogance? We're not coming back? Boss, I wish you an early demise." This outburst made Wang Wei's brows furrow in anger, and he snatched the guard's gun, ready to deal with the insolent trio. But just as he stepped outside, the 3 laborers, now pale with terror as if they had encountered a dreadful specter, rushed back into the factory, crying out, "Boss, save us!" In the next moment, a pack of mutated dogs appeared on the factory floor, all bearing their bloody maws, swiftly devouring the 3 laborers. Their screams echoed incessantly, and blood pooled on the ground. In their final moments, Wang Wei noted the regret etched on their faces, which brought him a sense of grim satisfaction. Yet, the sight of the 10 or so mutated dogs before him caused his expression to turn serious. Guard Squad, 2nd Platoon, prepare for battle. Chapter 55. Green gelatinous entities. The threat posed by these mutated creatures was no less formidable than that of zombies, perhaps even more so. Previously, Wang Wei had encountered the Black Tiger King, a level 3 mutated creature, which far surpassed the evolved zombies, making him realize that some apex mutated beings were nothing short of nightmares. Although no level 3 mutated creatures were present now, a mutated dog king stood before him, its fierce visage and exposed fangs looming at over 2 meters, muscles rippling in its limbs. Undoubtedly, this mutated dog king was a level 2 mutated creature, equivalent in rank and strength to evolved zombies. The remaining 16 mutated dogs were all level 1 creatures, once commonplace farm dogs, now grotesquely transformed, likely due to consuming too much zombie flesh. They were all in a frenzied, bloodthirsty state, their sizes having increased several-fold compared to their pre-apocalypse forms. With a swift motion, 40 Red Alert soldiers raised their Type 95 automatic rifles in unison, targeting the pack of mutated dogs, awaiting Wang Wei's command. The mutated dogs, sensing the armed humans before them, formed 2 rows, baring their teeth and preparing for combat, as if awaiting the Dog King's order. Wang Wei, observing the mutated dogs, returned the Type 95 to the squad leader and drew his tactical knife, his combat spirit reaching its zenith. He understood that this battle was imperative. Otherwise, their efforts to gather construction materials would be severely hampered. Huang Quan stood beside Wang Wei, unsheathing a Tang sword from his back, ready to fight alongside him. As both were new humans, their combat prowess far outstripped that of 1-star Red Alert soldiers, placing them at the forefront. The mutated Dog King let out a furious roar. Seemingly issuing a command, the 16 mutated dogs sprang forward, charging toward Wang Wei and his team. "Open fire!" Wang Wei shouted the ordered rat-a-tat-tat. A cacophony of gunfire erupted. The firepower net created by the 40 Type 95 rifles unleashed a barrage of bullets, each second sending hundreds of rounds screaming from their barrels. Under the relentless barrage, the first 5 mutated dogs in the lead were riddled with bullets, howling in agony before collapsing into a pool of blood. Undeterred, the remaining mutated dogs pressed onward, heedless of the lethal fire. As the front line of mutated dogs fell, their comrades surged forward, closing the distance rapidly. The closest mutated dog was now less than 2 meters from Wang Wei. Before he could draw his knife, Huang Quan swiftly executed a slicing maneuver, cleaving the charging mutated dog in two, its blood spraying through the air, splattering onto Wang Wei's clothing. At that moment, the mutated dog king charged forward, its speed surpassing that of the other mutated dogs. In the blink of an eye, it covered the 50-meter distance, reaching Wang Wei in less than 3 seconds. Die! Wang Wei roared, gripping his tactical knife tightly as he lunged toward the mutated dog king. The creature's claws, sharp as blades, swiped toward Wang Wei's face. If struck, survival was unlikely, and his visage would surely be marred. Wang Wei did not dare to underestimate the threat. The speed and agility of new humans were fully displayed at that moment. In an instant, Wang Wei pivoted, narrowly evading the mutated dog king's powerful swipe, which left a deep gash in the spot he had just vacated. Seizing the opportunity, Wang Wei and Huang Quan advanced together, their weapons aimed at the mutated dog king. Yet, to their dismay, the creature's hide was extraordinarily thick, akin to wearing armor. Their tactical knives struggled to penetrate its defenses, and in retaliation, the mutated dog king swatted Wang Wei aside, sending him sprawling, his knife tumbling from his grasp. Huang Quan gripped his Tang sword tightly, his gaze igniting with a blood-red fury, as if possessed, charging directly at the mutated dog king with astonishing speed. The nearby red alert soldier could barely discern the shadow flitting before him. Even Wang Wei found it challenging to anticipate Huang Quan's next move. This realization made him acutely aware that Huang Quan's true prowess was undoubtedly far superior to his own. At this moment, aside from the mutated dog king, all other mutated dogs had already fallen before the onslaught of gunfire. Huang Quan engaged in a fierce close combat struggle with the dog king, rendering the red alert soldiers unable to fire at the dog king for fear of inadvertently harming Huang Quan amidst the chaos. After Huang Quan battled the dog king alone for 10 seconds, Wang Wei regained his composure, picked up a tactical dagger from the ground, and swiftly joined the fray. Seizing the opportunity, he thrust his right hand forcefully, plunging the tactical dagger deep into the rear of the dog king. A pitiful howl erupted from the dog king, a sound filled with despair. The guard squad leader standing nearby chuckled and teased, "Commander, you're being quite sneaky," taking advantage of the dog king's moment of distraction. Huang Quan leaped forward, wielding his knife to strike down upon the massive head of the dog king. "Slay!" Huang Quan shouted, his voice booming with might. Whoosh! The enormous head of the dog crashed to the ground. The massive body of the dog fell uncontrollably. Observing the dog king slain before him by Huang Quan, Wang Wei breathed a sigh of relief. Although he hadn't personally delivered the fatal blow, it mattered little. What was important was that the trouble had been resolved. Wang Wei withdrew the tactical dagger from the dog king's body, and upon doing so, a foul odor wafted from the blade, causing him to gag and promptly toss it to the guard squad leader. "Guard squad leader, please clean this knife for me." Wang Wei covered his mouth and nose, grimacing at his own tactical dagger. The guard squad leader, looking helpless, accepted the dagger while also covering his mouth and nose, exclaiming, "This is just too filthy." Although the guard squad leader's expression clearly conveyed his reluctance, red alert soldiers were inherently required to obey their commander's orders without question. Thus, he completed the task and cleaned Wang Wei's tactical dagger. At that moment, Wang Wei lowered his gaze to the dog king's severed head. Inside, he spotted a green gelatinous mass roughly the size of a thumb. For reasons unknown, as he gazed at the green substance, Wang Wei found himself unable to suppress a swallow. It was as if he had not eaten in ages, now faced with a lavish feast of delicacies. This sensation was not unique to Wang Wei. Even Huang Quan beside him shared the same impulse. It became evident to Wang Wei that only the new humans seemed to be drawn to this green gelatinous mass, feeling an overwhelming urge to consume it, while the red alert soldiers and ordinary survivors showed no reaction whatsoever. He extracted the green gelatinous mass from the dog king's head and placed it in the palm of his right hand. The longer he stared at it, the more intensely a voice within emerged, "Consume it, consume it." A primal instinct surged through his mind. Suddenly, Wang Wei felt enveloped in darkness, his senses dulled, as if the world consisted solely of himself and the green gelatinous mass in his grasp. He swallowed again, and his right hand, seemingly devoid of his control, instinctively shoved the gelatinous mass into his mouth, swallowing it whole without chewing. At that moment, the guard squad leader's voice jolted Wang Wei back to reality. "Commander, why on earth are you eating that thing?" Chapter 56. The Barefoot Doctor's hemostatic powder. At this instant, Wang Wei regained his senses, realizing the green gelatinous mass had vanished from his hand, and he detected a peculiar taste in his mouth. He chuckled wryly. Did I just eat that lump of green gelatin? Indeed, the guard squad leader nodded emphatically. Just the thought of the gelatin resembling dog brain made Wang Wei feel nauseous, wishing to expel it from his stomach. Yet, in the next moment, the changes occurring within him quelled his queasiness. A surge of warmth flowed through his body, filling every limb and inch of him. Beads of perspiration formed on his forehead, and even his back was drenched with sweat. Wang Wei clenched his fists, acutely aware that his strength was steadily increasing. In an instant, he felt as though he possessed boundless energy. Wang Wei's expression shifted to one of astonishment, but soon clarity dawned upon him. Mutated creatures and new humans alike derive extraordinary power from ancient pathogens. Could it be that the green gelatinous mass I just consumed was the source of the Dog King's strength? Now that I have devoured the Dog King's strength source, I have inadvertently amplified my own power. With this realization, Wang Wei felt increasingly convinced of its truth. After a minute, the warmth gradually subsided, and his strength ceased to escalate further. However, Wang Wei felt a profound sense of satisfaction, for in that minute, he had enhanced his overall capabilities by at least 20% in terms of strength, speed, and agility. This revelation filled him with uncontainable joy. The gelatinous substance within mutated creatures could indeed augment the powers of new humans. Previously, Wang Wei had pondered how to further enhance his abilities as a new human. Little did he expect such a swift solution to present itself. The answer lay in continuously consuming the gelatinous substances found within mutated beasts. At this moment, Wang Wei recalled the level 3 mutated creature, the Black Tiger King, within the Qingda shopping mall. If he could slay the Black Tiger King and consume its gelatinous mass, he wondered just how much his new human powers could be elevated. It seemed he would need to make another trip to Qingda shopping mall soon to hunt down the Black Tiger King. Brother, are you all right? His sister Wang Xin approached, concern etched on her face. I am great. Absolutely splendid. Everyone, let us work swiftly. If we can return to the camp before 3:30, each laborer will receive an additional pound of rice. Wang Wei replied with a smile, gesturing to the workers in the factory. Elated by this prospect, the workers felt invigorated. Their spirits lifted as they worked with renewed vigor. Subsequently, Wang Wei inspected the remains of the other mutated dogs. Regrettably, these level 1 mutated creatures contained no gelatinous substance within their heads. It appeared that only level 2 and above mutated beings possessed such a substance. In less than 5 minutes, 4 large trucks were filled with cement. The Red Alert engineer had previously informed Wang Wei that at least 100 tons of cement were required for constructing the camp. The cement loaded onto these 4 trucks certainly exceeded 100 tons, likely reaching 150 tons. The team then proceeded to a nearby rebar factory, where the laborers worked efficiently, none daring to slack off. Clearly motivated by the prospect of returning to camp before 3:30 to claim their additional pound of rice. Nearby was a factory for constructing high-powered floodlights, which the camp required for nighttime illumination. Serving the purpose of streetlights, guard squad leader, have some laborers transport a truckload of floodlights, and make sure to bring the floodlight stands as well, Wang Wei instructed casually. Yes, the guard squad leader nodded, promptly summoning 50 laborers to carry the floodlights and stands. In no time, 2 trucks were filled to capacity with rebar, and 1 truck was loaded with floodlights and stands. Wang Wei then led the team to a nearby brick factory to fill the remaining 5 trucks. Just as the laborers finished loading a truck with bricks, the guard squad leader rushed over, standing before Wang Wei to report, Commander, a local survivor has arrived, claiming to possess something valuable and wishes to meet with you. The term valuable piqued Wang Wei's curiosity. Since the laborers still needed time to load the remaining 4 trucks, he saw it as an opportune moment to discover what this survivor had to offer. All right, bring him in to see me, Wang Wei ordered calmly. Yes, the guard squad leader nodded and turned to head back. In less than half a minute, the guard squad leader returned, this time accompanied by a young man wearing glasses, who appeared quite refined. Hello, Commander, my name is Lin Ling, and I was a barefoot doctor in Yinshan town before the apocalypse. Lin Ling presented himself with a demeanor that seemed harmless and amiable, giving off an approachable vibe. My subordinate mentioned that you have something valuable. What is it? Wang Wei asked directly. In response, Lin Ling adjusted his glasses, looked up at Wang Wei, and smiled politely. Commander, the item I possess is something you will undoubtedly appreciate. However, before I present it to you, I would like to make a small request. There is no such thing as a free lunch. The other party wanted to make a request. This was reasonable. All right, provided that what you have is useful to me. Wang Wei replied sternly. It is indeed useful, absolutely. My request is simply to ask the commander to take me away from here and grant me your protection. With that, Lin Ling produced a transparent glass vial about the size of 2 fingers, containing a vibrant red powder. What is this? Wang Wei gazed in astonishment at the crimson powder contained within the glass vial before him. This is the hemostatic powder I have developed, Lin Ling stated, and no matter how grievous the injury, even if a major artery is severed, applying this powder to the wound will swiftly halt the bleeding. And it carries no side effects whatsoever. Adjusting his glasses, Lin Ling presented himself as the quintessential intellectual. No sooner had he finished speaking than a thunderous sound erupted within the factory. Wang Wei hurried inside, only to witness a laborer who had fallen from a height while transporting bricks. His carotid artery sliced open by the sharp edge of a brick. Blood gushed forth profusely, staining the laborer's shirt a deep red. At this sight, Wang Wei's heart sank. Under normal circumstances, he would have been indifferent to the fate of this laborer. However, now, should the laborer perish, he would be liable to compensate the family with 30 pounds of rice. Suddenly, Wang Wei turned to Lin Ling, the bespectacled man beside him, exclaiming, "Did you not claim that your hemostatic powder could stop bleeding rapidly? Go, try it now. I wish to see its efficacy." Lin Ling nodded earnestly, replying, "Rest assured, the results will undoubtedly satisfy you, Commander." With that, he stepped forward and applied the hemostatic powder to the injured man's neck. In the next instant, the gaping wound visibly began to heal and scab over, halting the flow of blood. The scene left Wang Wei utterly astounded, prompting him to reflect. This barefoot doctor possesses remarkable skills. The hemostatic powder he developed truly has the ability to stop arterial bleeding. If mass-produced, it would be nearly impossible for my subordinates to meet their demise. Chapter 57. Knowing people, knowing faces, but not knowing hearts. This hemostatic powder is indeed a remarkable creation in this apocalyptic era. Many have perished from excessive blood loss. With this powder, one can swiftly stop bleeding and promote scabbing at the wound site, significantly enhancing the chances of survival. Should the powerful factions in the eastern city base become aware of it, they would surely go to great lengths to acquire the formula. Wang Wei observed the previously gravely injured laborer and inquired with curiosity, "How do you feel now? Is there any discomfort?" He wished to ascertain whether the hemostatic powder truly possessed no side effects. As Lin Ling had asserted. To his astonishment, the laborer remarked, "The wound on my neck has indeed scabbed and stopped bleeding. It was slightly painful when the powder was first applied, but now I feel no pain at all, as if I had received anesthesia." The laborer gazed up at Wang Wei, a look of disbelief etched upon his face. Perhaps the significant blood loss had rendered him somewhat pale. Wang Wei paused, realizing that the hemostatic powder genuinely had no side effects. Under normal circumstances, a severed artery would be a death sentence. He had even mentally prepared himself to compensate the laborer's family with 30 pounds of rice. Yet here they were, saved by the miracle of Lin Ling's hemostatic powder. "You may return to the truck to rest. Your 3 pounds of labor compensation will be provided upon our return to the camp," Wang Wei said nonchalantly, gesturing dismissively. The laborer's neck wound had just scabbed over. If he were to continue moving bricks, the injury could easily reopen, potentially proving fatal. Wang Wei was not particularly concerned for the laborer's life. Rather, he was anxious about the 30 pounds of rice he would have to part with. Once the laborer settled into the passenger seat of the truck, the barefoot Dr. Lin Ling approached Wang Wei with a courteous smile. "Commander, are you satisfied with the results of my hemostatic powder?" "Quite satisfied. Please write down the formula for me, and I shall agree to your request to take you back to the camp, ensuring your protection for life," Wang Wei replied earnestly, nodding in affirmation. "The formula is my lifeblood in this apocalypse. If I were to divulge it, how could I trust that you would uphold your promise? Therefore, I cannot disclose the formula, but I am willing to produce the hemostatic powder in bulk for you," Lin Ling said, wearing an innocuous expression while harboring deep-seated intentions. Wang Wei hesitated, locking eyes with Lin Ling. He was determined to obtain that formula. However, if he were to pressure Lin Ling for it now, he risked antagonizing the man. It seemed prudent to first secure Lin Ling's loyalty. If the man was genuinely committed to serving him, Wang Wei would undoubtedly reward him handsomely. Yet, should Lin Ling harbor ulterior motives, Wang Wei would not hesitate to forcibly extract the formula from him. Wang Wei clapped Lin Ling on the shoulder, smiling as he said, "Very well. As long as you wholeheartedly serve me, I, Wang Wei, shall ensure you are well rewarded. Your best. Thank you for your understanding. Commander, by the way, I have another batch of hemostatic powder at my residence that I would like to bring with me before we leave," Lin Ling said, a glimmer of excitement lighting up his face. "Very well. I shall accompany you," Wang Wei replied calmly. The barefoot Dr. Lin Ling was indeed a valuable asset. With him around, the mass production of the hemostatic powder could be secured. Wang Wei did not wish for Lin Ling to encounter any unfortunate incidents on the way home, so he decided to accompany him. After all, there was nothing pressing for him to attend to at the moment. Accompanying Lin Ling would also allow him to see firsthand how much hemostatic powder Lin Ling had stored. Sister Wang Xian and Huang Quan approached, having overheard the conversation. Wang Xian eagerly interjected. "Big brother, I want to go with you and see the outside world." With the zombies in the center of Yinshan town largely eradicated, there was little danger in venturing out, especially with Huang Quan providing close protection for Wang Xian. With this in mind, Wang Wei nodded in agreement. "Very well," he said. Wang Wei and his companions, along with the barefoot Dr. Lin Ling, climbed into a pickup truck and set off toward the nearby residential area. This time, Wang Wei did not bring the red alert soldiers along, deeming it unnecessary. He preferred to let them remain at the brick factory, supervising the laborers to expedite their work. 2 minutes later. Sitting in the back seat, Lin Ling pointed towards a house beneath the overpass and said to Wang Wei, "Commander, that is my home." Beneath the overpass flowed a swift river, its waters roaring as they rushed by. Had Lin Ling not pointed it out, Wang Wei might never have noticed the house's existence. Wang Wei drove the vehicle to the base of the overpass, and under Lin Ling's guidance, they entered the residence. Wang Xian surveyed her surroundings with wide-eyed wonder, as everything outside was a novelty to her. Huang Quan remained vigilant, guarding her closely. Upon entering the house, Lin Ling lifted a cover on a bed, revealing an entrance to a basement. "This is a basement spanning over 200 square meters, excavated by my grandfather's generation. Since the outbreak of the apocalypse, I have been hiding here," Lin Ling explained hurriedly. Wang Wei's eyes lit up at the sight of the basement entrance. The more preparations, the better the chances. Once back at the eastern city base, he resolved to construct a basement within the camp for emergencies. Following Lin Ling, Wang Wei and his companions descended into the basement. The interior was well equipped, boasting a variety of appliances, resembling a fully functional home. Lin Ling flicked a switch, and the basement was instantly illuminated. "What a comfortable setup," Wang Wei noted, surprised to find a generator and films that men typically enjoyed. Lin Ling led Wang Wei and his group into a room within the basement, graciously offering them a pot of hot tea and pouring it into cups before them. Suddenly, Wang Wei, as a new human being, detected a faint metallic scent of blood in the air and curiously asked Lin Ling, "Why does it smell like blood in here?" "This morning, I slaughtered some poultry, and the blood has yet to be disposed of. It remains in the kitchen. The scent of blood is quite normal," Lin Ling replied while pouring tea that moment. Wang Wei noticed Lin Ling's gaze flicker, as if he were concealing something. This struck Wang Wei as odd. Sister Wang Xian, feeling parched, reached for the tea cup to quench her thirst, but Wang Wei stopped her. "Lin Ling, what kind of tea is this?" Wang Wei inquired, smiling at Lin Ling. "This is tea guanyin. It has a pleasant flavor. If the commander is concerned, I can drink a cup in front of you," Lin Ling offered, seemingly aware of Wang Wei's unease. Without hesitation, he raised the teacup and drank it down in one go. Seeing Lin Ling swallow the tea, Wang Wei finally relaxed. Had he been overly cautious? Perhaps he had misjudged Lin Ling, initially worried that the tea might be poisoned. Wang Wei's fears were alleviated by Lin Ling's demonstration of trustworthiness. "What are you worried about?" Wang Wei replied nonchalantly. "Commander, please make yourselves comfortable here. If you feel thirsty, help yourselves to the tea. I will now retrieve a bag of hemostatic powder from the storage room," Lin Ling said. Lin Ling cast a gaze upon Wang Wei before him, his demeanor dripping with obsequiousness. Wang Wei nodded composedly. When only Wang Wei and his two companions, his sister Wang Xian and Huang Quan, remained in the room, the two siblings raised their tea cups and drained them in one gulp, revealing their thirst. Wang Wei lifted his own cup, perhaps due to a lack of thirst, as he merely sipped a small mouthful. The group waited in the room for a full minute. Suddenly, Huang Quan and his sister Wang Xian abruptly closed their eyes and collapsed to the floor with a thud, as if struck by a spell. This left Wang Wei utterly astonished. Immediately after, he felt as though his body had been injected with a tranquilizer. He shuddered and found himself involuntarily leaning against the wall, his limbs unresponsive, as if severed from his consciousness. Wang Wei stared at the tea on the table, momentarily stunned. There was something amiss with this tea. One could discern a person's exterior, but not their heart. It must have been that scoundrel Lin Ling who had poisoned it. Just then, footsteps echoed from outside. In the stillness of the basement, the sound was alarmingly pronounced. Chapter 58. The cultured scoundrel Wang Wei struggled to lift his head and peer forward as the footsteps drew nearer. With a swift motion, the door opened, revealing a familiar figure, the scoundrel Lin Ling. However, Wang Wei was perplexed. Lin Ling had just consumed the same tea, yet he appeared unaffected, brimming with vitality. Lin Ling, what is the meaning of this? What are you planning? Wang Wei gritted his teeth, glaring fiercely at Lin Ling, perhaps due to his earlier small sip of tea. Wang Wei had not succumbed like Wang Xin and Huang Quan. His limbs were merely disconnected, yet he could still speak. Lin Ling removed his glasses and tousled his hair, his expression suddenly transforming into one of malevolence, resembling a madman. That I went to great lengths to lure you here. What else could I possibly want? Of course, to feast upon your flesh and drink your blood. You and that fellow are the new breed mentioned in the broadcast, right? If I consume you, I will seize your powers and become an even stronger new human. The tea you drank contained my specially formulated immobilizing powder. It won't take your life, but it will render you immobile for a time, allowing me to manipulate you at will. Although I also consumed the tea mixed with the immobilizing powder. I had taken the antidote beforehand, so I am unscathed. Lin Ling licked his lips, revealing a ghastly expression. Upon hearing this, Wang Wei was momentarily stunned. Cannibalism. This scoundrel dared to commit such an atrocity. He intended to usurp his powers as a new human. Lin Ling was nothing short of a madman, a veritable lunatic, who claimed that consuming new humans would grant one their powers. This was merely Lin Ling's foolish delusion. He had once regarded Lin Ling as an intellectual. But he realized now that this was merely a facade. Lin Ling was a cultured scoundrel. Suddenly, Wang Wei recalled something and gritted his teeth, addressing Lin Ling, the bloody scent wafting from the basement isn't from poultry. But from human blood, isn't it? Lin Ling let out a sinister laugh and turned to open the door to the adjacent room. The sight that met Wang Wei's eyes left him aghast. There lay a middle-aged woman, pallid and gagged with tape, on a hospital bed, her limbs conspicuously absent, her gaze vacant and lifeless, resembling a mere shell of a human. The bed was soaked in blood. Reminiscent of a scene from a horror film, instilling terror as expected of a commander, astute. Do you see that woman? I have severed her limbs and feasted upon her for more than half a month. You too will meet a similar fate and become my sustenance. Lin Ling cackled ominously, his laughter echoing like that of a deranged individual devoid of dignity. Wang Wei gazed at the woman in the opposite room. It was a tragic sight. To live in such a state was more agonizing than death itself. You need not resort to this. If you let us go, I can overlook the past and provide you with a supply of provisions sufficient for 3 to 5 years. Wang Wei attempted to persuade Lin Ling, yet, while he spoke, he resolved that should Lin Ling release them, he would undoubtedly kill this inhumane wretch. Commander, do you take me for a fool? If I let you go, your subordinates would surely gun me down the moment I turned my back? Lin Ling chuckled menacingly, his hands resting before him. Seeing that flattery bore no fruit, Wang Wei adopted a fierce demeanor, threatening Lin Ling with a menacing glare. I have installed a tracker on the pickup truck. If my subordinates do not hear from me soon, they will undoubtedly follow the tracker to find me. If you let us go, you may yet have a chance to survive. Refuse, and you will certainly meet your demise. Upon hearing this, Lin Ling's expression shifted to one of alarm. However, unbeknownst to him, Wang Wei had not actually installed a tracker on the truck. His intent was merely to intimidate Lin Ling, compelling him to retreat. Lin Ling swallowed hard. Without a moment's hesitation, he dashed toward the exit. It seemed he truly believed Wang Wei's words and intended to dispose of the pickup truck. Seizing this opportunity, Wang Wei scanned his surroundings for anything that could be of use. He attempted to re-establish the connection with his limbs, but after a minute of effort, he still saw no results. This blasted immobilizing powder was far too potent. Even as a new human, he found himself powerless. It appeared that only by locating and consuming the antidote could he regain control of his body. Just then, footsteps approached from ahead. Clearly, Lin Ling had returned. In that moment, an idea sparked in Wang Wei's mind, illuminating his expression. If it were anyone else, they might indeed be doomed. But he was not like the others, for he possessed the red alert system. Wang Wei cursed himself for not thinking of this sooner. Red alert system. Purchase 2 red alert soldiers, he silently commanded. Having spent 200 gold, he still had 2,709 gold remaining. With a flash of golden light, 2 red alert soldiers, armed with 95-style assault rifles, clad in camouflage combat gear, and wearing combat helmets, materialized before Wang Wei. That moment, Lin Ling, unaware of the development, opened the door and exclaimed, "You really are full of tricks. There is no tracker on the pickup truck. You've deceived me. Before Lin Ling could finish his sentence, the appearance of the two red alert soldiers startled him, and he spun around to flee. "Capture this scoundrel," Wang Wei commanded the two red alert soldiers. "Yes," they replied in unison. One soldier delivered a powerful kick to Lin Ling's abdomen, sending him crashing backward against the wall. Lin Ling attempted to rise and escape, but the other soldier landed a punch on his right eye, shattering his glasses and embedding shards into his eyeball. A scream escaped Lin Ling's lips as blood streamed from his right eye. The red alert soldiers surged forward, seizing the rope from the ground to bind Lin Ling's hands. Another soldier struck Lin Ling's right knee, forcing him to kneel before Wang Wei. Two guns were pressed against Lin Ling's temple. Should he dare to move, he would undoubtedly receive at least one bullet hole in his skull. At that moment, Lin Ling trembled in fear, his legs quaking uncontrollably. Yet, he was such an adept actor that Wang Wei could not discern whether his fear was genuine or a ruse. "Commander, please don't kill me. Give me a chance. I will serve you like a loyal dog." In a desperate bid for survival, Lin Ling prostrated himself before Wang Wei, the sound of his head hitting the floor echoing. Chapter 59. The formula at hand. Wang Wei regarded the groveling Lin Ling with not a shred of sympathy. This man was a master of disguise. His moods fluctuated wildly. What he presented on the surface was a stark contrast to his true nature. Although Lin Ling was undoubtedly talented, having developed life-saving substances like the hemostatic powder and immobilizing powder, the moment he had poisoned the tea, Wang Wei had resolved to eliminate any thoughts of recruiting him. This man could not be allowed to live. He must die. But before Lin Ling's demise, Wang Wei needed to extract the formulas for the hemostatic powder and immobilizing powder from him, at all costs. He must obtain the formulas. At that moment, Wang Wei's body remained immobile, and he could only gaze at Lin Ling, coldly stating, "I have no desire for you to serve me or be my dog. If you wish to live, you must demonstrate your sincerity. First, provide me with the antidote for the immobilizing powder." The inability to move left Wang Wei feeling exceedingly uncomfortable. Yet, one could not deny that the immobilizing powder was indeed potent. Even he, as a new human, was rendered immobile. Utilizing the methods on other new humans at the Dongqing base is certain to yield results. However, it remains uncertain whether the same effects would apply to zombies and mutated creatures. In a desperate bid for survival, Lin Ling was willing to forsake even his dignity. Seizing the opportunity, he eagerly nodded, "The antidote to the immobilization powder is in my possession. That blue vial is the antidote." Wang Wei turned to a red alert warrior and commanded, "Search him and retrieve the antidote." "Yes." The warrior nodded respectfully, stowed away his Type 95 assault rifle, and searched Lin Ling's person, ultimately uncovering a small blue glass vial. Roughly the size of 2 fingers. Upon seeing the vial, Wang Wei initially intended to consume the antidote immediately. Yet, he reconsidered. Lin Ling is cunning and treacherous. Who can ascertain whether the contents of that blue vial truly are the antidote? What if it is poison? One must always remain vigilant, especially against a deceitful scoundrel like Lin Ling. Wang Wei cast a cold glance at Lin Ling and instructed the red alert warrior. "A gift must be reciprocated. Administer a dose of the antidote to him. Let him taste it." At this proclamation, Lin Ling's face paled in alarm, his eyes flickering. No, I misspoke. This is not the antidote to the immobilization powder, but rather poison. The true antidote is in the bag behind me. The white vial. Lin Ling, his brows furrowed in fear, hurriedly admitted his error. Wang Wei paused momentarily. Poison? This is not the antidote, but rather poison. Thankfully, he had been cautious and wary of Lin Ling. Otherwise, he would have fallen into Lin Ling's trap once more. Wang Wei clenched his teeth, his anger boiling, wishing he could dismember this scoundrel on the spot. Retrieving the white vial, Wang Wei commanded a red alert warrior. As per the usual protocol, let Lin Ling taste a pill from the white vial. After 2 minutes, confirming there were no adverse effects on Lin Ling, Wang Wei realized the contents of the white vial were indeed the antidote to the immobilization powder. After Wang Wei and his companions consumed the antidote, he clenched his fists, acutely feeling the reconnection of his body. His sister Wang Xian and Huang Quan also regained consciousness. "Commander, I can develop hemostatic and immobilization powders for you. Just please spare my life." Lin Ling repeatedly bowed before Wang Wei. This elicited a scoff from Wang Wei. At this juncture, he still hopes to survive. Such delusions are laughable. Suddenly, an idea struck Wang Wei, and he stepped forward, looking down at Lin Ling with a cold smirk. "Let us make a deal. If you provide me with the formulas for the hemostatic and immobilization powders, I shall spare your life." "Commander, please do not jest. If I give you the formulas, you will undoubtedly kill me." Lin Ling forced a smile. Clearly aware that the formulas might be his only means of survival, Wang Wei's face broke into a smile as he patted Lin Ling on the shoulder. To an unknowing observer, it might seem they shared a camaraderie. Yet the next moment, Wang Wei seized the Type 95 assault rifle from the Red Alert warrior, pointing the barrel at Lin Ling's forehead. His voice menacing. Hand over the formulas, and perhaps you may live to see tomorrow. Refuse, and you shall die now. At these words, Lin Ling swallowed hard, his heart racing, beads of sweat forming on his brow. If you dare, kill me. Lin Ling's defiance was evident as he gritted his teeth and shouted at Wang Wei, "Do you think I fear you? Given what you have done, even 1,000 deaths would not be enough to quench my vengeance." Wang Wei glared fiercely at Lin Ling. Bang. A gunshot rang out. Wang Wei aimed at Lin Ling's left leg, pulling the trigger, and the bullet struck Lin Ling's right leg, leaving a gaping wound from which blood flowed profusely. "Ah!" Lin Ling screamed in agony, curling up on the ground, wailing in despair. "If you do not produce the formulas, I shall shoot your limbs every 3 seconds until you bleed out and perish in agony." Wang Wei's expression darkened, his gaze fixed coldly on Lin Ling, resembling a merciless demon. Though his words were harsh, he adhered to a personal code, to show no mercy to enemies, yet be ruthless to oneself. Initially, Lin Ling gritted his teeth in silence, but after 3 seconds, another gunshot echoed in the basement. The bullet pierced Lin Ling's left arm, blood gushing forth. 3, 2, 1. Wang Wei's voice was icy as he counted down, instilling boundless terror in Lin Ling. Just as Wang Wei was about to fire again, Lin Ling, gritting his teeth, cried out, "Don't shoot. I will give you the formulas. Just spare my life." "Where are the formulas?" Wang Wei inquired sternly, in the second drawer of the bedroom. At that moment, Lin Ling was barely clinging to life, struggling to articulate his words. Wang Wei waved his hand and instructed a Red Alert warrior. "Go to the bedroom and retrieve the formulas for me." "Yes." The warrior nodded and hurried to the bedroom, returning in under half a minute with a notebook, which he respectfully presented to Wang Wei. Opening the notebook, Wang Wei discovered numerous references to medicinal formulas, especially noting the terms hemostatic and immobilization powders. He immediately understood that this notebook contained the coveted formulas. "Commander, I have delivered the formulas. Will you now uphold your promise and let me go?" Lin Ling lay in a pool of blood, pale and on the verge of death. "When did I ever say I would let you leave? I merely stated that I would not kill you myself, but I never promised to prevent others from doing so." Wang Wei regarded the notebook as a treasure, turning coldly to Lin Ling. You are truly insidious." Realization dawned upon Lin Ling. He was outwitted, his fury boiling over as veins throbbed on his forehead. Yet his grievous injuries rendered him powerless in that moment. A murderous glint surged in Wang Wei's eyes as he fixed his cold stare on Lin Ling. "I, Wang Wei, always repay enmity tenfold. Throw this scoundrel to the zombies. I wish for him to personally experience the torment of being devoured." Chapter 60. The birth of the first half-infected. At that moment, Lin Ling was akin to fish on a chopping board, at the mercy of Wang Wei. Against such a despicable scoundrel, Wang Wei felt no obligation to show mercy. 2 Red Alert warriors dragged the severely injured Lin Ling out of the basement and onto the overpass road. Wang Wei's brutal actions elicited no comments from his sister Wang Xian and Huang Quan, who appeared to tacitly endorse his decision. After all, had Wang Wei not intervened decisively, capturing Lin Ling at a pivotal moment, their fate might have been far more gruesome than Lin Ling's impending doom. Exiting the basement were Wang Wei, the 2 Red Alert warriors, and Lin Ling, while Huang Quan and Wang Xian remained behind. Bang! Wang Wei fired a shot into the air. Perhaps it was the gunshot or the scent of blood emanating from Lin Ling, but within moments, 2 zombies charged forward. Wang Wei discarded Lin Ling onto the road, retreating alongside the 2 Red Alert warriors, their eyes fixed coldly on the unfolding spectacle. As the subject of the scenario, Lin Ling, upon seeing the approaching zombies, turned pale with fear, desperate to flee despite his leg injury. He attempted to rise, but the searing pain from his leg caused him to collapse back to the ground. The zombies drew ever closer, now less than 10 meters away, lying on the ground. Lin Ling gazed at the approaching zombies, terror-stricken, and pleaded with Wang Wei, "Commander, I was wrong. Please save me. I do not wish to be devoured by zombies." Wang Wei's expression remained impassive, devoid of any sympathy for Lin Ling. This scoundrel had brought this fate upon himself. After all, he had nearly become Lin Ling's next meal. Now, allowing the zombies to feast upon Lin Ling's flesh was merely poetic justice. As the zombies closed in, Regarding Linling as a delectable morsel, their excitement grew palpable. Upon reaching Linling, the two zombies wasted no time sinking their teeth into his hands and feet, tearing away large chunks of flesh. The pain caused Linling to momentarily lose consciousness, but the subsequent bite jolted him back to awareness. Enduring the excruciating torment, Wang Wei observed the scene before him, his face betraying no fear or hesitation. He returned the Type 95 assault rifle to its rightful owner, patted one of the Red Alert warriors on the arm, and instructed, "You stay here. Once Linling is devoured, you will open fire to eliminate these zombies." Yes, two Red Alert soldiers respectfully raised their hands in salute to Wang Wei. He strode towards the civilian houses ahead, having just spotted a plethora of valuable items in Linling's basement. Particularly the powerful generator that he intended to take. Behind him, the agonizing screams of Linling echoed continuously. Upon returning to the basement, he found Huang Quan and Wang Xine gazing at a poor woman whose hands and feet had been severed. Wang Wei approached and tore the tape from her mouth. Before he could utter a word, the woman on the bed, seemingly deranged, shouted with a twisted expression, "Go away, don't eat my flesh." "Don't eat." Wang Wei gazed at the pitiful woman and let out a long sigh. The state in which this woman had survived was, to be frank, more unbearable than death itself. She was constantly tormented by the agony of her wounds and faced the brutality of that scoundrel Linling. That bastard Linling. I have already fed him to the zombies. Wang Wei fixed his gaze on the woman in the bed and spoke solemnly. The next moment, the woman, having seemingly understood his intent, ceased her frantic shouting and became calm, tears of gratitude welling in her eyes as if thanking Wang Wei for avenging her. "Benefactor, could you do one thing for me?" the woman asked numbly. "What is it?" Wang Wei inquired directly. "Kill me." The woman spoke devoid of emotion, as if death was her only salvation. Wang Wei paused, pondering for a few seconds before retrieving his tactical knife. "Very well," he replied calmly. "Thank you, benefactor," the woman said with a smile. In that instant, Wang Wei pressed the tactical knife against her jaw, applying slight pressure until the blade pierced through, ending the life of the unfortunate woman. In her final moments, she exhibited no fear whatsoever. Instead, she felt a sense of solace for her soul. Wang Wei withdrew the tactical knife and, staring at the lifeless body before him, was overwhelmed with emotion. This was a wretched woman, hands and feet severed. She could hardly survive in this apocalyptic world. Rather than enduring relentless torment, it was better to grant her release. At that moment, Wang Wei realized that he must grow stronger. Strong enough that no one could threaten him. Only then could he protect his sister Wang Xine and those he cherished. At this current stage, he had a singular goal: to enhance his abilities until the Red Alert forces were formidable enough to eliminate his nemesis. Xiao Sheng must die. Only then would Wang Wei feel at ease. Should anyone attempt to obstruct him, he would not hesitate to send them along with Xiao Sheng to the afterlife. Meanwhile, on the road by the overpass, two zombies voraciously devoured Linling's flesh, relishing every bite. Blood trickled from the corners of Linling's mouth. His eyes glazed over, yet there remained a faint breath of life within him. Unwilling to accept his impending demise, he roared inwardly for vengeance. Just then, a transformation occurred. Linling's veins bulged, his eyes filled with a blood-red hue, resembling that of a zombie, exuding an aura of horror. His skin appeared to be covered in black scales, enveloping his entire body, his fingernails elongated, glinting menacingly in the sunlight, appearing exceedingly sharp. The two zombies beside Linling, caught off guard, were swiftly seized by the neck. And with a slight exertion, their necks were snapped with a resounding crack. Miraculously, Linling stood up, opening his gaping maw as if he were a zombie, sinking his teeth into one of the zombies' necks. Greedily drinking its blood, which caused his muscles to grow increasingly robust, the two Red Alert soldiers standing nearby were taken aback, hastily aiming their weapons at the abnormal Linling. "I'm so hungry." A hoarse voice emerged from Linling's lips, his crimson gaze fixated on the two soldiers. At that moment, the aura emanating from Linling bore similarities to that of an evolved zombie, yet also had traits reminiscent of a new human. He was like a hybrid, part human, part zombie, a half-infected being. As soon as he finished speaking, Linling discarded the drained zombie's corpse and transformed into a streak of black light, charging towards the two Red Alert soldiers with astonishing speed. Chapter 61. Blood battle with the half-infected. The sound of gunfire echoed from outside the basement, causing Wang Wei to startle. His first instinct was that Linling and the zombies were being shot by the Red Alert soldiers. However, he soon sensed something was amiss. No, it can't be. Even if they were firing at Linling and the two evolved zombies, it should only take a few bullets. but the scale of the gunfire just now sounded like at least an entire magazine. Something unusual must have occurred. With that thought, Wang Wei swiftly retrieved his tactical knife, his expression alert as he raced upwards, though Huang Quan and Wang Xian were equally uncertain about the situation outside. Upon witnessing Wang Wei's grave demeanor, they too quickened their pace to follow him. As Wang Wei stepped out of the basement entrance, he was met with an overwhelming stench of blood in the air. He rushed out of the civilian house, and the scene before him caused his pupils to constrict in disbelief. Lin Ling, now in a half-infected state, had already snapped the neck of a Red Alert soldier, leaving him lifeless on the spot. Now, he seized another Red Alert soldier by the shoulders, rendering him immobile. So hungry. A raspy voice escaped Lin Ling's lips. With a savage bite, he sank his teeth into the neck of the Red Alert soldier, greedily consuming his blood, causing the soldier to tremble before succumbing to death. Only when the soldier had become a mere corpse did Lin Ling relinquish his grip, carelessly discarding the body at Wang Wei's feet as if taunting him. This infuriated Wang Wei. He yearned to save his fellow soldier but was a moment too late. Since acquiring the Red Alert system, this was the first time a soldier had fallen. Wang Wei had braced himself for the possibility of losing soldiers. Yet witnessing one of his own perish before his eyes filled him with both rage and sorrow. He clenched his tactical knife tightly, casting a cold gaze at the transformed Lin Ling before him. At that moment, Lin Ling appeared to be shrouded in a layer of black scales, with bullet marks evident on his body, clearly from the shots fired by the two Red Alert soldiers. However, their bullets were ineffective against this layer of black scale armor. Furthermore, Lin Ling's physique had grown more imposing. Previously standing at around 1.70 meters, he now towered over Wang Wei at over 2 meters. Resembling a muscle-bound behemoth, his long, sharp claws glimmered ominously in the sunlight, dripping blood onto the ground. Veins bulged on his face, contorting into a fearsome grimace, and when he opened his mouth, his fangs were bared. His eyes radiating a blood-red hue filled with an eerie intensity, resembling an evolved zombie. Yet, what astonished Wang Wei was that there remained a trace of humanity in Lin Ling. This left him utterly perplexed. What on earth was happening? Was a new breed of zombies emerging? Wang Wei, it's all your fault that I've become this half-human, half-zombie monster. I will devour you all. Lin Ling's face twisted in extreme rage as he charged directly at Wang Wei. Whoosh! A sound of slicing air rang out. Wang Wei's heart raced at the scene before him. The speed was incredible. It was likely even faster than Huang Quan. But now that it had come to this, to survive, he had no choice but to fight fiercely against the half-infected Lin Ling. So what if he was a half-infected? He was still a new human. Wang Wei gripped his tactical knife tightly, his expression resolute, bracing himself to confront the charging half-infected Lin Ling. At that moment, Wang Wei's speed surpassed that of any sprinter from the pre-apocalyptic world, and the force behind his knife was equivalent to 500 pounds. He aimed for Lin Ling's neck, preparing to deliver a fatal blow. Yet, at that moment, the speed and strength Lin Ling unleashed surpassed Wang Wei's. Lin Ling raised his hand, striking out with a claw, forcing Wang Wei into a defensive posture as he used his tactical knife to block. Bang! A violent impact reverberated through the air. The claw collided with the tactical knife, producing a sound akin to clashing metal, sparks flying in every direction. However, in his half-infected state, Lin Ling possessed overwhelming strength. Wang Wei's tactical knife was effortlessly knocked from his grasp, and Lin Ling followed up with a powerful kick to his abdomen. That kick sent Wang Wei flying. His stomach churned violently, as if his very insides were being upended. The searing pain in his abdomen caused him to spit out a mouthful of blood. Wiping the blood from the corner of his mouth, he suppressed the agony coursing through him, clenched his fists, and gritted his teeth, addressing Huang Quan beside him. Huang Quan, let us attack together. Wang Wei realized he had been overly complacent. He had thought that Lin Ling in his half-infected state was merely a bit stronger than an evolved zombie, but that recent confrontation had opened his eyes. Before him stood the half-infected Lin Ling, whose strength far exceeded his expectations. He undoubtedly possessed power rivaling that of an evolved zombie, or perhaps even the formidable presence of a secondary mutated creature. Alone, he could not hope to vanquish the half-infected Lin Ling. And what if another Huang Quan were to join? Huang Quan was undeniably stronger than most new humans. Drawing his Tang Dao, Huang Quan nodded grimly, gripping the hilt tightly. This time, he initiated the assault on the half-infected Lin Ling. Whoosh! The sound of slicing air resonated in Wang Wei's ears. In an instant, Huang Quan surged forward, closing the distance to Lin Ling. Lin Ling boasted claws as sharp as a knife, yet Huang Quan wielded a relentless Tang Dao. Huang Quan's onslaught was fierce to the extreme, with flashes of the blade and the ringing of steel echoing in succession. Wang Wei also rushed forward, employing the techniques of Bejiquan to strike at Lin Ling. For a brief moment, the half-infected Lin Ling found himself suppressed. Huang Quan leapt into the air, bringing his blade crashing down toward Lin Ling's shoulder. Boom! The sound of metal colliding erupted. The black scales, which could withstand bullets from a rifle, were cleaved in two by Huang Quan's strike, scattering fragments around as the blade surged through, severing Lin Ling's left arm. Dark crimson blood flowed from the wound, pooling upon the ground. Hiss! Lin Ling inhaled sharply, seemingly still capable of feeling pain like a human. Seizing this opportunity, Wang Wei maneuvered to Lin Ling's back, delivering a powerful blow with his fist the size of a cooking pot. Bejiquan, the tyrant's hard grip. Wang Wei roared inwardly, his fist striking Lin Ling's back with the force of 1,000 pounds. This punch, he exerted all his strength. He felt that even a bull would not withstand such a blow. Boom! A muffled sound reverberated. The half-infected Lin Ling was sent flying, landing 5 meters away on the ground. He had thought he could eliminate Lin Ling effortlessly. Yet, the vitality of Lin Ling in his half-infected state was astonishingly robust. Even after sustaining 2 severe blows, he did not perish. Lin Ling spat out a mouthful of black blood, gritting his teeth as he rose, his right hand clutching the wound on his left arm. Glaring at Wang Wei with resentment, rasping, "Wang Wei, one day, I will devour you and everyone around you." With that, the half-infected Lin Ling leapt away, darting up the cliffside like a gecko, disappearing without a trace in mere seconds. Wang Wei yearned to slay Lin Ling. Yet he and Huang Quan were not capable of scaling walls, leaving him with no choice but to watch as the half-infected Lin Ling vanished from sight. What manner of monster is he? Wang Wei's expression turned grave, murmuring to himself. Chapter 62. Mobilizing 500, constructing an outpost in the face of Lin Ling's threat. Wang Wei dismissed it entirely. Wasn't he merely a half-human, half-zombie abomination? What was so formidable about that? Had it not been for the absence of his armed mining vehicle, with its 20mm caliber cannon, he could have easily reduced Lin Ling to mere dust. However, Wang Wei was curious as to how Lin Ling had transformed into such a half-human, half-zombie state. Initially, he had been an ordinary survivor, fragile and weak. After being bitten by a zombie, instead of succumbing to death or turning into a zombie, he had instead become a conscious half-human, half-zombie. Just having recently transitioned to this state, he already possessed strength comparable to that of evolved zombies. Should such beings proliferate among the zombies, they would pose a lethal threat to other human survivors, as well as to himself. Strength, he must grow stronger, and swiftly. Only by becoming invincible could any threat be reduced to a mere paper tiger. At that moment, a vehicle horn echoed from the road ahead. Wang Wei looked up to see a pickup truck approaching, led by none other than his subordinate, the security squad leader. Accompanying the squad leader were 3 other security personnel. "Commander, what transpired just now? We heard gunfire and thought you were in trouble, so we brought men to rendezvous with you." The squad leader and his team disembarked. Standing before Wang Wei with concern, "I encountered a scoundrel who managed to escape by sheer luck." Wang Wei replied succinctly, "A scoundrel? Where is he now? My men can pursue and bring him back." The squad leader offered eagerly. This elicited a wry smile from Wang Wei. "To capture the half-infected Lin Ling." Such thoughts were mere folly. Perhaps with heavily armed soldiers, it might be feasible, not to mention Lin Ling's uncanny agility. Even disregarding Lin Ling's current strength, he was not someone the squad leader and his men could contend with. Should they pursue, it would not be a capture but rather a death sentence. No need. Bury the bodies of the 2 fallen soldiers, then come with me to the basement to retrieve the electrical appliances and the high-capacity generator. Wang Wei calmly shook his head, instructing the squad leader before him. Understood. The squad leader stood at attention, raising his hand in salute to Wang Wei. Just then, the corpse of a previously deceased Red Alert soldier suddenly stirred, rising as if transformed into a zombie, charging toward Wang Wei and his team. Rat-a-tat-tat. The squad leader pulled the trigger, sparks flying from the muzzle of his Type 95 rifle as the 2 transformed Red Alert soldiers fell to the ground. This left Wang Wei astonished. The half-infected Lin Ling could indeed infect others, just like a zombie. Did this not imply that Lin Ling was a zombie with human consciousness? Wang Wei's expression grew severe, his eyes glinting with murderous intent. If he were to encounter Lin Ling again, he would not hesitate to eliminate him, for Lin Ling was a walking bomb. The danger he posed was comparable to that of the Lord-type zombies encountered previously in the city. With the addition of several security personnel, the bodies of the 2 Red Alert soldiers were quickly dealt with, and the electrical appliances and generator were transported from the basement. Particularly, the high-capacity generator pleased Wang Wei immensely. As long as there was a supply of oil, it would provide power. Although the camp currently lacked for electricity, with the Jiang family offering electrical support, Wang Wei could not be certain whether he would eventually find himself at odds with the Jiang family. Everything needed to be prepared in advance. To prepare for a rainy day, never be caught off guard. Wang Wei gazed at the generator being loaded onto the vehicle, deep in thought. In the red alert system, there exists a building interface for power stations. Unfortunately, one must first deploy a base vehicle and transform it into a main building before constructing a power station. If only there were no such restrictions. It would be splendid to construct a power station directly. Upon returning to the brick factory, the laborers had just finished loading the last truck. All 12 trucks were filled to capacity with supplies. A bountiful harvest indeed. Wang Wei glanced at his watch. With only 5 minutes until 3 o'clock, he was certain they would return to the East City base before 3:30. Standing atop the truck, he called out to the nearly 200 laborers below, "As long as you serve me, Wang Wei, with all your heart, I will ensure you are not treated unfairly. I previously stated that if we can return to the camp before 3:30, each of you will receive an additional pound of rice as a reward." The laborers below erupted in excitement. Each one yearned for that extra pound of rice. That meant each person would receive 4 pounds. None of the laborers had watches, so they were uncertain whether they could return by 3:30. A middle-aged man, drenched in sweat, raised his head and asked Wang Wei, "Boss, will we make it back to the East City base by 3:30? This was a question on everyone's mind, creating a sense of tension as they all turned their gazes toward Wang Wei, standing atop the truck. "We can," Wang Wei affirmed with a serious nod. Upon hearing this, the laborers below cheered joyfully, chanting, "Long live the boss. The boss is 36 centimeters. This elicited a wry smile from Wang Wei. Nevertheless, the laborer's current attitude pleased him. He sought to establish an image among the camp's survivors. A man of his word, yet ruthless in action. He wanted them to understand that while Wang Wei was not a benevolent master, he was a man of integrity. With this, whether recruiting laborers in the future or attracting capable survivors from the East City base, it would be a smoother endeavor. Originally, 200 laborers had set out, yet only 195 would return to the East City base. Regarding the deaths of the 5 laborers, Wang Wei only compensated the family of the one who succumbed out of fright from the zombies, providing them with 40 pounds of rice. He did not intend to compensate for the deaths of the other 4. Firstly, those 4 had spoken disrespectfully to him. Secondly, they had disregarded the rules, slacking off and hoarding supplies. As for those who broke the rules, Wang Wei saw no need to adhere to any decorum. East City based, in less than half an hour, Wang Wei and his party returned to the camp smoothly, instructing the laborers to unload the goods from the truck before proceeding to settle the labor compensation. After finalizing the communication with the Red Alert engineers, Wang Wei drove the pickup truck, accompanied by his security team, towards the slums. There were already thousands waiting for him. Upon seeing Wang Wei's arrival, the crowd erupted with excitement, rising to their feet, their eyes brimming with utmost respect for him. "This time, I am recruiting 500 laborers with construction site experience to build an outpost. Regardless of gender, the working hours will be 8 hours, and the compensation will be 1 gene of rice," Wang Wei proclaimed, holding up a megaphone as he stood in the open back of the pickup truck. As soon as his words fell, the gathered crowd of over 1,000 erupted in a frenzy, eagerly waving their hands and rushing forward to sign up. "I used to be a construction worker. I want to sign up, boss. Before the apocalypse, I sold lunchboxes at the construction site and watched the workers. I want to sign up too." "What the hell? You sold lunchboxes and want to sign up? I used to do cupping for the construction workers and heard their stories. I want to sign up." Chapter 63. 2 great forces delivering gifts within the slum. There were over 10,000 survivors, and the number of those who had gathered at the scene exceeded 3,000. The atmosphere was alive with noise and excitement as everyone wanted to participate. After all, the compensation Wang Wei had just offered was 1 gene of rice for merely 8 hours of labor. In contrast, other factions typically offered only half a gene of rice for the same duration of work. With a wealthy benefactor recruiting laborers at such favorable terms, the attention of all survivors present was captured. However, there were only 500 spots available. The competition was fierce, with individuals vying to secure a position. In that moment, standing atop the open back of the pickup truck, Wang Wei felt a deep sense of satisfaction. Being the boss felt extraordinary. No wonder, before the apocalypse, some would rather eat pickled vegetables as a boss than feast on chicken legs as workers. As the scene grew somewhat chaotic, Wang Wei raised his MP5 submachine gun and fired several shots into the air. The gunfire echoed all around. The 3,000 survivors finally calmed down, all eyes fixed on Wang Wei at the center. Those with construction site experience will be prioritized. If you want to sign up, line up for screening. Anyone attempting to deceive will receive not a single grain of rice, Wang Wei declared, scanning the crowd with his megaphone and speaking with gravitas. The people, fearing they might anger the boss Wang Wei, obediently formed a line, eager to ensure they secured a spot. Long lines took shape, and under the scrutiny of several guards, 500 individuals with adequate work experience were selected. These 500 were genuine construction workers. Those who had merely sold lunchboxes or offered cupping services to the workers were eliminated from the selection. Boss, although I lack construction site experience, I can endure hardship. Please give me a chance. I am willing to do anything. A gaunt middle-aged woman, holding a small boy's hand, pleaded before Wang Wei. Since she was close, Wang Wei quickly noticed her. Though she appeared pitiable, this was not a time for compassion. It was the apocalypse. If he were to grant this woman an opportunity, soon hundreds or even thousands would come begging for the same. Wang Wei was no savior. He had no desire to be one. What he wanted was for his people and those he cared about to live well. The fate of other survivors was of no concern to him. Though it might seem callous, in this apocalyptic world, kindness and compassion would only hasten one's demise. To achieve great things, one must be ruthless and unyielding. Rules are rules. No one shall breach them. Squad leader, take the 500 recruited laborers back to the camp. Wang Wei waved his hand, instructing the squad leader below. Yes, the squad leader saluted. Upon returning to the camp with the 500 laborers, the red alert engineer had already devised a detailed plan for the outpost and came forward to salute Wang Wei. Engineer, I have brought back all 500 laborers with construction site experience. I leave their arrangement to you. You may command my soldiers as well. If you need anything, I will fully support you. Wang Wei patted the red alert engineer's shoulder and smiled calmly. Understood. I will ensure the task is completed. The red alert engineer responded resolutely. He then stood high above, addressing the 500 laborers he had temporarily recruited, taking the megaphone from Wang Wei to announce. Now, you 500 will be divided into 5 teams, each team into 3 squads, and each squad into 3 smaller teams. Those with over 30 years of construction site experience may serve as team leaders, earning an additional 3 genes of rice as compensation. Those with over 20 years may serve as squad leaders, earning an additional 2 genes of rice. Those with over 10 years may serve as small team leaders, earning an additional gene of rice. Wang Wei listened to the red alert engineer, fully supporting his words, recognizing his expertise. Upon hearing the potential for increased compensation, the 500 laborers were invigorated, with those meeting the criteria rushing to register. The red alert engineer, with his keen eye, could quickly discern truth from deception. Any imposters would be promptly removed from the labor list in no time. 5 temporary team leaders, 15 temporary squad leaders, and 45 temporary small team leaders were selected. The first team would be responsible for mixing cement. The second team would handle the transport of cement and construction materials. The third and fourth teams would focus on construction. The fifth team would be tasked with installing floodlights and clearing camp debris. The team with the best performance would see every member receive an additional half gene of rice. The red alert engineer gestured animatedly, assigning tasks to the 500 laborers, upon hearing that the top team could earn extra rice. The laborers were filled with enthusiasm, like a shot of adrenaline, and pledged to give their all. Wang Wei, having realized certain matters, instructed the red alert soldiers. First squad leader, take your men to protect the supplies. Second squad leader, take your men to oversee the work. Anyone who collects compensation without working will be expelled. Security squad leader, you are in charge of camp security. Understood. The 2 squad leaders and the security squad leader saluted Wang Wei respectfully. With the second squad overseeing the work, a deterrent effect was established, dissuading any laborers with ill intentions from slacking off. Once arrangements were made, the camp buzzed with large-scale construction activity. Most laborers, eager to secure the top position for extra rice, became highly motivated, working as if building their own homes with relentless effort. With still more than an hour until nightfall, the floodlights were erected first, propped up like street lamps. The outer structures of the outpost, including warehouses, residential buildings, and watchtowers, gradually took shape under the red alert engineer's guidance. Yet, based on the current pace, completion would take at least a week. Thus, when the 500 laborers learned they would have a week's worth of work, excitement surged through them as the day flew by. Night fell swiftly at midnight. The construction of the outpost showed promising progress. After receiving their labor compensation for the day, the 500 laborers gradually returned to the slums. Set to return for work at 8 the following morning, Wang Wei sat on the bed inside the grassland tent, as so much had transpired that day, leaving him somewhat tense, and he prepared to rest well. Just then, the security squad leader rushed over, reporting, "Commander, 2 rather attractive women have arrived outside, claiming to be sent by Bei Yi and the Feng family to serve you." Chapter 64, Mr. Wang. "Please don't drive me away, come to offer their affections?" What a delightful surprise. Wang Wei couldn't help but smile wryly. It seemed that Bei Yi and the Feng family were quite eager to draw him into their ranks, even going so far as to send beautiful women to win his favor. Had this been before the apocalypse, Wang Wei would have undoubtedly welcomed these 2 lovely ladies without hesitation. However, at present, his sole focus was on how to strengthen his own forces. He had no interest in matters of romance. Once he possessed the strength to surpass any faction, what type of woman would he not have? Send them back once they came, and tell them to inform their masters that Wang Wei appreciates the gesture. Wang Wei gazed steadily at the security squad leader, speaking with an air of indifference. Having uttered these words, Wang Wei couldn't help but admire himself. It seemed he had truly grown. Rejecting the allure of beauty without a moment's hesitation, Wang Wei could not help but smile bitterly. "Yes, I will relay your message to them right away." The squad leader of the guards nodded slightly and hurriedly ran outside. Within 2 minutes, the squad leader returned, a look of helplessness on his face as he addressed Wang Wei, reporting, "Commander, I've conveyed your instructions to those 2 women, but they refuse to leave, claiming that Bei Yi and the Feng family have ordered them to serve you. Lest they face dire consequences upon their return, refusing to leave, they must be truly insistent." After an arduous day, Wang Wei felt a twinge of soreness in his neck and legs. Suddenly, an idea struck him, and he instructed the squad leader, "Bring those 2 women in to see me." In truth, Wang Wei was indifferent to their fates and had no desire for their beauty. He merely sought their company for a shoulder and leg massage to relieve his tension. However, the squad leader misinterpreted his intentions, believing that the commander was lusting after the 2 women. Moments later, the squad leader escorted the 2 women into Wang Wei's tent. "Commander, they are here," he announced. Wang Wei looked up, and to his astonishment, he recognized both young women. One had short hair and an innocent, captivating appearance, her eyes shimmering with a light that evoked a sense of tenderness. This was none other than Tian He, a local celebrity from Shurcheng before the apocalypse. The other woman was alluring in a different way, with strikingly fair legs and clad in a short skirt, epitomizing the essence of beauty. She was Pan Rongrong, a popular internet sensation with over 500,000 followers prior to the end of the world. In the time before the apocalypse, encountering either of these women would have been nearly impossible. Yet here they were, in front of Wang Wei, eager to serve him. This unexpected twist of fate left Wang Wei feeling a mix of nostalgia and irony. How the tides have turned. 30 years of prosperity followed by 30 years of decline. The 2 women before him were indeed extraordinary. Wang Wei swallowed hard but quickly suppressed any lingering thoughts of desire. "Mr. Wang, please don't send me away. If I do nothing, the Feng family will kill me," pleaded Tian He, tears glistening at the corners of her eyes as she spoke with a heart-wrenching sincerity. "Mr. Wang, please don't dismiss me either. Bei Yi has instructed me to serve you well, or else he will have my life," Pan Rongrong added, stepping forward to grasp Wang Wei's hand with a desperate plea. Wang Wei swiftly withdrew his hand and cleared his throat. "Cough, squad leader, bring a basin of hot water from outside. I need to soak my feet." "Yes," the squad leader nodded in understanding. "Since you wish to serve me, I will grant you the opportunity to massage my shoulders and legs later, after a long day. I simply wish to unwind." Wang Wei glanced at the 2 women, devoid of any sentimentality. "Is that all we are to do?" Pan Rongrong asked, astonished. "What did you expect? Do you think I would actually take advantage of you?" "Don't indulge in such fantasies," Wang Wei replied with a seemingly upright demeanor. After saying this, he felt a sense of self-admiration. Others may have revealed their true intentions in such a situation before long. The squad leader returned with a basin of hot water, placing it before Wang Wei before discreetly exiting the tent. "What are you waiting for? Let us begin." Wang Wei waved his hand, urging them on. "I learned how to massage shoulders before. I can help Mr. Wang with that," Tian He said eagerly. Removing her shoes and kneeling on the bed, she placed her delicate hands on Wang Wei's shoulders. And her technique was indeed proficient, providing him with much-needed relief. Pan Rongrong appeared somewhat reluctant, yet compelled by Bei Yi's orders. She began to attend to Wang Wei's feet, with his feet submerged in the warm water and one woman massaging his feet while the other worked on his shoulders. Wang Wei felt rejuvenated, almost floating with delight, and no wonder many sought solace in foot massage parlors before the apocalypse. This was sheer bliss. After a minute of indulgence, the sound of footsteps approached from outside. Wang Wei looked up to see Uncle Huang entering. Upon seeing Wang Wei and the two stunning women, a knowing smile spread across his face. Mr. Wang, I see you are busy. I shall not disturb you any further. I will return tomorrow to discuss matters. With that, he turned and exited the tent before Wang Wei could explain himself, leaving the commander feeling exasperated. What a ridiculous turn of events. What are they thinking? Just then, his sister Wang Xian entered the tent uninvited. Upon spotting the two exquisite beauties attending to Wang Wei, her face flushed with embarrassment, and she could not bring herself to meet his gaze. Brother, I'm sorry to interrupt you. Have you seen Uncle Huang? I wanted to learn some martial arts from him. He just left. Sister, please don't misunderstand. I assure you I am not that kind of man. Wang Wei quickly clarified. Before he could finish, his sister, blushing fiercely, dashed out of the tent. Wang Wei felt a sense of helplessness wash over him. What is happening here? I merely wanted a foot and shoulder massage. Moments later, another set of footsteps approached, and Wang Wei looked up to see Huang Quan entering. Concerned he might misinterpret the situation, Wang Wei spoke first. Huang Quan, please don't misunderstand. They are just here to massage my feet and shoulders. Huang Quan nodded thoughtfully, a mischievous grin on his face. Understood. No need for further explanation. Just a friendly reminder. Brother Wang, do take care of yourself and don't overexert. With that, he turned and left the tent. Sitting on the bed, Wang Wei bowed his head, chuckling bitterly. The more I explain, the less clarity there seems to be. Chapter 65, Fanning the Flames. All he wanted was a simple foot and shoulder massage. Yet this had led to misunderstandings with all three individuals. Did they truly believe he was the type of man who could not resist the allure of women? Wang Wei glanced at Pan Rongrong, who was diligently massaging his feet, her attire light and cool, and the proximity momentarily distracted him. If this were the world before the apocalypse, marrying someone like Pan Rongrong or Tian He would have been a dream come true. However, for the now battle-hardened Wang Wei, women were merely a luxury. In the future, with power and influence, he could have any woman he desired. With that thought, he dismissed any lingering desires for Pan Rongrong. Once you finish massaging my feet and shoulders, my people will escort you back and convey my gratitude to Bei Yi and the Feng family. Just let them know I, Wang Wei, have acknowledged their intentions. Wang Wei slowly closed his eyes, a look of contentment on his face, instructing the two women beside him. There is no such thing as a free lunch. The gifts of two beautiful women being sent my way must surely harbor ulterior motives. It's highly likely that they wish to place spies among my ranks. Such were Wang Wei's thoughts, though whether this conjecture held any weight was of little consequence. What mattered was his decision not to keep the two women. One must always be cautious, especially in this world of uncertainty. As soon as he finished speaking, Tian He and Pan Rongrong gasped, ceasing their ministrations and kneeling before Wang Wei, tears brimming in their eyes. Mr. Wang, please don't send me away. The Feng family has instructed me to please you and serve you well. If you dismiss me, they will surely kill me. Tian He sobbed, her voice thick with emotion. Pan Rongrong's face turned pale with panic as she pleaded, Mr. Wang, have mercy. Allow me to stay. I promise to take good care of you. I will do anything you ask. Just please don't send me away. The two women appeared utterly pitiable as they knelt before Wang Wei, begging for mercy. Had this been before the apocalypse, Wang Wei might have been swayed by their pleas. Yet, circumstances had changed. He was no longer the same man. To achieve greatness, one must be resolute. I do not require your future service, nor will I demand anything from you. This is my final word. I will arrange for your safe return, and considering your earlier assistance, I can speak to Bei Yi and the Feng family on your behalf to ensure your safety. Wang Wei spoke with a cold, composed demeanor. Seeing his unwavering stance, the two women fell silent. Fearing that further words might provoke his displeasure, continue your massage. Wang Wei gradually closed his eyes and spoke calmly. The two beautiful women nodded thoughtfully. Unbeknownst to him, Wang Wei luxuriated in half an hour of foot and shoulder massages. The discomfort that had plagued him dissipated like mist. Just then, he noticed that Pan Rongrong's pressure varied erratically, which struck him as odd. If she were fatigued, her touch would surely lighten. Yet, the alternating pressures persisted for a full 10 seconds. Raising his suspicions, he slowly opened his eyes and cast a sidelong glance at Pan Rongrong. At that moment, she paled in fright, as though caught in a guilty act, her entire being trembling. Her reaction alone convinced Wang Wei that something was amiss. A person of integrity fears no accusations. The unusual behavior of Pan Rongrong made him wary. What is going on? Why is your pressure fluctuating? Wang Wei asked, fixing his gaze on her with a serious tone. I apologize, Mr. Wang. This is my first time massaging someone else, and I'm still learning, Pan Rongrong quickly explained, lowering her head and avoiding direct eye contact, which only piqued Wang Wei's curiosity about her true intentions. Pan Rongrong was hiding something. Though her technique had been somewhat lacking, she clearly possessed some experience. Now, however, she claimed it was her first attempt. This was a blatant lie, coupled with her earlier peculiar reaction. It further solidified Wang Wei's suspicion that Pan Rongrong had ulterior motives, and they were undoubtedly nefarious. Wang Wei scrutinized her for several moments before speaking. Mistakes in a massage are inconsequential, but missteps in other matters could cost lives. He emphasized this point, hoping she would grasp his meaning and confess willingly. Mr. Wang, I am truly sorry. I will be more careful next time, Pan Rongrong replied, her heart racing with trepidation, yet she still refrained from being forthright, leaving Wang Wei feeling helpless and uncertain if she understood his insinuations, just as Wang Wei contemplated a different approach to extract her intentions. The head of the guards rushed into the tent, standing before Wang Wei with urgency. Commander, there's been a major incident outside. Stay calm. What has happened? Wang Wei replied, maintaining his composure as he looked at the guard. I don't know how it happened, but thousands of survivors from the slums have gathered outside and surrounded the camp's entrance. From their demeanor, they do not seem friendly. A line of soldiers is already at the gate. Confronting the survivors, the guard reported hastily. Thousands of survivors gathered, surrounding the camp's entrance. Wang Wei immediately deduced that someone was instigating them, which led to this midnight encirclement of the outpost. Gather all personnel from the 2nd platoon and head to the entrance. Leave 2 guards to watch the tent. No one enters or exits without my command. The remaining guards should secure the camp supplies. Wang Wei swiftly devised a plan and instructed the guard. Yes, the guard saluted Wang Wei. At the outpost's entrance, after 8 hours of construction, the camp's outer wall was finally completed. It stood over 3 meters tall, with only one entry and exit point. At this moment, over 20 red alert soldiers, armed with 95-style assault rifles, stood ready for combat on the slope outside. A sea of survivors gathered. Under the camp's floodlights, the crowd surged, numbering at least 5,000. In the center of the throng stood a man with a sharp face, brandishing a megaphone and loudly declaring, before the apocalypse, we were all lawful taxpayers of Z Nation, and those inside are the regular army of the provincial city. They must ensure our safety and cater to our living needs. It is our right. As Wang Wei and the 2nd platoon of red alert soldiers arrived at the entrance, he recognized the voice, feeling a sense of familiarity. Upon looking up, he spotted the instigator at the center. His anger boiling as he clenched his teeth, a murderous glint flashing in his eyes. That it was that troublemaker from earlier, the rat-faced man. Wasn't it enough to survive? Why seek death? Chapter 66. Those without shame are invincible. After the rat-faced man delivered his impassioned speech, the over 5,000 survivors behind him became energized, raising their fists and shouting in unison. You are the regular army of the provincial city. You must protect us. You served us before the apocalypse. Now you must serve us in our time of need. Their fervor echoed through the crowd, demanding their rights and a guarantee of sustenance. Wang Wei could only scoff at the spectacle before him. They were not the genuine provincial army. They were merely masquerading as such to intimidate the various factions of the East City base. Had it not been for this ruse, perhaps Shaoxing and Bai Yi would have already torn him apart during the day. Thus, this false identity must be preserved. The regular army of Z Nation had vanished for over 3 months. Wang Wei had no idea if any regular forces remained in the provincial city. If there were indeed genuine Z Nation soldiers present, they might have considered accommodating the demands of these rebellious survivors. However, he was not a legitimate soldier. Their lives were of no concern to him. To attempt to morally blackmail him into providing for them? Did they truly believe they were entitled to such treatment? Wang Wei burst into a raucous laugh, one filled with unrestrained mirth. This left the 5,000 survivors outside the gate bewildered, halting their actions to glance at Wang Wei, puzzled by the commander's sudden amusement. Fools are plentiful this year, Wang Wei exclaimed, laughing coldly. At this moment, over 50 red alert soldiers stood behind Wang Wei, rifles at the ready, forming 2 lines by the entrance. Yuri and Wolf Dog stood at his sides, ensuring the commander's safety. Even Huang Quan, Uncle Huang, and Wang Xian had arrived, armed and prepared to face the impending conflict. Armed mining vehicles lined the inner side of the outpost, their 20mm autocannons aimed at the gathered survivors. Everyone present was ready for battle. Wang, what are you laughing about? You are merely a temporary commander of this outpost. You claim to be the regular army of Z Nation, yet we were your benefactors before the apocalypse. Now that we are in peril, you must meet our every demand. This is our right. The rat-faced man shouted into the megaphone, his greed palpable. What demands do you have? Wang Wei replied, his hands clasped before him, looking at the rat-faced man with amusement. We want food. Every survivor must be fed. You must also ensure our safety and uphold our protected rights. Furthermore, the outpost must elect a qualified leader through a vote. You cannot participate or intervene, the rat-faced man declared with bravado as soon as he finished speaking. The thousands of survivors behind him erupted in support. Yes, we want to be fed. We are your benefactors. You must protect us. We demand a vote for the leader of the outpost. The cacophony of voices surged. Chanting in unison, the rat-faced man grinned, believing that with over 5,000 supporters behind him, he could easily coerce Wang Wei. Wang Wei surveyed the hillside, where the sea of survivors stood, his face filled with contempt. He turned his gaze back to the rat-faced man and replied calmly, if you wish to be fed, to receive protection, and to vote for a leader, that is certainly possible. The rat-faced man beamed, saying, then hurry and open the camp's gates, so we can enter and eat. Not only the rat-faced man, but also the 5,000 unruly survivors on the slope were filled with excitement. Not so fast. I have yet to finish my statement. I can fulfill all your desires, but only if you contribute to the outpost. We do not accept idleness or deceitful scoundrels here, understand? Please clarify your own standing first. Must I remind you? The majority of you appear to me as nothing but worthless. Wang Wei's tone was icy as he cast a cold glance over the thousands of survivors on the hillside. Those devoid of shame are invincible. Previously, Wang Wei had not grasped the meaning of this statement, but today, he understood it completely, just like the rat-eyed man before him and this group of survivors. They wore expressions of entitlement, seeking to claim the outpost as their own, while expecting his red alert subordinates to serve them. How shameless could they be? We are not worthless. We are survivors. The rat-eyed man gritted his teeth and shouted furiously at Wang Wei. Is there a distinction? Wang Wei waved his hand dismissively, his demeanor calm. Upon hearing this, Huang Quan and Wang Xian, who stood behind Wang Wei, couldn't help but laugh. Huang Quan looked up and teased Wang Wei in a low voice. Brother Wang, you are truly my idol. Your eloquence is unmatched. The rat-eyed man's face turned a shade of iron as he seethed with anger, his expression as grim as if he had consumed something foul. The more than 5,000 survivors on the hillside shared a similar sentiment. At that moment, Wang Wei surveyed his surroundings and noticed the absence of any subordinates from the 8 major factions of the East City base. It seemed that both factions were well aware that this situation was a troublesome one that could lead to bloodshed. Thus, they had chosen to turn a blind eye. Regardless of circumstances, we survivors were once lawful taxpayers of Z country. Even now, you must serve us, for it is our rightful claim. Should you refuse, we shall seize it by force. I dare say, do you truly believe you can fire upon us? The rat-eyed man raised a loudspeaker once more, inciting the more than 5,000 survivors behind him to riot. The survivors on the hillside grew increasingly fierce. There are over 5,000 of us, and they don't even have 100. For the sake of our sustenance, we shall confront them. We are taxpayers of Z country. If they dare to fire upon our numbers, the regular army of the provincial city will not let them go unpunished. Why should they hold power over us while we can barely fill our stomachs? We shall fight. The survivors erupted in fervor. Wang Wei observed the impending riot among the survivors, and his expression hardened. He raised his hand, giving a solemn command to the red alert soldiers behind him. All personnel, anyone who approaches within 20 paces of the camp entrance shall be killed without mercy. Chapter 67. Benevolence exhausted. No longer to endure, Wang Wei was furious. This was the first time he had encountered such shameless individuals. If he did not show them a lesson, they would truly consider themselves invincible. He gazed at the throng of survivors on the hillside, a glint of murderous intent flashing in his eyes. All this time, these people had regarded him as part of the regular army. It was precisely this perception that emboldened their reckless behavior, as if they believed Wang Wei would not dare to fire upon them collectively. Yet they were unaware that Wang Wei was also a survivor in this apocalyptic world. Anyone who dared to seize his resources, Even if they were a deity, he would not hesitate to declare war. At that moment, over 50 Red Alert soldiers raised their assault rifles, aiming at the more than 5,000 survivors before them. The 20mm cannon on the armed mining vehicle hummed ominously, its fierce muzzle always prepared to unleash fire. Even his sister, Wang Xin, had armed herself with an 81-style automatic rifle, bullets chambered and ready for battle. Determined to stand alongside her brother Wang Wei, the 5,000 survivors on the hillside, witnessing the soldiers at the outpost aiming their weapons at them, felt a wave of fear wash over many. The rat-eyed man swallowed hard, a flicker of dread crossing his face. But then, as if struck by inspiration, he clenched his jaw and raised the loudspeaker again, turning to address the throng of survivors. We must defend our rights. We must eat our fill and no longer endure oppression from the 8 major factions. They will not fire upon us because they are afraid. Brothers and sisters, charge, storm the outpost, seize their weapons, take their food, and let us govern ourselves, the rat-eyed man proclaimed passionately, resembling a skilled orator, stirring the hearts of many survivors on the hillside, especially the thought of filling at this moment. Thousands of survivors racing down the hillside wore expressions of sheer terror, their faces ashen, haunted by lingering fears that rendered them hesitant to act further. Meanwhile, at the foot of the slope, the man with beady eyes, realizing that the tide had turned against him, prepared to flee. Wang Wei's gaze immediately fell upon him, his eyes shimmering with intensified murderous intent as he commanded his subordinates behind him. Yuri, bring me your rifle. You too, go capture that instigator. Whoever dares to challenge my authority will come to regret having been born. Chapter 68. Terrifying suspicions. The riotous survivors present were utterly intimidated. They were acutely aware that Wang Wei and his companions were genuinely willing to open fire. Anyone who dared to provoke Wang Wei at this moment would be courting death. Consequently, all survivors present hastily cleared a path, bringing the man with beady eyes into full view. Wolf, the wolf dog, rifle in hand, took the lead, charging toward the man with beady eyes. This 1-star Red Alert wolf dog was far more robust than any Tibetan Mastiff from before the apocalypse, and the survivors had never encountered such a formidable creature. Sending them scurrying in fright, Red Alert Yuri strode forward with calm composure. Just as everyone believed the man with beady eyes was about to be apprehended, a sudden gunshot rang out. Bang! The man with beady eyes was struck by a bullet. Blood gushing forth. Perhaps due to the dim lighting, the hidden assailant failed to hit a vital area, merely grazing the man's left arm. In agony, he collapsed to the ground, wailing in despair. Wang Wei, witnessing the scene unfold, was taken aback. Someone was attempting to kill the man with beady eyes, but why had they not done so before, choosing instead to shoot now? Suddenly, Wang Wei's eyes lit up as he grasped a crucial realization. Perhaps the instigator was not solely the man with beady eyes. There were indeed greater forces at play in this matter. To put it bluntly, the man with beady eyes could very well be a pawn in someone else's game. In that case, the man with beady eyes could not be allowed to die just yet. They needed to extract the identity of the mastermind behind him. Yuri, protect that scoundrel for now. Do not let him perish. Rifle, flush out the hidden shooter. Wang Wei hastily instructed. No sooner had he spoken than the assailant attempted to fire again, aiming to eliminate the man with beady eyes and silence him forever. Red Alert Yuri swiftly unleashed a psychic wave, seizing control of the assailant's hand, causing the firearm to clatter to the ground uncontrollably. The wolf dog, rifle, lunged forward, tackling the assailant to the ground, then opened its jaws wide, sinking its teeth savagely into the assailant's throat. The assailant struggled for a few moments before breathing his last. The surrounding survivors, witnessing this gruesome spectacle, trembled in terror and scrambled to flee. In mere moments, Red Alert Yuri had brought the man with beady eyes before Wang Wei. Before Wang Wei could utter a word, the man with beady eyes quickly knelt, bowing his head in supplication. Commander, I was wrong. I should not have incited the survivors. I beg you, spare my life. I have elders above and children below. If anything happens to me, who will care for my family? The man with beady eyes wept, striving to elicit Wang Wei's sympathy for his own survival. Yet in Wang Wei's eyes, this elicited only a derisive laugh. This man with beady eyes was cunning. Who could ascertain the truth of his words? Even if he had elders and children, given the events of the night, the man with beady eyes had to die. However, before his demise, they needed to extract the identity of the true mastermind from him. You wish to live? It is not impossible. Tell me, who commanded you to incite the survivors to create chaos? Wang Wei crouched down, looking directly into the eyes of the kneeling man with beady eyes, a smile gracing his face as he inquired amiably. Under normal circumstances, a coward such as the man with beady eyes would undoubtedly divulge everything to save himself. Yet at this moment, he seemed to recall something. Glancing around nervously, as if wary of a formidable force, hesitating to respond, "No, no one ordered me. I planned this all on my own." He hastily shook his head, but his panicked expression betrayed his deception. "Do not fear. With me here, no matter who your master is, I can ensure your survival. Speak boldly. Who is your master?" Wang Wei patted the man with beady eyes on the shoulder, attempting to coax him. Yet the man remained obstinate, shaking his head frantically. "No, truly, there is no one." Wang Wei found the man's evasions exceedingly vexing. "Do not test my patience. You have 3 seconds to consider. If you do not speak, I shall command my wolf dog to shatter every bone in your body." Wang Wei's expression turned stern, his gaze fixed menacingly on the man with beady eyes. If gentle persuasion would not suffice, then more severe measures would have to be taken. With that, the wolf dog approached Wang Wei's side, cooperating fully, and opened its massive jaws toward the man with beady eyes, projecting an image of a ferocious beast that devours without leaving a trace. The effect was immediate. The man with beady eyes trembled uncontrollably, his pants wet with fear. "Please, do not kill me. I will tell you everything. Indeed, someone ordered me to do this. Their intention was to force you to withdraw from the East City base." "That person is Feng," the man with beady eyes confessed hastily. Bang! Yet before the man could finish his sentence, a sniper shot rang out from a distance. The bullet struck the man with beady eyes squarely in the head, sending blood spraying forth, and he collapsed lifelessly into a pool of crimson. The death of the man with beady eyes meant the severing of a vital lead. Wang Wei understood instantly that the master behind the man had fired to eliminate him, silencing him forever. His expression darkened as he traced the source of the gunfire, gesturing coldly. "Huangquan, rifle, you two go and ensure that the sniper is brought to me." "Wolf?" "Yes." Both man and dog responded in unison, transforming into shadows as they raced toward the source of the gunfire. That moment, Wang Wei recalled the thousands of survivors still present. This incident required an explanation, otherwise he would be branded a murderer. "You all heard it. Someone was instructing this scoundrel to incite you to riot. I, Wang Wei, acted in self-defense, and thus had no choice but to fire upon you. In terms of reason and sentiment, I, Wang Wei, have no guilt. Furthermore, I reiterate, if you wish to eat well, if you desire our protection, you must contribute to me and the outpost. Given that you were misled, I shall overlook your transgressions this time. But should there be a next occasion, I assure you, I shall impose severe punishments." Wang Wei cast a fierce gaze over the survivors, declaring solemnly. The survivors before him immediately surrendered, apologizing profusely, vowing never to engage in such actions again. And soon the over 5,000 survivors began to retreat in an orderly fashion. Within 2 minutes, not a single survivor remained on the hillside, save for the 50 or so corpses left a mere dozen steps from the outpost's gate. "Squad leader, bury these bodies," Wang Wei instructed in a hushed tone. "Yes, we will ensure the task is completed." The squad leader raised his hand in salute to Wang Wei, rallying his men to dig graves for the deceased. At that moment, Wang Wei gazed at the lifeless body of the man with beady eyes, reflecting on the words he had uttered just before his demise. A frown creased Wang Wei's brow as he pondered deeply. The last words spoken by the man, Feng, raised a troubling question. Could it be that the scheming behind this incident was the work of the Feng family from the East City base? Chapter 69. Pan Rongrong's master. The Feng family was a representative of the old factions within the East City base. In terms of power, they ranked just below the Northern Lord. Wang Wei was perplexed. He maintained a cordial relationship with Feng Qinya, the eldest daughter of the Feng family. If this matter was indeed orchestrated by them, why would they resort to such actions? Why would they want to oust him from the East City base? In that moment, Wang Wei felt a headache coming on. Unable to deduce the cause and effect of the situation, it seemed he would have to wait until Huangquan and the wolf dog returned with the sniper to uncover the true mastermind behind this incident. After such a significant event unfolded that night, Wang Wei found himself devoid of other thoughts, standing at the entrance of the outpost, eagerly awaiting the return of Huangquan and the wolf dog, intent on discovering the identity of the puppet master behind it all. In less than 5 minutes, Huangquan and the wolf dog returned. Wang Wei noted their lack of a captive and immediately understood. The sniper responsible for the assassination of the man with beady eyes had evaded capture. "Brother Wang, I am sorry. We were unable to apprehend the sniper." Huangquan lowered his head, feeling guilty. It is perfectly understandable. Do not blame yourself. Wang Wei consoled. patting Huang Yuan's shoulder. The sniper was a formidable presence. No one could predict when they might fall victim to a hidden marksman lurking in the shadows. To counteract the threat posed by snipers, there was but one solution: to cultivate their own snipers. Due to the exceptional acuity of snipers, they can instantly detect the presence of other marksmen. At this moment, Wang Xin, the younger sister, can be regarded as a novice sniper. With further training, she could undoubtedly evolve into an outstanding ace marksman, albeit requiring a significant investment of time. However, Wang Wei cannot afford to wait that long. After acquiring gold through the therapeutic serum tomorrow, he must develop snipers and procure a batch of red alert snipers. Only in this manner can he shield himself from the threats posed by enemy snipers. At this juncture, Wang Wei is preoccupied with a singular thought. Is this behind-the-scenes maneuvering orchestrated by the Feng family? Even if I were to personally inquire, I fear they would not divulge the truth. Regardless of their involvement, I must remain vigilant against the Feng family from this day forth, and be wary of every faction within the eastern city base. Only with an iron fist can one grow stronger and evade threats from other powers. I must expedite the development of the Red Alert system, amass gold resources, and establish a formidable Red Alert force. Wang Wei muses. Suddenly, he recalls that two beautiful women are still in his tent. Particularly, Pan Rongrong raises a sense of unease within him. It is high time to extract information regarding their origins and intentions. With this thought, Wang Wei strides towards his tent. Two Red Alert warriors stand guard outside the tent. Upon seeing Wang Wei approach, they salute. "Commander, thank you for your hard work. You may return to rest," Wang Wei replies calmly. The Red Alert warriors are human too. They require rest and supplies. Nevertheless, the camp must be patrolled. So Wang Wei established a rule during the day. The first half of the night is designated for Red Alert Team 1 to patrol, while the second half is for Team 2. The security team has a heavier workload during the day, thus they do not need to take on patrol duties. Once the two guards departed, Wang Wei entered the tent. Pan Rongrong and Tian He remained present. Upon Wang Wei's arrival, their expressions reflect a mix of shock and fear. "Mr. Wang, you must be exhausted. Please have some tea to quench your thirst," Pan Rongrong offers, placing a cup before him. This gesture instantly raises Wang Wei's suspicion. He accepts the cup, his gaze locked onto Pan Rongrong. She lowers her head, too bashful to meet his eyes, and shyly asks, "Mr. Wang, why do you keep staring at me?" As soon as she finishes speaking, Wang Wei spills the hot tea onto the ground. The moment the liquid touches the earth, it hisses and emits wisps of white smoke. Clearly, the tea is poisoned, and not merely with ordinary toxins. Had he ingested it, he would have certainly met a gruesome demise. Pan Rongrong, care to explain? Wang Wei had already been on guard against Pan Rongrong. How could he possibly drink the tea she offered? A simple test unveiled her hidden intentions. Pan Rongrong's expression darkens, her brows furrowing slightly. However, instead of explaining, she produces a pin gun from her person and aims it directly at Wang Wei. This unexpected turn of events takes Wang Wei by surprise. She possesses a rare pin gun. Yet, even in the face of this threat, Wang Wei exhibits no fear. He is fully confident in his ability to evade the bullet once she fires. Bang! The pin gun sparks to life. Just as Wang Wei prepares to dodge, a figure rushes forward, using their body to shield him from the bullet. The projectile strikes this person's left shoulder, blood gushing forth. To Wang Wei's astonishment, it is none other than Tian He, who has taken the bullet for him. This act of bravery leaves him astonished. In truth, Wang Wei's skills would have allowed him to avoid the bullet entirely. Tian He's decision to intervene seems unnecessary. However, he cannot help but feel a surge of gratitude for her selfless act. Simultaneously, he wonders why she would risk her life. Wang Wei embraces Tian He's trembling form, but Pan Rongrong seizes the opportunity to flee as she realizes her shot missed Wang Wei. However, just as she exits the tent, a figure from outside kicks her back inside, leaving a large shoe print on her face. Red Alert members Yuri, Huang Quan, Huang Ershu, and the Wolf Dog Rifle burst into the tent. The kick that sent Pan Rongrong flying was delivered by Huang Quan. At this moment, Pan Rongrong grits her teeth, seemingly preparing for self-destruction. Huang Ershu swiftle at this moment. Pan Rongrong lowered her head and repeatedly kowtowed to Wang Wei, seeking to elicit his sympathy. Once a popular internet celebrity with over 500,000 followers before the apocalypse, Pan Rongrong now resorted to any means necessary to survive, which left Wang Wei deeply contemplative. "Why should I trust you? Today you may betray Xiao Shang, and it is only a matter of time before you betray me as well." Yuri, Exert your mind control and seize this woman's body, Wang Wei scoffed, gesturing to Yuri behind him with an air of command. Understood. Yuri, the red alert operative, nodded slightly, stepping forward to raise his hand towards Pan Rongrong, who looked utterly bewildered and lifted her gaze to meet Yuri's. Their eyes locked in an intense exchange. Submit to my will. Yuri's voice emanated a magnetic power, as a wave of psychic energy radiated from his eyes and hands, invading Pan Rongrong's mind. In the next instant, Pan Rongrong trembled, her pupils dilating in shock, her demeanor transforming into that of a soulless automaton. With vacant eyes and a blank expression, she stood before Wang Wei and greeted him. Commander, observing this scene, Wang Wei felt a sense of satisfaction. The red alert system differed slightly from the original red alert, while Yuri and the latter could control only a single unit in the former. Yuri could occupy the body of another through biological brain control. Thus, the enhanced Yuri could manipulate multiple units. Currently, as a one-star operative, Yuri was capable of controlling 3 units, provided they were below level 3 of mutation or non-human entities. Commander, I have successfully occupied her body through mind control, Yuri reported directly to Wang Wei. Standing nearby, Huang Quan and Uncle Huang were left in astonishment. They had never imagined that Yuri, standing beside them, was such a formidable expert capable of controlling other humans. This revelation deepened their respect for Wang Wei's status. Huang Quan approached Wang Wei, glancing at the dazed and controlled Pan Rongrong before asking, Brother Wang, did you instruct Yuri to control this woman's body with the intent of sending her to Xiaosheng's base to assassinate him? Wang Wei nodded nonchalantly. In life, one must reciprocate favors. Since Xiaosheng has bestowed upon me a lavish gift, I must prepare a present in return. However, Huang Quan voiced his concern, stating, but this woman is of average skill, and Xiaosheng, a magnetic male voice resonated from within, unmistakably belonging to Xiaosheng. Pan Rongrong lifted the small wooden box in her hands and entered the grand hall. Xiaoge, Pan Rongrong greeted with a dazed expression. This peculiar behavior struck Xiaosheng, who was present in the hall, as unusual. However, upon reflection, he considered that perhaps her odd demeanor was a result of her recent act of murder. Has that little rascal Wang Wei truly met his end? Xiaosheng inquired directly, raising his gaze to meet Pan Rongrong's. At that moment, Xiaosheng, clad in pajamas and seated on the sofa, bore an expression of palpable excitement. Indeed, Wang Wei is dead. His head now resides within this small wooden box. Pan Rongrong responded, Let's take a look. Rather than feeling fear at the mention of a head, Xiaosheng was overtaken by a thrill of eagerness, his excitement intensifying. In response, Pan Rongrong stiffly nodded and took several steps forward, preparing to open the wooden box. Yet, at that very instant, Xiaosheng's sixth sense detected an impending danger. He raised an eyebrow, intending to stop Pan Rongrong from unveiling the box, but it was a moment too late. With Pan Rongrong standing less than 3 steps away from him, she lifted the lid of the box. A thunderous roar erupted. 2 violent explosions reverberated through the air. The villa was engulfed in flames, thick black smoke billowing forth. The entire hall lay in disarray, shards of glass scattered acro.